Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to the official public launch of the Digitex Futures Exchange. Oh my God, I just can't believe it. My name's Adam Todd. I'm the CEO and founder of Digitex Futures. Just so delighted to be here. Those of you that know us know what a mission it's been to get here. We got a lot planned for today, so really just right at the start, I'd just like to really get down to the nitty-gritty of what we are. What is Digitex? Digitex is a zero-fee futures exchange that has its own cryptocurrency called the Digitex token. The Digitex token, traders must own the Digitex token in order to benefit from trading on our zero-fee liquid markets. So for instance, if you trade in Bitcoin USD futures contracts, then you're trading on the price of Bitcoin, but you're making and losing Digitex tokens. You have to put your margins down in Digitex tokens. The tick size of the contract is in Digitex tokens. So traders must own it to trade. Therefore, that creates demand for the Digitex token. And it's that allows us to completely eliminate all trading fees from the futures exchange. There are no trading fees, no hidden fees of any kind on the futures exchange. It allows us to completely eliminate volume-based transaction fees because we have this cryptocurrency that by the exchange creating utility and therefore demand for that cryptocurrency, we can sell a small number of tokens each year to generate revenue, and that funds the exchange. That's the revenue model we've got. It's a completely revolutionary new revenue model. We soft launched a few months ago. This is our public launch, our official public launch, but we soft launched a few months ago. We've been onboarding traders. As traders have come in, demand for the token has gone up. The price of the token has gone up, so it's all looking pretty good at the moment. Let me just go back to where we started, because again, I'm going to talk about a lot of this. You got 5 hours of me, I'm afraid. So I'm going to get to a lot more details there. So let's just get back to where we started. Like I say, a lot of you have been with us from the start. Thanks for sticking with us this long. We did the ICO in January 2018. At 9 a.m. the ICO started. 9:17 it was sold out. We raised $5.5 million in 17 minutes, and that really woke me up to the interest that there is in zero fee trading, the potential that there is. Development took us a little bit longer than we expected. We did have some issues, but we persevered. We stuck with it. I was a trader after all. I wasn't really a software developer. And I would just like to say, in that time, the ICOs that happened at that time, over 90% of them have gone bust now. Their token price went to zero. Our token price went from 1 cent to it's like just over 10 cents today. So we're showing 1,000% return to our original ICO investors. And we're only just getting started. You ain't seen nothing yet. This is not the finish line that you're seeing now. This is the start. This is not a victory lap by any means. It may seem that it's taken. This is the start line right here. So I see us starting at 10 cents. So like I say, we soft launched a few months ago, April 27th. We started off we onboarded 20 traders, then 50, then 100. So it was just very, very tentative, just finding our feet, really trying to get the exchange right, trying to find bugs. That didn't do anything for the demand of the token. We started onboarding more people at the start of July. We'd had 30,000 people sign up for our testnet in the previous months before we launched. So in July, we onboarded those people. And the token price was 4 cents at the start of July, and it went to 12 cents. So the idea that we had that increased demand for the token from traders will increase the price and therefore increase the viability of sustainability of the model. It's working out just as we expected. And that removal of fees really has been a game changer. The massive liquidity that we've seen, it's surprised even myself a little bit. It's changed the way that traders are actually behaving. On the current crop of cryptocurrency futures exchanges, you cannot scalp. Scalping is a very short-term trading method that makes very small profits, lots of scratch trades, lots of small losses, and it's literally not possible on other cryptocurrency exchanges. Digitex, by removing volume-based transaction fees, it's just opened up this whole new way of trading that just it literally has not been possible before today. And the volumes that we're seeing, the liquidity that we're seeing is just unbelievable. Tuesday, when Bitcoin was going crazy, we did $2.9 billion worth of traded futures contracts in a 24-hour period. I mean, that's just insane. I think it was like the third busiest futures exchange in the world for Bitcoin, and we weren't even open to the public. We don't even have the public API working yet. So the potential for this is just mind-blowing. You know, it's very, very interesting what's going to happen, because the retail crowd really up until this point has been very underserved. They're undervalued, they're underserved. The retail traders typically pay very high commissions. You know, I used to be a professional trader in the pits. I was paying very low commissions. You know, at 10 euros, I was trading German government bonds. At 10 euros a tick, I was paying €1 a round turn. And it was still very, very hard to make a profit with, you know, the percentage-based fees that cryptocurrency exchanges charge you. It is literally impossible to scalp the way that you can on Digitex. And traders are realizing that. They're realizing that in big numbers. They're going to realize that in even bigger numbers very, very soon. And this whole new class of trader is going to emerge. This whole new crowd of trader that doesn't even exist yet is going to come into the futures market, and the liquidity that we're going to see is just going to surprise everyone. Some people say, you know, the size of the current futures market isn't that big really. Again, I'm not interested in the size of the current futures market. I'm interested in creating a whole new market that before today hasn't even existed. You know, we've been looking particularly at, esports gamblers, at, gamers, those young crowd. They fit the absolute identical demographic of your typical cryptocurrency trader. And these guys don't even know about cryptocurrency trading yet, because they haven't been onto the current crop of cryptocurrency exchanges, because they're all crap and they all rob you blind. We're going to get this in front of them, in front of millions and millions of young guys who are very tech savvy, not afraid of spending money online, spend their time gaming. They love that kind of stuff, and they don't even know about it. They don't know how good they're going to be at cryptocurrency trading yet. So that's the kind of market that we're looking at now. That's where we're looking at from now. We've got this start line. We're a 10-cent token, and we're just going to blow up. Literally, just going to blow up. The best case of cryptocurrency is trading, in my opinion. There's a lot of other use cases for cryptocurrency and blockchain. A lot of it is just buzzwords and fads. Trading is the best. Absolute best use case of cryptocurrency, in my opinion. And the beautiful thing about our revenue model is that all of that activity from those new traders, from millions of traders, all of that futures trading activity has to be and will be efficiently captured by the Digitex token. The market cap of the Digitex token must represent the activity and the deposits and the balances of millions and millions of traders that are going to discover Digitex. That is just going to blow the token to, not even to the moon, to beyond the moon. The zero fee trading revolution really is here. Zero fee trading, it really is, it's kind of the buzzword at the moment. A lot of people are interested in it. Robinhood added something like 3 million new accounts in Q1 of this year. There's massive interest in zero fee trading, and Digitex has really nailed the revenue model for giving people a great exchange that's easy to use, that does not charge you any commissions. We've really nailed that revenue model. So great things ahead, really great things ahead, very exciting, especially during the current time. These COVID times, the world's gone crazy. The economies are collapsing. People are stuck at home. They're looking for a way to make money online. They're looking for a way to make money at home. And we're offering them a genuine product, a real, actual thing that it's not a gimmick. There is no catch. You can go on there, and if you learn scalping, you've got a little bit of discipline, a little bit of patience, you can actually make money on there. You can actually, grind it out and make $200 a day, $500 a day, $100 a day, whatever level you're at. And that is a very real possibility. We've got traders on there now that are making daily, consistent profits. And that's just going to scale and scale and scale, because, like I say, there is no catch. This is not a gimmick. We've added this cryptocurrency to this futures exchange model. It's I would just like to point out, it's not, it's not just some magic bullet. It's not just, you can just add a cryptocurrency to an exchange and it'll work. At the core of it, you still have to create a great product. It's the same as any product, even if it's volume-based transaction fees. You have to create a great product that works and is liquid and people want to use. It's the same with this. At its core, it has to be a great product, and that's what we've created. We have created a great product. It took me a while. What we had last year with the last development team that I will remain unnamed. We could have launched that. We could have got away with it. It was technically okay to launch, but I just knew it was no good. It was shit. It wasn't going to work. We were going to just die a slow death if we launched that. I took a lot of criticism for canceling the launch at the last minute. We lost a lot of people over that, but I really had no choice. If we'd have launched that, we would have just gone the way of every other cryptocurrency token. I had to be unreasonable. I had to just get it the exact way that I wanted it, because this really is just scratching my own itch. This isn't a gimmick that I came up with to jump on the cryptocurrency bandwagon. I've wanted to create a zero fee futures exchange for 20 years. I just didn't know how I was going to do it. Now I'm doing it. I had to get it right the way I wanted. We've done that, and fortunately it has turned out as a great product. The reviews are just amazing. The response to it has been overwhelmingly positive. The guys that are using it just raving about it. And today is the first day we open to the public, and when we really start cranking up that marketing. So exciting times ahead. As I say, and I'm probably going to say it a bunch of times, this is not the finish line. This is the start line. We're starting now at 10 cents, and very exciting times ahead. All right, well, I could go on. I'm going to be talking at you all day, so we've got a bunch of good traders and guests coming up. So we got an extra co-host. I've got a co-host helping me out today. So instead of you just having to listen to me all day, we've got the lovely Andrea Ocampo, who's going to be helping me, and she's going to be co-hosting, introducing the guests, announcing the winners, all that kind of thing. So over to you, Andrea. It's great to have you. Thanks.
Thanks, Adam. Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here today. I know a lot of you have been waiting for this day to come for a long, long time, and we are finally here. The Digitex Futures Exchange is officially open to the public. And if you've been waiting to get on our exchange to trade with zero commission fees using our one-click ladder interface, you can sign up now and start trading. So today we're going to have a lot of special guests here with me and Adam, and we're also going to be giving out tons and tons of prizes. $250,000 worth of Digitex plus merchandise, and we'll be taking live questions from our community. Guys, please throw your questions into the live chat and we'll do our very best to have them answered for you. So I think we're ready to introduce our first guest of the day. All right, friends, he probably doesn't need much of an introduction. He's one of crypto's earlier adopters, having studied Bitcoin and blockchain since 2014. In 2017, he started a YouTube channel as a side gig, and now, thanks to his endless energy and enthusiasm, he's one of crypto's top influencers. He broadcasts every morning from his base in Stockholm, covering all the biggest news, reviews, and hot tips from all over the cryptocurrency space. He's been featured in Forbes, he's run his own trading academy, and he has over 235,000 subscribers. We're proud to say that he's been supportive of Digitex and has recently traded Digitex as one of his top undervalued altcoins to watch. A massive warm welcome to Ivan on Tech.
Good to be here. Good to be
There
here.
he is.
And
You're
nice
right,
to be
mate.
speaking. Nice to be speaking with you, Adam. It's been a journey that you've done with Digitex.
Oh yeah,
and especially
journey, right.
since everything that happened last year. So can you please tell us about how you managed to pull this together and deliver such a fantastic product that is working? And I've personally tried it, works amazingly well. Please tell us about how you've managed to pull this all together and deliver.
Well, it could have been done a little smoother, right? I think one motto that maybe counts to me is if you're going to be dumb, you got to be tough. I think it was just really persistence. It was just just not taking no for an answer. Really, it was a lot of these ICOs that started off. I think a lot of them get called scams. I don't think a lot of them were scams. I think they're unfairly called scams. I think they're just tech startups, and the chances of you getting it right are just vastly stacked against you from the start. You know, you're going to make a lot of mistakes. You're going to do things wrong. You know, 90% of them will just fail anyway, I think. So obviously some of them were scams, but yeah, it was just persistence and hard work, really. And to be honest with you, I'd taken money off so many of my friends, you know, before the ICO that I could not go back and say, oh, sorry guys, you know, you know, it just wasn't an option. So there was that in the back of my mind too.
Yeah, and that truly shows character because as I said, the exchange is working fantastically well. I've tried it. I'm very curious how you really build the ladder interface. I've heard from friends who are very interested in the exchange and also investors that you've been doing ladder interfaces in the past as well. The way that the Digitex looks like and how people use it is very different from all other exchanges. So please tell us a bit about that, because it's very nice both on mobile and on desktop. So how did you really design it, and what was the thought with it?
Well, a lot of people don't know, I actually developed my first ladder trading interface in 2004, like 16 years ago, for when I was a betting exchange trader. I was trading on Betfair. I was trading horse racing prices for a living. I was just, you know, trading the favorite for 10 minutes just before the race starts, then go to the next one. So literally just trading every race, every day, scalping again, very, very short-term trading. And I got what's it called, carpal tunnel in my hand one day because I was just doing so many clicks, and I remembered from the futures trading days, you know, the ladder is you know, has always been a popular interface on the futures markets, but for some reason it never made it into, you know, kind of the retail area. It didn't make it into the betting exchanges. Even now it hasn't made it onto cryptocurrency exchanges. So yeah, I just developed that in 2004, and that's still going today. 16 years later, people are still using that. So I knew that the ladder had legs. You know, I knew it was a very popular thing. I enjoyed using it, and that's really a lot of what's happened with Digitex. It really is just building something that I wanted. It wasn't, like I said before, it wasn't jumping on a bandwagon. It's just something that I built for myself. It's how I would use it, what I wanted. So I think that's why it's turned out good, because I figured as long as I want to use it, as long as it works the way I want, there's probably going to be a bunch of other guys that feel the same.
Another important aspect is the volume that you guys have been delivering, and the fact that already in these early days of the exchange, it has a lot of volume, and I even read that it's billions, 2.8 billions approximately that you guys posted. So is it only people who trade, or do you have bot integrations as well, or that is coming in the future?
Well, that's the amazing thing about that figure, because we don't even have the public API linked up yet. I think that's coming next week. It's ready. It's on the test net. People have been using it, and we're ready to roll it out to the main net. So that is manual traders just going crazy on the ladder without even an API. So I expect those numbers will probably rise even more. But the thing with that ladder trading interface, it does encourage very high volume trading. You know, when you trade with a ladder on a fee charging exchange, as I did on the futures after the pits closed, I mean, trading on a ladder on a fee charging exchange is a quick way to the poorhouse. You know, it can bankrupt you, because it's just so easy to just place trades and, you know, just get out and get back in and get back. So I was surprised that the volume reached that kind of numbers too. I just really could not believe that we're at that kind of position this early on. So very, very promising. It's amazing to me that we've got that much volume without even an API. So I think it's going to get a lot more, and without even people being able to sign up. These were invited people onto the mainnet. You know, today is the first day where people can actually go and sign up and use it. So yeah.
Why don't you think more exchanges follow the same direction that you're heading into with the zero fees? Because there are many exchanges that are competing with each other right now in the crypto market, yet we don't really see a lot of zero fee exchanges. Do you think it will become a trend that other exchanges will do the same as you do?
I think the zero fee, you know, commission-free trading is definitely a trend. You know, Robinhood, like I said, that added 3 million new accounts the first quarter of this year. You know, there's other ones that are doing really well. I think it is the trend. It is kind of the buzz at the moment. I think there are going to be more exchanges coming out with zero fee models. Obviously, someone's going to try and copy us, but you know, good luck to them. I don't think we're Digitex, you know, they're just not going to beat us. There's something about, you know, a lot of cryptocurrency projects, you know, they might have the good idea, they might have the good execution, they don't have the marketing with it. You know, cryptocurrency is generally, it tends to be the idea of a couple of guys in a garage, and they don't really have the ability to either implement it properly, or if they do, their marketing sucks. So it's a combination of everything. It is a tricky revenue model, you know, that you have to establish the cryptocurrency, our particular revenue model. You have to establish that cryptocurrency, you have to establish its value, you have to be able to establish that you can sell a small number of tokens into the market without crashing the price. You know, we've shown we can do that. Our treasury is selling tokens, and you know, like, you know, the token price has just gone up and up and up. So it's a tricky revenue model. I think there are going to be people copying it. I don't think there's going to be too many people copying it, because it is difficult to get right, and it's difficult to sell a zero fee thing to, you know, investors and stakeholders.
So looking at the cryptocurrency part of it is also very special, because we don't see a lot of other exchanges do it at the moment. As far as I know, you're the first to launch at that scale with your own token. What else, except being a revenue model, what else is the use case of the Digitex token? The fact that you trade against the Digitex tokens, it is a revenue model. What kind of other benefits have you seen with it as well?
With the Digitex token, well, the value of the Digitex token is really its utility as a way of, you know, placing of trading futures with zero fees. So that, you know, the more active a trader you are, the more value it has to you. So it's specifically of interest to scalpers. You know, the Digitex Futures Exchange and the Digitex token is at the moment more of interest to scalpers rather than the longer term traders. Longer term traders, commissions aren't that much of a problem. If you think Bitcoin's going up over the next year and you put on a position, you don't mind paying, you know, the commissions on any one of the other exchanges. It's really the scalper that it really appeals to. So I would say the particular appeal of the Digitex futures is to scalpers, but then having said that, it appeals to, you know, hodlers too, because, you know, if you see what we've got here, what we've built, and the kind of potential that's ahead of us, even if you're not interested in trading, the Digitex token is a great, you know, it's a great high risk, high reward play for someone to just buy a bunch of them and just sit on them. So there's that too.
In terms of how this industry is progressing, I think it's very important to note that with zero fee, you don't have money running from the liquidity pool into the exchange pocket. Instead, it's only the traders that deal with the funds, and the winner, whoever has the correct bet, gets that. So you don't have the house trading against you. So that's key. Another key thing is really how this community will grow. So what kind of plans do you have in terms of marketing? You mentioned that you're gonna go heavy on marketing just before we went live here together. What do you have in mind for that?
We got so much planned. There really is a lot with marketing. The marketing we really took seriously at Digitex, because I mean, we screwed up the development so bad, we had to get something right, you know. So yeah, and you know, I think actually looking back on it, the problems that we had with development and the time that we've had to really get our marketing right, and we had to get our marketing right to survive. I think that in hindsight could have been the best thing that actually happened to us, because as a team, we really focused on the internet marketing side of it. And now that we're ready, you know, like I say, this is day one of our launch, but we're not acting like a day one company. You know, we are coming out strong. We're hitting the ground running. So we have a lot planned with marketing. You know, all kinds of things. Even Digitex TV. I'm thinking this is great. I'm loving this. I'm sitting at my desk. You know, I'm like, I think we should have some kind of like Digitex TV. We've got, you know, we got the blog, the website. We're pretty good at getting campaigns to go viral. Our social media, our social channels are buzzing. We really do have it down. So a lot going on with the marketing. Yeah.
And right now, what we're seeing is that many people want to discover trading. They want to discover new cryptocurrency strategies. Many people are discovering cryptocurrencies for the first time. And especially now with the bull market waking up, it's so important to get in front of them, and so important to be seen even if they're not very, very heavy into crypto. So in terms of mainstream marketing, maybe seen on TV, seen in billboards, do you have any plan for that, or are you mainly focusing on capturing the crypto crowd?
No, the crypto crowd is a great crowd to start with. You know, everyone in crypto kind of knows who we are now. We got a little bit infamous. You know, everyone thought I was some vaporware pump and dump scammer last year, right? So kind of people know who I am for some of the wrong reasons, but you know, now we're proving that we're not. But you know, so the crypto crowd has been a good start. Everyone in crypto knows who Digitex is now, but you know, it's not the crypto crowd by any means that we're targeted. There is massive liquidity waiting in the wings, waiting to be unleashed by literally millions of people that don't know anything about cryptocurrency yet. Like I said before, these gamers, these esports gamblers, all kinds of people that are interested in online games, that kind of thing. Once they discover that this thing exists where there is no mechanical edge against you, where it is genuine, it's authentic, there is no catch, I think what we're going to do to the retail futures market is going to surprise everybody. I think there's going to be a lot of people coming into it that currently just don't know anything about it, and we're going to get right in front of them. We're going to do very effective marketing. We're going to go as mainstream as we can. We're going to try and get on TV. We're going to try and get in all the major magazines, and we're going to do that, all the major publications. Yeah, we're definitely going for mainstream because this has mainstream appeal, especially now. You know, like, you know, I mentioned COVID earlier. The COVID times, people are looking for a way to make money. There's a lot of people hurting right now. If you give them something that's real, something that actually is, you know, there isn't a catch, and there are people making money doing it, I think that's a very powerful message to put in front of people, and I think it is going to get taken up. I think it's going to go mainstream. We are aiming for mainstream.
I've tried the website. I've also tried the mobile version of the website, and they both look good and they work great, especially the desktop one. The mobile one also looks good, but there is just a simple ladder. What do you have in terms of features?
Oh, sorry, you've frozen up there. Did he just freeze up there?
Basically as it is right now.
Oh yeah, sorry mate, can you ask that question again? You froze up for a second. Our first technical hitch. How about that? I feel like it's a rite of passage. Right, go on.
So I've tried the desktop website. I've tried the mobile website, and on mobile you just have the ladder. The ladder show up on the screen, so there are no charts, and it's very simple to use. But will there be any mobile app? Will there be more features? What is your technical roadmap in terms of developing the exchange further?
Absolutely, yeah. We're gonna go for a mobile app because a lot of the markets that we're going for, you know, in Asia particularly, you know, that a lot of people are just they're accessing the internet from mobile phones. You know, in Indonesia, I think there's more mobile phones than there are people. So, you know, obviously the mobile app is a very big focus of what we're doing. The actual desktop, the desktop application that we've got now, we're already designing version 2. You know, like I say, this is our launch day, but it's really not. We've been around for a while. We're already redesigning it. We've already got multiple markets coming. We've got multiple ladders on the same page, so you'll be able to do one-click trading between. You know, there's Bitcoin on one ladder, you know, Ether USD on the other one, and the gold market on the other one, and you can be trading with a single click across all markets. So that's going to be very appealing. The user programmable bots that we've got coming, that's something I'm very excited about, where people can just go in, set their parameters, maybe go on the scalping bot, the market making bot, the crazy gambler bot, whichever bot they want, they set their parameters, what they're comfortable losing, and press the go button. I think that's going to be very big. So yeah, there's a lot going on in the development pipeline. We finally did figure out development. It took me a little while longer than it should have done, but you know, like I said before, it's kind of a blessing in disguise, because now I feel that we're better than we would have been, and we've got the marketing right. So there's a lot going on in the development pipeline right now.
And what kind of lessons have you learned in terms of development? What was the most valuable lesson that you learned and that you could tell yourself maybe 2 years, 3 years earlier in terms of getting the product right, the developers right, and delivering the product?
Just to be a lot more involved than I was. The first development team, you know, we didn't get close to launching that as a production thing, but you know, I'm not really gonna slag them off. It was as much my fault as it was theirs. I was based somewhere else. They were in Dublin. I was visiting them regularly, but I wasn't really with them. You know, I wasn't really translating my vision of what I wanted. I knew what I wanted. I knew how important the tiniest little details are, but obviously they didn't know that, and how would they if I didn't really just hammer it home. So I think it's just to be a lot more involved in development. That's also why the second time failed, because I actually moved to Cyprus to be involved with that, but they wouldn't even let me in the office to talk to the developers, so I couldn't really get in there. I think that's why that failed, because they just made something that was it was just no good. And so the third time, that's when I moved to Moscow. I sat in the Smart Deck offices there with the team every day in the office. I was there for like 8 months or more. I was there for like a year on and off, about 8 months in total, and just got very involved with the development process. Caught a lot of the, as it goes off track, you catch it very quickly when you're there and you get it back on track. So that would be my advice. Just be a lot more involved in the development process. Even if you're not, a trained programmer, you still got to be there physically with them, I think.
Finally, I want to ask you about the decentralized exchanges that we're seeing right now. There is a bigger and bigger movement that are the decentralized exchanges, and they work pretty well. There are still a lot of fees involved. It's far from zero fee. But do you see long term that we're gonna trade all on decentralized exchanges, or do you think that even in the future there's gonna be exchanges that are more centralized?
I don't think we're all going decentralized. I know a lot of people do value decentralization a lot, especially the crypto crowd. It's very important to them. A lot of people don't care. A lot of people, a centralized exchange in many ways is a lot better than a decentralized exchange. The servers are faster, they're more reliable. You can do, a model where you can do, if you're doing everything on your own server and not hitting the blockchain every time, you're saving time, you're saving gas costs. So I see the benefits of decentralized exchanges, but I think there's always going to be a place for centralized exchanges, especially with the shorter term traders who are a lot more sensitive to the time and the cost of placing a trade.
So Adam, I wish you good luck. It's been very interesting to follow the whole journey, both up and downs, and a big shout out to you for delivering the product. It works very well. I've tried it both on desktop and mobile, as I've told you, and looking forward to more updates, looking forward to more features. So best of luck to you, and thanks for hosting me here.
Excellent, thank you. I really appreciate you coming on. I remember seeing I remember after the second development failure, I remember seeing a video where you were kind of sticking up for me. I think you still weren't sure whether we were a scam or not, so you had to be careful. But
I thought, Adam, I thought that it's an exit scam. But that's what I'm telling you, that it's good to see the journey. I mean, both ups and downs. When you see someone fail like you did at that time and then recover completely, that's where character is showed. So
it's a great story, right? It's a great story. Yeah, but I really appreciate your support now. I really appreciate what you've done, what you've said recently. To have the support from someone of your caliber, it means a lot to us. So really appreciate it. Thanks very much for coming on. And I'll be speaking to you soon. Cheers, mate. Thank you. All right then. So that was a good interview. I loved that. All right then. So back to Andrea now, and she's going to announce some of our winners.
All right, folks. We can confirm that our first 200 lucky prize winners have just had their accounts credited with $200 US worth of Digitex tokens. So make sure you're checking your wallet on the Digitex Futures Exchange regularly to see if you're one of our lucky winners. And remember, you can only be in with a chance of winning if you're logged into your Digitex Futures mainnet account and you have a minimum deposit of 1,000 Digitex tokens. All right, it's time for more Q&A with Adam. So over the last week, we've been collecting all the most burning questions from our community, which we'll be working throughout the day in between the scheduled lineup of our special guests. So we literally have dozens of questions around what's coming up on the Digitex Futures Exchange. So Adam, let me ask you the first burning question from the community. What's next for the Digitex Futures Exchange?
Well, I feel like I kind of just answered a few of those questions with Ivan, but I don't mind going over them again because, like I say, this may be day one officially, but we've been working on this a while. So we're already working on version 2 of the Digitex Futures Exchange. It's got a nice redesign. We've got multiple ladders on the same page, different markets, not just Bitcoin, USD. The user programmable bots, I'm very excited about. I think that's really going to help with liquidity. That's going to be a big thing. And we've got a lot of other things coming that aren't related. Well, they are related in some way to the Digitex Futures Exchange, but I'm not going to talk about those on this. Focused on Digitex Futures Exchange, basically just a much better product, a much smoother product. It looks nicer, it works better. Still the fundamentals, still the same, 0 fees, easy to place trades, just smoother, better. We've got the API coming out next week too. So just general improvements, just constant development and onwards and upwards.
Our next question, can you please explain in more detail yesterday's blog post where you said you're refunding all the system gains made by the liquidation engine? Yeah, that confused a few people. There was a few people didn't really know what I was talking about there. So when I built the Digitex Futures Exchange, it was very important that there was no mechanical edge at all working against the trader. It has to be somewhere where you can go on there and you can make money, and we're not drawing any money out of that liquidity pool. Whatever the traders put in there to trade with swills around until, being won and lost, until the winner, rightfully so, because he's won it, decides to withdraw it. Until it's withdrawn, it keeps swilling around. That was very important to me. And I just focused on 0 fees because that's what had affected me in my trading life. So 0 fees was something that I focused on. The liquidation engine was something like we tacked it onto the end. It was we've got to have a system of, we've got highly leveraged traders. We need a liquidation system. What do the other cryptocurrency exchanges do? Let's just do that. So we copied what all the other major cryptocurrency futures exchanges do, which is, if you've got a short position here, your liquidation price point is here, but we give you the bankruptcy price here because you have to get penalized. The reason you have to get penalized is we have to top up this insurance fund constantly for the time when you take it to liquidation and it's very volatile and we can't get out of the position. So the exchange needs to build up this insurance fund in order for those rainy days, and it builds up those insurance fund by penalizing the traders that take their losing position all the way up to the liquidation point. That's how all the other exchanges do it. Since we opened to the, since we did the soft launch, I've been looking at the liquidation engine and the liquidation system, and now I realize why these other exchanges use it. It's a great system. It just prints money. It's great. It makes money. It's constantly taking money off traders. It's pulling money out of the liquidity pool. It's exactly what I don't want the exchange to be doing. It's another form of, taxing the traders. Yes, the money goes into the insurance fund, but that insurance fund just builds and builds and builds forever. Stays on their balance sheets. They say it's not theirs, but it looks like theirs to me. It looks like they've just got a bunch of money that they've taken off traders. So it just doesn't sit right with me. It seems to me to be a way that it is a mechanical edge that works against the trader. So I haven't figured out exactly how I want to replace that system yet, because I do see that you do need this system where you're putting money into the insurance fund because one day the insurance fund might be needed. I get that. I just don't like the way we take money from traders to get that into there. It just doesn't sit right with me. So the refunds that I'm making, it's not if you had any loss and you were stopped out, we'll give you that entire loss back. We're giving you the system gain that we made. So we stopped you out here, we gave you this worse price, we keep the change and put it into the insurance fund. That keeping the change that we've been doing for the last few months, we're just giving all that back. We're giving all that back to the traders that we took that money from, so that there is literally now no mechanical edge working against the trader in any way, anywhere. The exchange doesn't take out one Digitex token from that liquidity pool ever for any reason. So that's why I wanted to do that. We've got a few ideas on how to replace that system with something that will work for
when the markets do get very volatile and we may need an insurance fund. But you got to remember, we already have an insurance fund. We have a large insurance fund right now. So it's not something we have to worry about exactly right this minute. We don't need to be collecting money from traders right now because we have the insurance fund. So while we don't need to be doing it, I don't want to be doing it. Now that system is still built. We haven't developed a new system. So that system is still in existence on the exchange, and you will still get liquidated and given the worst price. But going forwards, we won't be keeping that change. We'll take it because the system takes it, but then we're going to refund it back to you. So that's my explanation of yesterday's blog post. A few people misunderstood what I meant, but it really was just, I was just looking at the profits we were making, the system gains we were making, and it just didn't sit right with me.
All right, folks, don't forget you can also post your questions in the YouTube chat, and we will be answering as many as we can during the time we're streaming live. We can't guarantee we'll have time for all of them, but we're going to do our best. All right, our next guest made his first investment at the tender age of 16 years old, and from that moment, he knew he wanted to be a trader. After losing 100% of his trading account 3 times, he learned that he needed to focus on managing the risks and emotions if he was going to achieve trading success. He did, and over the last 13 years, he trained and mentored over 10,000 students through his own trading academy to help them replicate his methods. He now runs a successful podcast and YouTube show that has ranked #1 in the Apple iTunes podcast rankings across multiple countries, and he's also a sought-after public speaker on the trading and crypto circuits. He has interviewed Adam last year in Moscow when we were still developing and was one of the traders with early access to the DFE mainnet. Please join me in welcoming Craig, aka Trader Cobb.
You all right, mate?
Hello, mate. How are you?
G'day, mate. How's it going, mate?
Mate, I'm well. Geez, it's been a while since we've spoken. Hey, well done on everything you've put together, mate. Wow.
Hey, I'm as surprised as anybody. Yeah, it was Moscow,
hey, look,
right?
you know, we spoke. I heard you on the show quite some time ago, and look, you know, I love speaking with traders because that's my whole life. That's what I do. I am a trader, and it's everything that I've been involved with. And when you spoke to me about what you were talking about with the ladder system, I love the idea, and now I actually get to use it. And I just wanted to say a big congratulations, mate. I think you've done a fantastic job, and I'm absolutely honoured to be a part of your launch. So thank you very much.
All right, thanks. I mean, that really means a lot for me. I know how good you are, how experienced you are. Coming from someone like yourself, that does mean a lot. I really appreciate you saying that. Thank you.
Mate, you've given us something that didn't exist. And look, I traded through the 2017 boom, right? I mean, I've traded for 15 years now. I've traded foreign exchange, bonds, commodities. I've run funds. I've been involved in trading for, like I said, my whole life. The frustrating thing that I had through 2017-18, and we discussed this on my podcast, was the lack of orders, the lack of professionalism as far as trading tools goes. I mean, you know, what you've replicated it's fantastic, not just for me as a retail user, but it's really, really important that we, as people pioneering the space, give professional traders the ability to use the right tools that they're used to. So you go from trading futures on the S&P, you're using a ladder, right? You're trading tick charts, you're on the low time frames, you're going hard at it. You've created a ladder for crypto, and mate, I'm stoked. Like, I'm so bloody happy for what you've done.
Excellent, thanks, mate. Yeah, I mean that was really why I looked at cryptocurrency and I was like, what is this shit? What is going on here? I mean, obviously, none of the people that have developed any of these exchanges have ever stood in a pit. They've never traded an actual futures contract. They've never actually used this. They've just come up with an idea to make some money, and you know, how can we maximize the value from every user we've got? And yeah, I just came at it from that different angle. I just had this vision for so many years that I wanted a zero fee exchange. I was, you know, that's just what I wanted, and that's what I built. So it really means a lot for you to say that. Thanks. I mean, shall we have a look at it right now? Let's shall we move over to the UI?
Yeah,
guys?
bring it up, mate.
Yeah. So hey, it's already getting busier. You know, we just opened up the sign up form to the public and it's already getting busy. It already looks busier to me. But yeah, I mean, look how
You've
nice
already
this
pumped
is.
a bunch of volume through before you even went live, right?
I know, the volume was just unbelievable. I just can't believe the volume that went through there. We did $2.9 billion worth of futures contracts on Tuesday. I mean, what the hell?
I mean, one thing that blew my mind, right, is, I was on your mainnet testing the thing out and getting used to the platform and using it. I've been privileged to be in early to be able to use it, and I'm fiddling around and I'm getting used to it. I had the test net first, then I went to the mainnet, and mate, I'm thinking, okay, well they're not launched properly. That's coming on Friday night. Like for me, it's 11:45 p.m. right on a Friday night in Sydney. All right. So for me, I'm like, right, they haven't launched. I'm a part of a small group that are using the platform. Mate, I didn't get slippage.
I know.
Now, you know what slippage is, but your audience might not know. Slippage is when you don't get the fill you want and it slides up the order book. You had enough liquidity there to trade at volume.
I know. The liquidity right now is insane. I mean, I'm just going to do a quick demonstration. So, with the price of the price of the contract value is 222 Digitex, which you can see at the bottom right here. That's the value of, 10 cents a token. That's about $22 is one futures contract. So it means about 500. If you do 500 futures contracts on the Digitex Futures Exchange, it's about the equivalent of buying and selling one Bitcoin. It's like one Bitcoin's worth of futures. So bearing that in mind, if I'm just going to show that this is real liquidity, right? This isn't wash trading now. Bearing that in mind, let's do 25,000. This is like doing 50 Bitcoins, right? This is buying and selling 50 Bitcoins. Click, boom, instant fill. I just got filled instantly for 50 Bitcoins right there. If I sell it now, right here on this, let's go.
Hang on. On the same price.
Right, yeah.
On the same tick.
Yeah, so there was no slippage there. If I want to go for just the bid right now, if I want to sell 50 Bitcoins worth of futures contracts, I just click here, one click, boom, it's done. It was instantly filled. It's like, let's go up to the 100,000 mark. So 100,000, I'm going to lose a bunch of money now on purpose. So 100,000 contracts. This is like buying or selling 200 Bitcoins worth of futures contracts. So if I click here,
big position.
Exactly. I'm going for the offer here. I got 15,000 on the offer, and now I'm on the bid there. It's getting filled. It's getting filled. It's constantly getting filled. The price has moved up, so I'm not filled on that. If I wanted to just hit the rest of it, if I want to go, wait, have I got enough?
Just take it out of the order book.
Yeah. If let's do 50,000. If I click here, I get filled instantly. I mean, see how fast that is. It's ridiculous how.
Now, can I just say one thing while you're there, Adam, while you're doing this demonstration? What people in this space, I think a lot of people haven't traded other instruments, right? A lot of people in crypto are only in crypto. Now, this ladder system that you've got, this is how I would trade the S&P mini, the ES, the NQ, the TF, or the YM. They're the mini contracts of the major US indices. And what you've created here is the platform to be able to do it the way I would do it on the ladder. But more importantly, because it's one thing to be able to have the tool. The most important thing is getting filled.
Right.
Now, I trade across a multitude of platforms, mate. Because if you're trading on, if you're risking a certain amount, so if I risk 5,000 USD on a trade, right, and my stop loss is $50, that position is going to be quite large as far as the amount of contracts, right? Now I expect to get some slippage on certain platforms. You haven't even gone, you're going live now, mate. If you can, and I say this sincerely, and I say this as a question, a quasi question at the same time. If you can bring the volume in that I can get fills without climbing too high on the order book, mate. I mean, that's
I know.
You're providing a liquidity service that allows me to trade as a trader and minimize my risk on the slippage, which means that if I'm going to risk 5,000, I might risk 4, knowing that the slippage might cost 5, right?
Right.
If I know I'm going to get very tight spreads, I'm probably also very tight fills. I'm more than likely going to risk the full 1%, knowing that I've got bugger all slippage. So as a trader to a trader, that's like a professional, right? I'm not just fiddling around. That's incredibly important, and it's all settled back into the Digitex token, right?
Right. I mean, the value of that, all the value of the trades that liquidity begets liquidity, basically. The liquidity is created by the scalpers, but that liquidity attracts other types of traders who may not be that interested in the zero fee stuff. They're just interested in the ability to get in and out of large trades quickly. So that liquidity.
Well, that's exactly right.
Yeah, and it's people like yourself that'll come along attracted to that liquidity. I mean, you can see here I'm just buying and selling 100,000 contracts at a time. That's like 200 Bitcoins worth. I get filled instantly. Look at that.
Straight through.
One click, I'll get out of it. If I'm willing to go one price deep, I can get rid of the whole lot. If I want to just hit the bid, I could probably get, I can get most of it. If I go one price deep, click, the whole 100,000 instantly gone. This isn't, a lot of people were thinking, oh, you did $2.9 billion on Tuesday. It's obviously wash trading. It isn't. Yeah. Look at me. I've got 100,000.
That's what people will say.
Right, but look, click. Oh, now I've got balances not enough because I've already lost a bunch of money. Let me take it down to 50,000. 50,000. There's 90,000 contracts just on the offer. Just one click, and I've got 50,000.
So it absorbs it very easily. Yeah.
Right. I mean, on the bid, it's right there. Click. I'm out. It's it's real liquidity. That's the thing. And I'm as surprised as anybody else, to be honest with you. My market makers right now are about 2 to 3% of the bids and offers that are on this ladder. There's 220,000 contracts on the bid. There's 280,000 contracts on the offer. That's like 560 Bitcoins worth. 600 Bitcoins worth on the bid. It's insane.
Are we
liquidity.
Live now for everyone?
Yeah, everyone's seeing it.
You've got top 100 token price, right? You're in the top 100. You've had massive success. There's a huge amount of excitement around the platform. And I will say one thing to you, mate. I'm really proud to say that I'm going to be working to give education to your members, which I'm very, very excited about. There's one thing using a platform. There's another thing knowing what you're looking for. I trade by checklist systems, mate, and that's I've been trading 15 years, worked under some very good mentors, and look, I'll be dead honest, mate. Like what I do, I've not recreated the wheel. I've just learned from good people and written it down in a checklist system. And your members are going to get the opportunity to learn those checklist systems through a series. So
right. I was just going to ask you.
Platform.
I was going to ask you about that because one of the great things about our platform, we've given them the tools to to place the trades. We're giving them the liquidity there, and now we're going to introduce. Thankfully, you're going to work with us. You're going to help train our traders too. Someone of your caliber that's giving training and tools to these people, teaching them how to best use this tool, how to best use this liquidity. So I'm really looking forward to what we're going to do together. I think we're gonna do a lot of great things together. I'm really looking forward to what you're gonna do with our users. So I really appreciate you doing that.
Man, the word you kept saying was I think, and I get it. It's a very easy thing to say, but one of the things that traders make the mistake of doing is thinking. For me, I'll show you right now. Like I've got my 3 checklists. Now I've been trading these checklists. I mean, I've been trading for 15 years, but I've been working on these checklists full time at 12. Now I've got the literal checklist. Now I'm not any better than the checklist. Now, of course, they're ripped up because I've got 2 young children and life's life. But I can tell you right now, mate, the only way to be a successful trader, Adam, you know this, but for the audience more so, you can't think. Thinking is opportunity cost. It's always cost me money if I've had a theory or a thought. Now, I don't care about anything other than what the chart tells me. And the way that I teach and the way that I trade is that if I'm going to bake a chocolate cake, I don't need to know the ingredients for baking a caramel slice, right? So I focus on those ingredients to create that chocolate cake. And let's not talk about all the other BS around it. I don't give 2 hoots, mate. It's all about what do I need to make this chocolate cake great. Now, just like you can't and I can't, we're not going to go and make the best cake in the world first time. If you try that 100 times and you keep focused on the process, mate, you're gonna get better and you're gonna do well. And that's what it's all about.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people.
Man.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize they put a little too much thought into trading. Trading is, if you just see, the average successful trader in the pits in London, he was not a genius. He was not an Einstein. He just took quick action.
Hungry.
Yeah, he was aggressive. He was quick. He really did not think a lot. So I think you're absolutely spot on with what you're saying there.
Well, I worked when I was in London. I was in London for 6 years as well. And I worked in an office with 4 traders. One of them worked for a massive banking institution that I won't mention and got a big bonus. And there was myself and 2 others that were proper traders, right? And he went from an analyst position. And we're trading the ES, the YM, the TF, all that. And he would go, we were in and out of our trade, right? Using a ladder system, literally exactly the same as what you've created for us in crypto. And he would go, why did this happen? And we're like, dude, no one's paying you to know the why. You got to get in, you got to get out. You've got to be decisive. And without having a plan in place, well, you can't be decisive because you're not confident, right?
Absolutely. So I'll tell you what, mate, why don't you tell us exactly what you're going to do with us? So we're going to be doing a lot of work with you. Why don't you tell our viewers right now what exactly you're going to do for our users?
Yeah, sure. Look, I've got probably my most well-known trading strategy. I have 3 strategies. The one that's the most used, most common, and probably the one that resonates with the larger public is what I call the crypto cradle trading strategy. Now, what we're doing with Digitex is we've got a 4-part series. The whole course is broken into 4 different chapters. And the reason it's broken into 4 different chapters is because to start a business, you need a plan. A lot of people want to come in and, sex sells, right? They want to jump straight into bed. Now, we've got to plan the thing out. I don't just teach you how to trade, I teach you how to run a business. Plan out what you're going to do to start off with. That's part 1. Part 2, the next week, is going to be about learning the ingredients. So my analogy with the chocolate cake scenario is I'm not going to teach you things you don't need to know for the strategy I'm going to teach you. So we'll learn the ingredients. And don't worry, it's not just me talking to you. You're going to do the bloody work because there's practicals and you've got to get stuck in. Ask questions throughout, do what you've got to do. Part 3, you get the full trading strategy and a huge amount of practicals to work out and go through the checklist. Have a notebook with you and have your little screenshot thing. So take the screenshots that you wish to have. I've got no problem with you taking every screenshot, every slide. No issue at all. We go through the course, we go through the whole checklist system. Part 4, do not miss it. Because if you miss that, you miss the most important part of trading. It's risk management. It's not just risk management, it's keeping records so that you can grow and be a better trader. Trading, 20% is the actual strategy. 80% is you. And that's why a lot of what I focus on is building the individual up to a position where they understand who they are, what they're doing, they're following a plan, a structure, and a checklist. If you can do it that way, you can test and measure it, and that way you can grow. And it costs you nothing to learn. That's the thing. Sounds
great to me. We're going to be promoting the hell out of that. We're going to be putting it on our blog. We're going to be putting it on our website. We're going to be sending it out to our email newsletter. I'm really, really happy to have you. I'm so happy that you love what we've built. It's just, I'm really happy. So I'm going to do everything I can. I'm going to do everything I can to promote your course to our users because it just gives them the absolute best chance of winning. I've created the the exchange without the edge. You're telling them how to actually use it. It's just such a great combination. I'm really happy that we're doing that.
Oh yeah, and by the way, I'm going to make sure you know exactly how to use a platform, and I'm going to make sure I do a live demonstration of that as well. I'll also do a recorded demonstration of how to use it. So literally do the course, you'll have the video on how to use a platform, raise orders, put your stops in, use the ladder, the whole kit and caboodle. I'm going to go through everything, and I'm going to make sure you get it, because at the end of the day, I didn't write these checklists, guys, for you. I'll be honest. I wrote these because the person that you meet at the pub who has a beer is pretty spontaneous and a lot of fun. That person's personality is no good at making money in the markets. I've got to, go to a white short sleeve shirt with a brown tie and knock on your door and talk about something that's not interesting to you at all. I've got to become a different person. I've had to checklist everything out to create the personality that I can succeed as a trader. Because spontaneity It's not going to help you as a trader. So I did this for me, and it's resonated with thousands of people all around the world, and I can't wait to bring it to you.
Excellent. And I would just like to point out that all the materials that we're going to be, giving to our users, that is going to be free. You're not going to have to pay anything for this. You're just going to get top class training from, a well-known top trader. And it's going to be good for us too. You're educating my users. I'm probably, the Digitex exchange is going to get a bunch more users from you because you've got massive traffic, right? So it's a win-win for both of us.
Can I just make a point, just for the people that are listening and watching this? And the exchange is there to create you a platform, okay? Now, the exchange will make their money how they make their money. What you want to look for when it comes to an exchange is, do you have the ability to facilitate the tasks as an investor or a trader that you would like to? The second thing is, are they invested in you? Now, how are they invested in you? Now, I've been around platforms for a long time, since middle of 2017, and I've not seen a lot of the big ones invest $1 into their clientele, their order systems, all this sort of stuff. Now, I've left those. What we've got here, or what we all have, you, me, and the whole audience, is we've got a great platform with a ladder system that I'll show you how to use, and you probably already understand that already. But what you got to understand is that this Digitex and Adam and all the team, they're investing in you to become a better trader. And I'll tell you why. It costs them money to get your account. They don't want you to blow out that account, right? They want you to be a long-term client. They want your success because it helps their volume. You've got to understand that these guys genuinely give a shit about you. So use the platform, get on the education and ask questions, because this is as good as it gets, and they are invested in you. And there's not many platforms that can say that. So I just wanted to, sorry, that was quite passionate and a bit brutal. Apologies, Adam, but it's really important what you're doing. I think people need to understand it, mate. They need to get how much you care. It's so important, man.
Thanks again. I mean, that's just so important. That's just so great coming from you. That's just something else. I mean, I really appreciate it.
It's just truth, man. It's just honesty, right? It is what it is, mate. I'm an Aussie. We talk our heart. We tell our truth.
Yeah, you flaming galah.
Right, I'm going to slap you in the face next time I see you, mate.
I got that from Alf in Home and Away. That was my...
Oh, yeah. There's don't look that up on YouTube. You'll find some weird spots for that.
Oh, yeah? All right, then I won't pursue that one. All right, then. Well, it's been great having you. Really appreciate everything you're doing for us. I'm really looking forward to seeing the course. I'm going to go through it myself, see what you're doing for us. And you're absolutely right. What you're saying is, I don't want people to get blown out. I don't want you to come in here and just lose all your money and leave. I want you to just be on here all the time, because why not? It's gonna, it's good for me if you are. It's good for you. It's
your
good for me.
Business model
good for them.
Does better if your clients do better, and
Right.
that's the best way. It has to be that way.
Right.
Your goals and objectives are in line with your clients doing well.
Right, and that's what I like about our revenue model. It's volume-based transaction fees. The company is the company versus the user. You are trying to extract the maximum you can out of each user. We do not have that revenue model. That is just not. All I want is for the futures exchange to be as easy as possible to make money on, and then you'll stick around. That's all I want, because that benefits me. It's not because I'm some nice guy. It benefits me if that's the case. So it really is a revenue model that it's unique. There isn't one like it, and it is aligned with the interests of the users. So I'm glad that you've noticed that, and that you're putting your support behind that too. It means a lot to us. All right then.
More about it, mate.
I think I've got one of these earpieces. I feel like I'm getting like we're up on time. But excellent, really appreciate it. Thanks for coming along. Everyone's gonna look out for your courses on our blog and our newsletter and everything. So Digitex and Trader Cobb, we're gonna be like that, mate. Thanks a lot. Thanks for coming on.
Adam, I'm so stoked for what you've done, mate. I want to say thank you, and I want to say also, credit where credit's due, mate. You talked about this 8-9 months ago on my podcast. You've done it. I've used it. It works, and I'm really proud to be a part of it. To be honest, dead set. I'm proud to be a part of what you've put together, and I wish you all the best, and I'll be a part of it too. I'm very excited.
Perfect. Really appreciate it. Thanks, mate. I mean, I don't know how do we even follow that, Andrea?
I have no clue.
All right, I'll speak to you soon. Cheers.
Good on you, mate. Take care.
Thanks.
Speak to you soon.
Bye. All right, so yeah, what an endorsement. That guy is like the top trader around. For him to be saying that kind of stuff means a lot. All right then, so right now we're going to go back to Andrea and find out who our next bunch of winners are.
All right, friends, in this half hour, we're giving away Digitex branded merchandise to 100 winners. Prizes include Digitex caps and t-shirts. So to find out if you won, you'll need to check your email addresses to see if you've received a winner's email from us. So run right now, and you can only claim your prize if you respond to our email, and you must reply within 24 hours of the start of this event, so by 1 p.m. UTC tomorrow. Once we receive your email, we'll send you a form to complete with your shipping information and size. So make sure you're checking your emails, because if we can't reach you, you can't claim your prize. Now it's time for a little Q&A. Another hot topic in the questions we've been receiving is around the price of the Digitex token, how it's linked to the demand from traders, and plans for creating future demand to drive the price. Right, Adam? Shouldn't you stop selling tokens so that the price can appreciate?
Well, you would think so. That would, you know, if you were looking at it from a one-dimensional perspective, then you could say if you stop selling tokens, then the price will go up. That isn't actually true. The default direction of any token is down. You know, once you create that token, its default direction is to try and go down to zero as fast as it can. You've got to do things to prevent that. The way we do that is, you know, if we can actually sell a small number of tokens, the money that we get from that, we can develop a better product, we can do crazy marketing, you know, we can do the things that will make that token more valuable, that will create more utility for that token, that will create more demand for that token. And we're able to do that by selling tokens. You know, so the trick is, it's not that you can't sell tokens, it's how you sell them. So the way we sell tokens is through the Digitex treasury, and that's a smart contract that had 100 million Digitex tokens in it. Every quarter it releases 10 million Digitex tokens, which are sold in an ongoing public token sale from our website. That token sale has a permanent 5% or more premium on the coin market cap price that's available on the exchanges. So what that means is that we're selling tokens at above the exchanges are selling. So if you want to buy cheaper tokens, by all means go along to KuCoin or HitBTC or Mercatox and buy Digitex tokens that way. But if you don't want to be bothered with dealing with an exchange, or if you want to support the project in some way, you can go, or if you just want an instant trustless transaction without needing any KYC, then you'll go over to our treasury and you'll buy those tokens. But you're paying a 5% premium, which means that you can't just then turn around and just dump them on the exchanges. There's no value in doing that. So it doesn't exert any downward pressure on the price, because most of the people buying from our treasury don't want to be dealing with a cryptocurrency exchange anyway. So it gives us a slightly better price, but it doesn't exert downward pressure. It allows us to, sell tokens without wrecking the price. And that's proven, that's held out. If we look at what's happened this month, the token price went from 4 cents at the start of July to 12 cents. We've been selling tokens all the way through that month. If you look at, actually, if we just go over to the screen, guys, you see, let's refresh CoinMarketCap's price. So CoinMarketCap, the price of the token is 11.27, and we go over to the Digitex treasury and we're selling tokens at 11.95. So you see, we're really not, oh yeah, could we go over to there we go. So here we got the current price of the Digitex token on CoinMarketCap, so it's 11.27, and over on the treasury we're selling tokens at 11.95. So we're not exerting any downward pressure on that price. And if you go here and click on this link here to view the smart contract, you can see everything is just legit. Everything is totally transparent. This is the number of tokens that are left in the smart contract. This is how much they're worth. You can, if you click on here, you can see exactly what transactions are coming in, how much ether's coming in. It's very, very transparent. So in answer to your question, that was a very long answer to your very short question. We can go back to away from the screen now, guys. In answer to your question, selling a small amount of tokens is actually a very, very good thing for the project because it allows us to do a lot of things that create extra demand for the token and which actually make it go up in price, not down.
Okay, great. So our next
Sorry,
question.
it was so long.
That was no problem, very informative. So Adam, how do you further plan to increase demand for Digitex?
There's a lot of ways that we're going to increase demand. Regarding just the Digitex Futures Exchange, it's just, you know, a very busy development pipeline and a crazy marketing plan that is going to really get us mainstream. That's how we're going to increase demand for the Digitex token on the Futures Exchange. We also have very big plans for creating similar platforms to the Futures Exchange that will have the same kind of model where you need to use the token to you need to use the token to get the benefit of no fees or no house edge, and that's going to have the same kind of demand as the Digitex Futures Exchange. You know, the Digitex Futures Exchange has taken the price from 4 cents this month to 11 cents now. If we bring out, for instance, a poker room where you have to play with Digitex tokens but there's no rake, a casino where you can play casino games with no house edge against you, you know, a prediction market, same, no commissions or fees on any of your winnings. There's a spot market coming. We got a Forex market coming. We got, you know, slots where there's going to be no, you know, they pay out 100% of what they bring in, but you've got to be betting with Digitex tokens. There's a lot of things coming on this. You know, this live stream, I don't really want to talk about those things. I want to focus on the Digitex Futures Exchange, but there's a lot of demand coming for the Digitex token from other platforms that we are now starting to develop.
And Adam, what is your price prediction for Digitex in 1 year's time? And where do you think Digitex will be ranked on CoinMarketCap by then?
In 1 year's time, I mean, I don't know the time frames. You know, it goes up and it goes down a little bit. But what we've got planned for this year, I expect us to reach $1 before the end of this year. After that, you know, how quickly it goes, I don't know from there. My grand vision is now $100 for a one Digitex token. I've just completely shifted the way I look at the Digitex token now and the kind of demand that we can create. What has happened in the past 3 months with the Futures Exchange has just blown my mind to the possibilities of what we can do. So I am the biggest bull you can find on Digitex now. I've become obsessed. The volume, the demand we're going to create for it is going to surprise everyone. So number one on CoinMarketCap, that's my prediction.
All right. And Adam, why did you choose the Ethereum blockchain, and will you launch your own blockchain in the future?
Why did we choose it? It was the best one around at the time. It's a great blockchain for creating your own token. You know, you can create your own blockchain, but that's a lot of work, a lot of expense, a lot of development work. The good thing about the Ethereum blockchain is you can just create your own token, and you can really use the Ethereum blockchain as the backbone of it without having to do all that extra work. It served its purpose. It's a great blockchain. It's nothing, you know, no complaints really, but in the future, yeah, absolutely, we're gonna replace it with our own blockchain. We're gonna have the Digitex blockchain, which of course is gonna be 0 transaction fees and that kind of thing.
Well, folks, remember, keep the questions coming in the YouTube chat, and we will get through them as many as we can. So, folks, our next guest is a special one because he has been with Digitex all the time since the ICO, proving himself as a massive supporter over the last few years. He's patiently stuck with us through 2 delayed launches because he always had faith that it would be worth it at the end, and here we are. He runs a successful YouTube channel sharing all his experiences of working and earning money online over more than a decade. He's accrued a massive 361,000 subscribers and 19 million views. Given he's proven such a visionary in spotting the potential of Digitex early on, we're intrigued to hear where he thinks the company can go from here. Please welcome Money Guru.
There he is. You're right, mate. How's it going? Good to see you again. Oh, I don't I don't know if you can hear us. All right. I'll just I'll shuffle.
Thanks, Adam, for calling me on the channel.
Hi, mate.
Doing perfect.
Yeah, you
Same
can hear
over
me.
here. I'm damn excited to see you again after so long.
Yes, it's good to see you again. You've been like one of our. You can hear me, can you? Can you hear me? I don't know. All right, I don't know that you can hear us. So I think we're going to call him right back, try and get a better connection there. I think in the meantime, then, can we just go back to the screen, guys? I think every time we get some kind of a technical hitch, I'll just throw money away. So just to show you the kind of liquidity we've got. So we've got 50,000 contracts selected here. For those of you that might not know how to use the exchange, you click to the left of the price that you want to buy at, and that submits a buy order. To cancel it, you just click on it. You click to the right of the price if you want to sell. So one click and that order goes in there. If it's unmatched, you see it here. If it's matched, then it gets matched straight away. So this kind of volume, as I said, 50,000 contracts is the equivalent of buying and selling about 100 Bitcoins. It's the profit and loss you will get from buying and selling 50,000 clips is the equivalent of buying and selling 100 Bitcoins at a time. Let me just show you how quickly you can get matched. So this bid here, click, instant match. It's still the same bid. It didn't even move the order book. Let me get out of that, click, boom. The offer is still the same. The price literally hasn't moved, and I've just bought and sold 100 Bitcoins. I mean, that is, let me just do that again. Boom, there I had to, there was 30,000 there, so it took an extra 1 second to get filled on the offer. I'm now short 50,000 contracts. I want to get out of that. I can bid here, and I can wait for the price to come down. If the price comes down, let's see if I'm going to get filled on that. You can see there's 100,000 on the offer. I could just get matched right away if I wanted to. If I want to wait for it, then I'm on the bid here. Usually you would wait, but this is a live stream, so let's just, there you go. See, I mean, for people that say that this is, wash trading is, where you have the bid and the offer, and there's usually a gap between the bid and the offer, and what the bots do is they trade with themselves in between the price at prices that you can never get, because the idea of wash trading is that the person doing the wash trading isn't taking any risk. That's not possible when the spread is this tight. The spread is permanently one tick tight on this market. So the only kind of wash trading you can be doing is taking actual real positions and hoping that you could get out of it. That's not wash trading. You're taking actual real positions. So just really like click sold, click bought. That's the kind of liquidity that's on there. I just bought and sold 100 Bitcoins, and the price didn't even move on me. So I'm hearing in my ear now that we've got him back. So let's try again. Shall we? Yo, Money Guru, are you there? Can you hear me? I don't know that he can hear me. Am I going to have to throw more money away now? Because he, your connection just cost me like $1,500, right?
Adam, if you can hear me, your tab is still showing me muted.
Oh, I'm muted. I don't think I'm muted. Give us another minute. So this is the joys of live streaming, I guess.
Okay.
You can hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. I can hear you too. Really glad to have you on the show. Thanks for coming along. You've been like a great supporter of Digitex right from the start. Can't say enough thanks to you. Really appreciate everything you've done for us and for coming on the show today.
It's been glad to be over here back with you again, Adam. It was always like people were calling scam, and now turning. I can see the table turn around, and now people want to buy Digitex because it is finally live.
I know, and we did lose a few people last year. A lot of people did think it was a vaporware pump and dump, but you didn't leave us. You stuck with me, and that means a lot to me. That does mean a lot.
We lost few people. We will get a lot more than them.
Yeah, it's their loss. It's not our loss. It's their loss. They Anyway.
Yeah. So Adam, just give us the audience some updates about Digitex launch. What's new over there for them? What's there with the zero trading fees? Because we are mad by paying all this high fees to these futures contract systems. Like, I will not take the name now, but yes, they charge us a lot of money. But over here we are having zero fees. So can you tell us more about that?
Sure. I mean, as we said earlier, the Digitex Futures Exchange is completely zero fee. Those trades that people just saw me trading on there, not only was I not missing, I wasn't getting any slippage, I was hitting, I wasn't doing maker orders, I was doing taker, I was hitting the bid, I was lifting the offer, and I still wasn't getting charged any commissions. I could do that all day long, just trying to eke out, one tick here, break even, one tick, break even, maybe lose a tick. You can do massive volume through the ladder and just try and scrape out a few ticks over the course of a trading session. And if that tick is worth, $100 a tick to you, or even $50, even $10 a tick, over the course of a trading session, you can make a significant amount of money. You can make an amount of money that you don't have to do anything else but do this. If you can make $100 a day, $200 a day sitting at home in your boxer shorts, that's a very powerful message for a lot of people. There are millions and millions of people for whom that's a very, very attractive proposition, and that really that's the core of what Digitex is about. It's yes, it's zero fees, but the core of it is providing a real genuine product that people can actually use and actually make money on.
Yes, I will say it is the market demand right now to have such an exchange where we will pay zero fees. But as soon as I say zero fees, people will always ask how the exchange will earn. Can you please lighten that so that the people know more about that, how the exchange will earn even after taking zero fees?
Absolutely. So the way it works is we've got the Futures Exchange and we also have the Digitex token. So we have these two things and each supports the other one. So the Futures Exchange operates without charging any fees or anything. It now doesn't even make system gains from liquidations. It doesn't make 1 penny. The Futures Exchange purposely does not and will not ever extract 1 penny from that liquidity pool that is in there. The way the Futures Exchange makes money instead of volume-based transaction fees is we have the Digitex token, and the Digitex token you have to use the Futures Exchange, and that's what creates utility and demand for the Digitex token. So we generate revenue we have the Digitex treasury, and that sells a small amount of tokens in an ongoing public transparent token sale that's constantly going on our website. People can go there, they can buy Digitex tokens at any time they want, and that revenue is what supports the Futures Exchange so that we don't have to charge transaction fees.
So by saying that, you directly or indirectly mean to say that people will have to hodl Digitex token, and at the end the price of the Digitex token has to increase because the people will be using that token to trade on futures trading so that they can save their fees.
Right. I mean, there is, while you hold the token, there is the risk of price volatility while you're holding it, but that risk is something that a lot of traders are willing to take if the overall trend, if the overall direction of that Digitex price is upwards. The longer you hold it, basically the more marketing we do, the better the product gets, the more people we get onto the exchange, the more valuable that token is going to become. So yes, you do have to hold the Digitex token in order to benefit from very liquid markets with no costs at all, but holding the Digitex token is actually a good thing. You can make money from trading on the exchange, and during that time your tokens are also becoming more valuable. So it's actually a double whammy while we're moving up, and for the foreseeable future we're going to be moving up because we've got crazy plans to create just ridiculous demand for the Digitex token.
Yeah, I've seen you that you can easily create the demands. You have the community right now with you, all the support. But the community is asking one question that I was reading in the YouTube live section. how will the system, how will the exchange provide the liquidity? Because I was seeing your ladder system and you were just clicking one single click and the trade was opening and closing without the fees. But how is this liquidity maintained by the system? Can you please explain that?
Absolutely. The liquidity is just other traders on there. The liquidity is not being provided by me or by the exchange. I have market makers on there that if we just go over to the UI again, yeah. So this liquidity, these bids and offers that you're seeing here, typically these of all these bids and offers, my bids and offers for my market makers, which kind of seed the market, are 2 to 3% of what these numbers are. So this liquidity is coming directly from other traders that are trading just like I am doing now. They're probably doing smaller. If you do 1,000, this is just a lot of guys playing with 1,000 lots, 2,000 lots, whatever they're doing, and this liquidity is coming from other traders. It's not me. This 104,000 contracts on the offer here, I'm only 1,000 of that. That's a lot of other traders playing away. So the liquidity isn't being provided by the system. The liquidity is provided by other users. So the more users we get on there, the more liquidity is the more liquid it's going to be. And as I said earlier, liquidity begets liquidity. It's everyone wants to go onto a market where there's liquidity, and that liquid market just gets more and more liquid. So the exchange system isn't providing any of that liquidity. It's all just genuine users that are providing that, placing bids and offers manually.
That's amazing. The ladder view, it looks very nice, and I will have to check it out. I just logged into my account. I will start to trade, and I will try to make a video specific for Digitex so that I can explain my audience how to trade over here.
There you go. That sounds good. Contact Chris. He'll give you a few free Digitex tokens to throw into your account there. You don't need to be buying Digitex tokens, mate. I'll send you some free ones.
But I'm already had a lot of tokens.
I know.
Now sold them.
I know. You're a whale. I know.
And I would like to know about what you say about the centralized exchanges and what you say about the decentralized exchanges. What's the future? Decentralized or centralized?
I think the future is centralized. I think the future is actually a hybrid. When we started Digitex in the original white paper, we did have the idea of being also zero fee and non-custodial. The technology isn't quite there yet for us to do that, because the problem with decentralized is everything has to hit the blockchain, so you can only go at the speed of blockchain, and you have that cost there. So the current technology, the hybrid model, isn't available yet, but it is something that we are still interested in doing. It's something that we do want to do. So when we figure that out, maybe Ethereum 2.0, maybe that will help. We were looking at Plasma. That didn't really turn into anything. All of the plans for hybrid stuff didn't really plan out. So we're at the forefront of looking into that. It's not ready yet, but I think the future is the hybrid model, where you have the speed and reliability of a centralized server, but you have that trustless experience of the decentralized payments. The problem with that on a futures exchange, on a real-time live futures exchange, is just the speed and the cost of those blockchain transactions. So we're still trying to figure that out, but I think the future is a hybrid between centralized and decentralized.
Perfect. At the end, crypto is all about experiment.
Exactly.
Some experiment do wonders. Yeah, some experiment do wonders and some do fail.
Yeah.
And we have to be part of some failures and some success.
Yeah.
And I'm happy that I was part of Digitex from day number one, and it turned out to be a success.
I know you were a huge support. You've been a huge supporter of Digitex right from the start. I don't know how many Indian people we've got because of you. So I mean, everything you've done has been great. And during the dark days of last year, you didn't abandon us. And I remember that. I really appreciate that. So thanks.
I was pressurized a lot by a lot of other
yeah.
fellow YouTubers. I will say that this is a scam. Why are you promoting it? and this will turn out to be a scam and people will lose money. I had a trust, our community had a trust, and I believe that people have made a lot of money with Digitex as well by holding the token.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if as long as as long as you weren't trying to trade it, if you just bought at the ICO and just held on, you've made out like a bandit. You're sitting on 1,000% return right now. So, and this is just the start. We're starting off. Today is the opening day. We're starting off at 10 cents. So, yeah. I mean, a lot of people have made a lot of money. A lot of people are going to make a lot more money. Unfortunately, the events of last year did cause some people to lose money because they bought when we were high and we had that crash. So we do have a lot of haters right now. When people lose money, they tend to be not too amused. They tend to look for blame, and I can understand that. I absolutely understand where they're coming from, and obviously I wish what happened hadn't happened, but it wasn't malice, it wasn't a scam, it was just, development is the devil. Development is very, very difficult to get right. It's time consuming, it's expensive. There's a lot of areas where you can make mistakes, and most of the mistakes were mine. Most of the developers really weren't to blame a lot of the time. It was really me not giving them the right guidance that they needed. So, but yeah, a lot of people have made a lot of money. A lot of people will continue to make money. So that's the main thing, right?
No hard feeling for Digitex, even if it fall from 0.20 cents to 0.10 cents. Reason, people are even holding Bitcoin from $20,000 and it went to $3,000. They are still holding it. So it is all about crypto. You have to ride the ups and downs all together.
Right. Exactly. It's a volatile game, right? If you want huge gains, you have to buckle up, and you have to be careful. You just have to be prepared for it. You're going to get those huge gains. Even when you're getting those huge gains, there are going to be, when it gets to a meaningful amount of money, you're going to get that 20% correction, that 30% correction, where you lose a significant amount of money and you're like, oh shit, I'm out. You get out, and that's when it goes up again without you. It's a very volatile game. If you want the big gains, you have to just be willing to just hang on, even when the amounts get significant. And that's the hard part. That's why most people miss out, because as soon as it starts to come off a bit, that's when they get out, and that's really when you should be buying more.
That is where we refine the main hodlers for the Digitex. And I always firmly believe that there is certain time for everything. Like I always give my audience an example. There was Orkut in the beginning, and everyone said no one can beat Orkut. Then Facebook came in. Then no one said Facebook cannot be beaten. Then Twitter came in. Then Instagram came in. Similarly, in cryptocurrency field, there was Poloniex. Everyone was crazy for Poloniex. Then Bitrex. Now they have all forgotten their name. Now it is Binance everywhere. So now I really believe and I wish that Digitex work and be the #1 in the futures trading competitions thing.
Absolutely. We're going to be #1, and we were #3 the other day before we were even open to the public, and before we've even got an API. We're going to be #1 in the futures space. That's a given. It's everything else I want to be #1 at too. Now the spot market is going to be huge. The way we're going to build the spot market, that's also going to be 0 fee. It's also going to have the ladder trading interface that other spot markets don't have. You're going to be able to trade on the spot market like you can trade on our current futures exchange. The liquidity on our spot market is going to be insane because, 0 fees, high liquidity, one-click trading. A lot of people are going to be on the spot market trading the same way that they do on the futures exchange. So I got big plans for the spot market too. And the good thing about the spot market is that's a great gateway in for all of the other products that we're building too. That, like I say, I don't want to talk about those on this one because I want to focus on the futures exchange. But a successful spot exchange is going to be a really successful, a really effective way of getting everybody in, and then they discover the other joys of the other platforms that we've got that are all no fee, no house edge, absolutely no mechanical edge working against you at all.
One last question I will have for you is, will Digitex be launching on few other exchanges, bigger names?
Absolutely. We just launched on KuCoin. I was really happy to get on KuCoin. That's like the first, you know, like big exchange that we've got that's very respected. That was really a game changer. Getting onto KuCoin, that puts us in front of a lot more people, and absolutely, we're going for all of them. We've got some more exchanges lined up that are probably going to happen in the next month. We're going to go for the bigger ones, but you know, Digitex is going to become so big that we're going to be on every cryptocurrency exchange. You know, anyone that starts a cryptocurrency exchange, you've got Bitcoin on there, you've got Ether, you've got Ripple, you've got all the big ones. They're just going to put Digitex on there because you can't not have Digitex on there. That's the state that we're going to get to. So, you know, in answer to that, yes, we're going to be on all of the exchanges eventually. That's the plan.
That's amazing.
All right.
So
well,
thanks, Adam. Yeah, thanks, Adam, for inviting me to the show. I'm damn happy for the success of Digitex, and I wish it grow even more in the future.
Thank you very much. That means a lot to me. I really appreciate all your support, mate. I remember you've been a massive help. You've been a massive supporter for us in India, and India is a huge market for us. I love India. The Indians love Digitex, so I need to come visit you one day. Where exactly are you in India?
New Delhi.
All right.
Capital.
Okay. The next time I'm in Delhi, I'm going to come stay with you, mate.
100% any day, anytime.
All right. Well, thanks again. Thanks, mate. All right. So that was another great one. Now we're going to go over to Andrea to hear about some more of those winners that we've got.
Well, Adam, we can confirm that the next 200 lucky prize winners have had their accounts credited with $200 worth of Digitex tokens. So make sure you're checking your wallet on the Digitex Futures Exchange regularly to see if you're one of our lucky winners. And remember, you can only be in with a chance of winning if you're logged into your Digitex Futures mainnet account and you have a minimum deposit of 1,000 Digitex tokens. All right, friends, it's time for a little Q&A. Another key theme from our community questions has been around the performance of the Digitex Futures Exchange, particularly with the volatility of the cryptocurrency markets over the last week or so. We've seen some amazing volumes of nearly 3 billion per day, so here are some questions around that. Right, Adam, how is it possible to do such volumes before you've even opened to the public and before the public API is available?
Well, I mean, I think I really covered some of that in the previous guest, but I can repeat it. I don't mind repeating myself because it's so great. Do we want to go over to the screen again, guys? Let's just have a look at this. So, I think what's happened is, you know, it's such a game-changing revenue model. The kind of volumes that are being done on other exchanges, it's being done with that constant break of commissions, just always taking a bite out of everything. You can't just hit things, you know, on a normal fee charging exchange, you know, you can place your, let me do 50,000 so we give some more money away. So, you know, you can place a trade here as a maker and, you know, you don't get charged for that. That's great. That's, you know, a lot of them you've got zero maker fees. A lot of them you don't have zero maker fees. You know, they still charge you for that, but some of them do the maker model where it's free. So, and here, for instance, you can place that trade for free on other fee charging exchanges, but it's when you start hitting bids and, you know, like this, and lifting offers, that's when they start really getting you on the commissions. So I think just what we've created is just it allows people to trade in a way that they just haven't been able to trade before. It's literally changed the game, and the spike in volume has just I mean, it surprised me even. It shows what a massive amount of volume is waiting in the sidelines there from retail traders. When you give them this ability to trade in this way, it turns out they're going to trade this way and they're going to go crazy for it. So I think, you know, the volume that we had, a lot of people said, you know, it might be wash trading. You can see for yourself here, it clearly isn't wash trading because these are real trades that are going through. I can put this position on now. I got 50,000 contracts long now. If I don't do anything now, if I just sit here and sit with that, the person I bought that off has got to do something about that. That's not wash trading. That's a real position where my counterparty is now at risk. So it's just such a game-changing revenue model. I think that's why we've been able to produce the kind of volumes that we have done.
And Adam, how big do you expect traded volumes to get on the Digitex Futures Exchange?
I don't know, to be honest. I think it's gonna surprise everybody. I think when we get the API hooked up, when we really crank our marketing up, and we've got literally thousands of people signing up every single day, when we've got user programmable bots running where people can trade automatically 24/7, they set their parameters and press the go button, the kind of volumes that we're going to see, I don't even know where it's going to go. It's going to go very, very high.
Well, friends, keep those questions coming in via YouTube chat. We still have plenty of time to try and get through them all. All right, folks, our next guest is another prominent crypto YouTuber who has been posting regularly on his channel since he started in 2017. Since then, he gathered a following of over 40,000 subscribers who tune in to watch his broadcast covering all the news and reviews from the cryptocurrency space. Although we haven't had a lot of contact with him over the time Digitex has been in development, Adam has always been happy to introduce people to the unique value of zero fee trading via Digitex token. So a very warm welcome to Ryan Rodolo, aka Crypto Fiend.
Hey Adam, how you doing?
Hey mate, how's it going? Hey, we match.
Yep.
Yeah.
I figured you were gonna wear a black shirt. You seem to always wear
Right,
black, so figured.
You're just the younger, better looking version.
Oh, thank you so much. It means a lot. So I gotta say, congrats. This is exciting stuff.
Thanks, mate.
Seeing last time we talked was 11 months ago, with the interview on my channel. And I gotta say, it's been very cool to see the development, the growth over time, you continuing to hustle and making sure your promise stands. So I just got to congratulate you on that.
Thanks, mate. I really appreciate that. It was a bit of a slog. I wish it had gone a little bit quicker, but better late than never, right?
Of course, of course. Now, I do have a couple questions for you, of course.
Sure.
But before we do that, I just wanted to let everyone viewing on my channel know that they have a lot of giveaways going on today. They're going to be giving out some merchandise, some Digitex tokens. So if you guys want to learn more about that after the video, go and head over to their live stream so you can participate in all that and maybe have your chance to win some tokens. All right. So, first off, can you share some challenges that you may have had to overcome over the past year in order to create such a revolutionary trading platform, and what you also learned from them as well?
Sure. Well, I learned that it's very easy to create something that's crap, and it's very hard to create something that's good. You should really know that really from the start, you would think, but it seems like I had to have that lesson beaten into me. So again, like I was saying earlier, I think the problem that was with the original development teams was really I wasn't hands-on enough. So I think the reason it's worked in the last year, really since May 2019, is when we got our shit together. Before that we had the first failed attempt, then we had the second failed attempt, and that's really what snapped me to attention. So really from May 2019 really is when Digitex, as you see it in its current form, was born. The development team that we've got now with Smart Deck, the marketing team that we've got, the support team that we've got that is world class. Don't forget about the support. They do a great job. Everything that you're seeing that is so good now really came about from May 2019 onwards. So and that really was just unfortunately born from a lot of mistakes. I made a lot of mistakes and learned from them. I wish I hadn't have had to make so many mistakes to learn from them, but unfortunately that's the way it was. So I would say what I've learned is just to be very, very hands-on with whatever you're trying to do. If you're trying to do something, you've just got to become obsessed with it. You can't be reasonable, you can't be normal. It has to be literally an obsession, and that then maybe it'll work.
And that's how it should definitely be for anything. And for everyone watching, you know, if you are struggling in life or you're trying to do something that's not working out the first time, let Adam be an example. He's been grinding on this for what I'm assuming 2.5 years, maybe 3. And, you know, here we are today at the launch party. So props to you, sir.
Thanks, mate.
So for everyone watching that's not really familiar with the platform too much, how are you able to run an exchange with 0 fees? Now, I don't know about you, Adam, but I absolutely love being my own boss as well. So I want to get into that shortly. But can you start off by talking about the fees?
Sure, yeah, because a lot of people wonder how you can operate with 0 fees. There's got to be a catch somewhere. So I mean, I explained this earlier, but I'll say it again because it is such an important point, you know, because a lot of cryptocurrencies, you don't really understand how they work. Even after you read the white paper, you're like, what? I mean, you're not really sure what's going on. With us, it's a very simple concept. There's 2 distinct things. There's the futures exchange and there's the cryptocurrency called the Digitex token, and each one exists to support the other one. So the futures exchange exists purely as an exchange. It does not make $1 ever. It doesn't extract any money from the liquidity pool that traders put in there ever for any reason. The only way that can be sustainable is you need income from somewhere else, and by mandating the use of the Digitex token to use on the exchange, that creates utility and demand and therefore gives value to the Digitex token. And it's by selling Digitex tokens through our Digitex treasury, which is an ongoing public transparent token sale that's just permanently running on our website. You can go to our website anytime and just buy Digitex tokens from us. That's how we make the revenue. It's those sales of Digitex tokens that we make that support the futures exchange that, you know, creates the demand for the Digitex token.
Got it. Now, Digitex definitely fits the lifestyle of successful traders all over the world. With the platform being open and launched, and it's going to be open 24/7, 365 days a year. That means traders can do what they love practically anywhere in the world. And this is definitely the perfect platform for all skill sets. So if you're a beginner, if you're an expert, this platform can definitely be for you. Now, like I was saying before about being your own boss, I'm sure you love it. I love it. You get to wake up when you want, do what you want. And if you guys are traders out there, this platform is easily accessible. It's easy to maintain. They have a lot of really cool features on there that I want to discuss shortly with Adam, like their community tab where you can really communicate with other successful traders out there. So I think that is definitely one part of this platform, or really any platform out there that can get overlooked, is the community as a whole. When you have a strong community, when you have people that really come around and support the project, that's when you can really see things begin to flourish. Now, although Digitex platform has launched, I'm sure the party is just getting started. Am I right?
Yeah. This is not the finish line. You know, it feels like the finish line for a lot of people because, you know, they've been with us for 2.5 years and it's taken us that long to launch a product. But, you know, fortunately, we have launched a product. We've not just launched a product, we've launched a great product that is getting, you know, huge traction. Everybody that goes on there loves it. It's, you know, it's not the finish line. This is just the very, very start of where we're going. You know, we're starting off at 10 cents. This is the first day where people have been able to just go to the website and sign up and start trading. Before today, you weren't even allowed, you couldn't even do that, you know. So, you know, this is really the start of the journey. This isn't the end of the journey. It just took us a while to get situated. This is the start of the journey. Digitex is in a very, very strong position now because of the hardship we had in the past, and you know, we're just coming out of the gate very, very strong.
Like I was mentioning before about the one thing I really liked about the platform when I was using it myself was the community section. Can we get a little view of the exchange right now and maybe some of the other tabs as well?
Sure. You want to go over to the UI? You're looking at the tabs up here. So this was something that we wanted to do in the future. I mean, we had hoped to have done them by now, but the spot market is coming in Q4. The community, we are working on that right now. We're actively working on that. I'm not gonna say anything about that because the way we're doing it is slightly different from this, but the way we do it is just gonna blow you away when we come out with that. The tournaments is something else that we want to do. The account section, obviously. So spots coming, community's coming, tournaments is coming. They're not going to take us as long as it took us to get to this point. Just while you talk about the community, the community of Digitex has been amazing. I mean, like you say, a community backing of a project is so important, and that's what we've got with Digitex. It's not just a platform. It's not just a soulless platform. It's got a lot of people that are really behind it, that really support it, and yeah, what's going to happen with the community tab is again going to create massive demand, more demand for the token than what's currently been out there. Just while we're on this UI, I just noticed this. This is about when we open to the public. Look at look at the volumes here.
Yeah, incredible.
Yes.
I actually wanted to ask you, what are some of your favorite features about the platform?
My favorite feature is the ladder. I mean, it's just I mean, it's just that everything else is kind of window dressing to nice to haves, all this stuff. Personally, I don't ever look at these tabs personally. The only place I look at is this area here. This is the only bit that's interesting. To be able to place trades with a single click, to be able to smash bids, lift offers without as like this, boom.
Yeah, it's so unique. I love the little depth chart next to it.
Yeah, I think that's probably this little line here might be my favorite thing about the apart from just the ability to single click trade with no fees. I think it's the way we put this line of the spot market directly in your line of vision. So it's literally just the follow the line game. It's just which way is the market going. This is the spot price. The futures price is going to follow this spot price. That's just what it does. So you look at this and it's in your line of vision. I just love how it's all within your line of vision. It's just click, see how fast you get filled. Just the liquidity is just insane. And then I get out of that trade at the exact same price I got in. I just bought and sold 100 Bitcoins at the same price, no slippage, no fees, 2 clicks. It's quite amazing.
Yeah, it's very impressive. It's a very simplistic but yet futuristic platform overall.
Simple is good, right? Often simple is the best way. A lot of these cryptocurrency exchanges, the UIs have been developed clearly by people that don't trade, and if they have traded, it's just while they're trying to figure out how to make an exchange. So a lot of them, simple is often the best way, and that's really it's harder to make something simple. You wouldn't think so. To make a UI simple and to take something that's potentially complex and to just distill it down to just being able to just single click it and not make it so complicated to understand it. It's very difficult to make things simple. It's harder to make them simple, funnily enough.
For sure. Well, Adam, it's been an absolute pleasure. Now, before we go, what's your final statement to my viewers? What can we expect from the CEO and Digitex Futures moving forward, as you guys have been killing it in the rankings, on the charts? Platform's finally launched. You have a big, strong community backing you. What can we expect moving forward throughout the rest of this crazy year of 2020?
Yeah, this is the year of Digitex. 2020 is the year that we're really going to get on the map. We've raced up from, I think we got down to like position 160 on CoinMarketCap. Right now we're at, I think, position 83. We're just tearing up the rankings. We're getting faster. We're not getting slower. We're gaining momentum. We're just going to tear through those rankings up to the top 20, to the top 10, to the top 5. I don't know where it's going to stop, but my goal is the number 1. Whether I get there is another thing. I'm going to get pretty damn close though, and like I say, that's all I do now. It's all I want to do. We're on a tear. I would just say, come join us. Don't be a sideline. Don't just watch this happening. 2020 is the year. Don't miss it.
Well, as long as you got one of those watches on, I'm sure everything will be fine in the world, right?
Absolutely. Do you have an account? Do you have an account on the mainnet right now? Because
yes,
you
yes,
do.
I
All
do.
right. Contact Chris. He'll send you a few tokens there so you can start trading with.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, guys, once we disconnect here, I'll go ahead and we could check out the platform together and give you guys a little overview of everything on there, and maybe do some trading as well. Also, if you would like to participate in the Digitex Futures live stream and possibly win some tokens or some merchandise, I have a link in the description as well. You can head over to that live stream. They're going to be going on for a couple more hours, right?
Yeah, for some reason we decided to do a 5-hour live stream. I'm not sure what we were thinking when we did that. You know, 2 hours, 3 hours. No, let's do 5. So I'm not sure what was going on in my mind there. But yeah, so we've got a few hours to go. I think really I just wanted to give a lot of money away to traders. Really, I just wanted to, you know, and so every hour there's more people making more money. I just really wanted it to just be like a kind of all-day event for people to, you know, some people are at work, some people are here and there. So I just wanted people to be able to catch it live on the actual opening day to just see what's happening in real time. You know, you can see it's real. You can see the volume there. It's all real. It's real people. So yeah, it's going to be going on for a few more hours yet.
Well, as long as you got some water by your side, I think you'll be all right.
Well, I can't drink too much water because then I'll need to go for a piss, you know. So we gotta be
very true. All right, Adam, it was an absolute pleasure. I hope to speak to you again a little bit down the road, and I can't wait to see all your success.
All right, cheers, mate. Really appreciate it. Thanks for everything.
No problem. Have a good one.
All right, now we're going back to Andrea to find out the next bunch of winners.
Well, hello again, everyone, and thanks, Ryan, for joining us today. And I'm actually going to jump right into introducing our next guest. There are just so many amazing guests today, and we're not even halfway through the event. Digitex is aiming big, and that means looking beyond the English-speaking world. Our supporters know that our developers, SmartDeck, is based in Moscow, and we also have a hub office in Kyiv, Ukraine. So Eastern Europe has become an important strategic market for us, and our next guest is huge in the Russian-speaking trading community. Their main channel is on Telegram, where they post all the latest news and analysis in the Russian language. With over 100,000 followers and over 200,000 unique views each week, they're one of the biggest news sources of Russian-speaking crypto users. Please welcome Top Traders.
Привет.
Hello.
Hello.
Привет.
Yeah, sorry, that's
Nice
my
to see you,
one.
Adam.
That's my one Russian word. How's it going? Thanks for joining us.
It's great. Nice to see you. Welcome on behalf of Top Traders, the biggest Russian-speaking cryptocurrency traders community. Thank you for inviting us.
Absolutely, it's great to have you. Thanks for joining us. We're really happy to have you.
Well, Adam, we have some questions from our subscribers about the token, about the exchange. So big events right now happening.
Sure.
So how would you describe the main advantages of Digitex futures?
Well,
As we understand, it's an exchange for high-frequency traders, right?
Yeah, predominantly. I would describe the Digitex Futures Exchange as a scalper's paradise. You know, there's obviously anybody who's interested in, you know, liquid markets with no slippage and no commissions is going to be interested in the Digitex Futures Exchange, but specifically scalpers are going to be the most interested. And that's really because I built an exchange for myself. It was really scratching my own itch. It was something that I wanted to see. I've always been a scalper. It's my preferred scalping style. So yeah, I would say obviously it's zero fees liquid, but it's I would call it a scalper's paradise. If you're interested in scalping, if you're interested in trading, you know, 24/7 on a liquid market that you don't necessarily have to understand the fundamentals of, because that's the beauty of scalping. You can be trading when you don't really know anything about the underlying instrument. When I was a pit trader in London trading German government bonds, I didn't have a clue what a German government bond was. And the other 219-year-olds in the pit, they didn't have a clue what a German government bond was either. It just went up and down and we bought it and sold it. So I would describe Digitex Futures as just an exchange that appeals specifically to high-frequency manual traders that are just trying to steal ticks here and there and grind out, you know, a steady profit, consistent profit with very low drawdowns.
Okay, I will translate the answer for our Russian-speaking viewers. Окей, всем привет. У нас сегодня мы берем интервью Адама Тода из Digitex Futures, который запускаются сегодня полноценно. И я спросил, в чем особенность Digitex Futures, и он сказал, что это рай для скальперов. Это торговля скальпинга 24/7 на рынке, ликвидном рынке. И он сам начинал как скальпер и говорит, это отличный инструмент для тех, кто не понимает все особенности трейдинга, но он понимает, что происходит в моменте. Okay, let's go for next question. So you're still collecting funds on the site. Tell us a bit more about the point of the Digitex treasury, how it works and who it benefits.
Sure. So the Digitex treasury is the revenue model of the exchange. So you have the futures exchange and you have the Digitex treasury, which supports that futures exchange. And really that's what allows the exchange to operate without charging any fees, any trading fees. There's no volume-based transaction fees on anything you do. So the treasury is what makes that possible. The treasury is our pile of Digitex tokens that we have that are released 10 million per quarter, and they are sold in an ongoing token sale that's completely transparent. It's a public token sale, and it's always going. It's on our website. At any time, you can go to our website and you can buy Digitex tokens from us. That's what allows us to operate without having to charge trading fees.
Окей. Я спросил, до сих пор собираются средства на сайте, то есть там можно купить токен Digitex, как это помогает, для чего это нужно, Digitex Treasury. И ответ, что это нужно для того, что это позволяет бирже работать без комиссий, и любой может зайти и купить токен Digitex напрямую. Okay, let's go ahead. So what is the value of Digitex token compared to competitors and their tokens? I mean, exchange tokens like BNB, OKB, HT, KuCoin token.
It's way more valuable than those tokens, because those tokens really, I mean, it's just another way of paying fees. The Binance token, any of the other tokens, it's just another way of paying fees. That's not a very exciting prospect. You know, you get a little bit of a discount if you pay with their fee. You're still paying fees that make it impossible to make money as a short-term, high-frequency trader. The value of the Digitex token is that it allows you to trade with no fees at all, you know, and it allows you to trade in a way that is just not even possible on fee charging exchanges. It opens up a method of trading that is literally impossible elsewhere. So the utility of the token, of the Digitex token, is way higher than the utility of the other tokens. The other tokens are just another form of payment. With the Digitex Futures Exchange, the only way you can use the Futures Exchange is to use the Digitex token. So the Digitex token use is compulsory on the Digitex Futures Exchange.
Разница в том, что когда вы покупаете токен Digitex, вы не платите никаких комиссий, в отличие от других биржевых токенов, когда вы покупаете BNB или другие токены, вы платите просто пониженную комиссию. В случае Digitex вы можете торговать только используя токены Digitex и с нулевыми комиссиями. Okay, so the Digitex token is listed on exchanges such as KuCoin, BTC, Mercatex. Why not on larger exchanges like Binance, where it could have gained more popularity in other markets such as the Russian-speaking market?
I mean, it's not that easy to get on to Binance. It's a difficult exchange to get onto. All the major exchanges are actually very difficult to get onto. You know, with the number of tokens that are on there, you would think it would be easier, but they do have very strict, you know, they have strict guidelines for how you get on there. And, you know, up until we've launched a product, a lot of them didn't want to touch us. There was some uncertainty about the legitimacy of Digitex as a project, especially after our two development failures. So getting onto the larger exchanges is more difficult, but now that we have proven ourselves, now that we have traction, now that we have a good product, and now that we're just tearing up the rankings, those exchanges are showing a lot of interest in us now. You know, they're approaching us now, so we will absolutely be getting onto the biggest exchanges. I expect the Digitex token to be on every cryptocurrency exchange at some point. So yeah, we are going to do that. It's been difficult to do that up until now, but that is changing quickly.
Я спросил, почему токен не торгуется на больших биржах, а только на биржах небольших, как KuCoin, BTC, Mercatex. И Адам отвечает, что да, была проблема с листингом на больших биржах, особенно после проблем с запусками бета-версий, вопрос доверия. Но сейчас уже интерес большой у других бирж, и однозначно токен Digitex будет листиться на крупных мейджор биржах. Okay, Adam, please tell us about the Digitex team. Describe the strengths of the team and how big is it now?
The team, the total team now of Digitex numbers, I think we've got about 62 people working for us right now. That's across everything. That's marketing, that's creatives, that's support, that's development. We have Smart Deck in Moscow. We have a great development team in Moscow. They've done a great job building a very robust, very stable exchange, so a big thanks to them. But we just have an all-round team. We have everything now. We have development, we have very good development, we have very good support, we have very good marketing, we have very good operations in Kiev. It's a very all-round team, and you know, it's not surprising. It's taken us a long time to get to that. This isn't an overnight thing. It's taken us 2.5 years to get to this point. And you know, the team's been through the fire. They've been tested. We've lost a lot of people along the way that didn't have the stomach for it. We've gained people along the way, and we're just a very well-rounded team now with a great product, big ambitions. We've got money behind us. We're just in a very, very strong position.
Okay, thank you. So let's go ahead. So today is the mainnet, like the full version of exchange is launched today, right?
Correct.
And
yeah.
Can you share with us your plans for the future? What's next on your list in the short, medium, and long term?
For the Digitex Futures Exchanges, well, we've got a lot in the development pipeline. We've got plans to, we're working on, you know, like a redesigned version, make it look nice. So we're going to have multiple new markets. We're going to have multiple ladders on the same screen. So you'll be able to, you know, single click trade between, you know, Bitcoin, Ether, oil, whatever markets we have. So that's going to be big. The user programmable bots, I'm excited about that, where, you know, users will be able to set the parameters of different styles of trading bots and press the go button and then just leave it to trade. I think that's going to do a lot for liquidity. So you know, and then the marketing, you know, that's the product side of it, and then the marketing side of it. We really want to go mainstream. We believe this product has mainstream appeal. I don't think it's just limited to the crypto crowd. I think the crypto crowd is going to be very interested in it, but I think mainstream is where we're targeted in the medium to longer term. I fully expect us to be the company that is, maybe not the company, but one of the dominant companies that takes cryptocurrency use to the mainstream.
Окей. А мой вопрос был, что сегодня запускается биржа в полноценной версии. Какие ближайшие планы? Адам сказал, что там очень удобный терминал, все работает четко, и ближайшие планы — это главное выйти на мейнстрим, то есть на массовую аудиторию. So there were a few beta versions, right, that failed before main launch. And the question from the community is that after these beta versions, the team deleted the videos from YouTube channel. And why it happened?
The team deleted videos from the YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, we've probably deleted a few different videos from the YouTube channel. I don't know the exact answer on that one. We do a lot of content. We're very, unlike, you know, most cryptocurrency companies, we do have a very strong focus on marketing, on particularly content marketing. So whether some videos have come and gone from YouTube, that's entirely possible. Maybe some of the ones that we're talking about, some of our past failures may have gone. I'm not sure about that.
Да, я задал вопрос, что
Yeah.
когда вы запускались бета-версии до этого, были проблемы с запуском, и потом удалялись видео с YouTube канала Digitex. Ответ был, что контента было много, вполне возможно, что удалялся, как за ненадобностью контент. Okay, so what are some of your marketing plans to grow your user base? Can you share any details with us?
We got a lot of marketing plans. I mean, obviously we've got, the blog is usually the powerhouse of what you do. It's basically content marketing. We're just become very, very good at content marketing. The blog has been a big part of that. We're getting into media buying. The media buying aspect of it is a challenge in cryptocurrency. It's a challenge in cryptocurrency because cryptocurrency advertising is banned on most social networks, on Google. It's difficult to advertise cryptocurrency projects, but we've been experimenting with that for a long time. So we've become very good at media buying in ways that other crypto companies just wouldn't be able to figure out. So we've got an unfair advantage there. Our social media marketing is very good because we have such a huge community. Like I say, we're very good at content marketing. The blog has been the main one of that, but for instance, one thing that we're going to do is Digitex TV. I'm loving this whole set and this thing. I think we can do this a lot. I think this is the kind of thing where we can kind of take things mainstream. There's just and word of mouth. Just having a great product in itself, a great product sells itself. The more successful traders I can get on there, every successful trader is going to tell all his friends where he's getting his money from, and all his friends are going to want to try it out. So, often on top of all the clever marketing that we do, we're also very good at viral marketing. We've had a couple of viral marketing campaigns that have gone very well. So just overall, the marketing campaign is very solid. It's very cohesive. It's just all working towards the same goal in a way that other cryptocurrency companies don't do as well as we do.
And Adam, are you going to organize any tournament promos for traders on Digitex?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, I don't have any specific I don't have any specific rules or games that we're going to have right now, but yeah, we've got tournaments that are coming. We're going to have permanent tournaments running. We're going to have a tournament section. So we did do a trading battle at the earlier in the year on the test net. But yeah, tournament, anything that gets people trading on the exchange, anything that rewards people for activity, we're going to be all over that. Yeah.
Thank you. Я спрашивал, что будет делать Digitex для того, чтобы привлечь трейдеров. Ответ был, что у них очень много упора делается на контент. Будет создаваться еще Digitex TV, видимо, какое-то шоу отдельное по трейдингу. И да, будут проводиться турниры, викторины для трейдеров. В будущем обязательно будет целая отдельная секция по турнирам для трейдеров. Okay, thank you. And you're very public personality, and you give interviews wherever possible, and in addition you often answer questions from the community in live AMAs and personally, and announce major events on your YouTube channel. So is there anything that concerns you about being the face of the Digitex brand, and do you think this could affect the exchange in any way?
No, I see it as I would say this, but I see it as a benefit. I think any company that can have a clear figurehead that is passionate about the product, I think that's only a good thing. If something ever did happen to me, I'm not planning on something happening to me, but if something did happen to me, like I say, we've got a 60-person strong team, we've got a great product, they'll carry on just fine. But with me, I think we're going to do better because I do have this unreasonable vision of what I want. I'm not doing anything else. I'm not going anywhere. So I'm just going to, really push that forward. So, I see the point that I am, a prominent figurehead of the company, but I only see that as a benefit.
Great. Yeah, of course, we agree for sure. Мой вопрос был о том, что Адам дает очень много интервью, выступает как лицо компании, проводит много АМА и становится представителем бренда. Не будет ли где-то сказываться как-нибудь негативно на эксченже? Ответ был, что нет, он не один, есть команда из 65 человек, и никуда он не собирается уходить, все работает, и все это будет только на пользу DGTX futures. Okay, a few more questions about the Digitex token that now you can trade on KuCoin or HitBTC. So are there any locks or unlocks of the token, of the emission?
Locks?
And any locks, yes. Are there any emissions that is locking now and going to unlock like is usually happened with tokens?
The only two, we've got two smart contracts that contain Digitex tokens. We've got the team vesting smart contract, and we've got the Digitex treasury smart contract. The vesting contract releases 6.25 million Digitex tokens every 3 months, which go to the team, which is mostly me actually, because but I give away a lot of them to the team. But those two tokens come to me mostly, and then the Digitex treasury has a release of 10 million tokens per quarter, which are put into our public token sale smart contract, where they are bought by the public at a premium to the CMC price in a transparent token sale that's just ongoing all the time. So those tokens are being locked every 3 months. But as has been seen by the performance of the price, we've gone from 1 cent to 11 cents. Selling those tokens hasn't, we've only been selling the treasury tokens. We don't sell the vesting tokens. Selling those tokens and releasing those tokens hasn't had a negative effect on the price so far.
Right, like in the last few weeks, the price went up like to 200%, right? And more.
Right,
and more.
and we sold millions of tokens during that time. So you would think that selling tokens means the price goes down. It really doesn't. If you sell them responsibly, if you sell them in a transparent way at a premium to the exchange price, it really doesn't have that much of a negative effect on the price. And the things that you can do with that money actually have a positive effect on the price, because we have more money for development and marketing, which supports the token price.
Great. So I'll translate it, okay? Мой вопрос был о том, что да, по токену, если какие-то по разлоку, по анлоку токенов, есть два как бы смарт-контракта. Один выходит на команду, который в основном представляет сейчас Адам, это 6,25 миллионов раз в 3 месяца, и 10 миллионов токенов раз в квартал, в 3 месяца уходит на Digitex Treasury, где можно купить токены. И несмотря на продажи токена в таких объемах, цена выросла за последнее время больше, чем в 2 раза, в 3 раза цена выросла токена. Вот. Кроме этого, никаких других смарт-контрактов и разлоков токена нет. Okay, and any plans of token burning?
Token burning, it was something that we considered, it was something that we looked at, but right now, no, we don't have any plans for token burning at the moment.
And how do you and what will happen in the world of exchange tokens in 2020, 2021? How will develop this space?
The other exchange tokens. Well, there's the other exchange tokens and there's Digitex. So Digitex is going to go like that. The other exchange tokens, I don't know what they're going to do. To me, that's not a very exciting prospect. So I think probably they will go up over time, because I think we probably are coming into the bull run. So I think the exchange tokens of the more decent exchanges will probably perform well. I think the best performing one of them all will be the Digitex token.
Okay, so мой вопрос был, как вы видите развитие биржевых токенов и будет ли какое-то сжигание токенов в Digitex? Он сказал, что сжигания, скорее всего, не будет. По поводу биржевых токенов, он считает, что Digitex токен будет расти очень быстро, в отличие от других токенов, других бирж. Но в любом случае все биржевые токены будут расти, потому что это наиболее лучшие утилити, применение токенов. И в следующем булране, конечно, они покажут хороший рост. Adam, thank you very much. On behalf of Top Traders, thank you so much for inviting us. It was a great pleasure to talk to you.
How a show. Thanks very much. It was great. I mean, the Russian audience is a big one for us. I went to Moscow last year in a very sorry state. I got saved by Russians last year. So, I spent almost a year in Moscow. I think it's a great city. So thanks very much for coming on. I really appreciate your support, and thanks for everything.
Thank you. We will try. Our team will try the exchange. Great. Thank you.
Excellent.
The more good exchange we have, the better for crypto space. Thank you so much.
Exactly. Thanks, mate. All right. Thanks to those guys. Thanks to Top Traders. That was it was great having them on. Now we're going to go back to Andrea. I think we have even more winners, right?
Yes, we do.
Excellent.
Adam, in this half hour, we're giving away Digitex branded merchandise to 100 winners. Prizes include Digitex caps and t-shirts. To find out if you won, you'll need to check your email address to see if you've received a winner's email from us. You can only claim your prize if you respond to our email, and you must reply within 24 hours of the start of this event, so by 1 p.m. UTC tomorrow. So once you've received your email, we'll send you a form to complete your shipping information and size. So make sure you're checking your email to see if you're a lucky winner. All right, folks, it's time for the burning Q&A. The Digitex community is excited to see the token and the exchange get as much exposure as possible, which is another theme that emerged from the questions that you all have been submitting. And here's a few more questions for Adam. You ready, Adam?
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. Will we be seeing any listings for Digitex on other big exchanges beyond KuCoin?
Yes, we've got a few lined up for the next month. Well, not really the big ones lined up for this month. We've got a couple of decent ones, but we do have the big ones lined up in our sites. The recent performance that we've shown, we've launched a product. It's a good product. We're getting traction. We're tearing up the rankings. They're now approaching us, so we're in a very good position. I fully expect the Digitex token to be listed on a lot of big exchanges soon, yeah.
All right, wonderful. So the next question, how is the progress with getting the exchange listed on the CoinMarketCap derivatives market?
Well, the thing that's been holding that up is the API. You need an API to plug into CoinMarketCap so that they can, get the figures from you. So we've got that public API ready now. It's been tested on the test net. Next week, we're going to be putting that out onto the main net. And from that point onwards, then we can start dealing with CoinMarketCap to get our figures onto CoinMarketCap.
And this one just came in. Any plans for $1 tick contract size?
For Bitcoin, we don't have plans for it at the moment. It's something we could consider. The thing with our markets is that I want to be careful not to create too many markets just for the sake of it. I realize the $1 tick size on Bitcoin would be a more volatile market, but it would split the liquidity between two markets. So I want to be very careful of doing that because, like I say, Digitex Futures it's designed to be a scalper's paradise. What you're trading on is of less importance than the fact that it's busy and that it's liquid and that it's always available. So I'm a little reticent to introduce a new market that will just split that liquidity. So at the moment, we don't have plans to introduce a $1 tick size for Bitcoin.
And Adam, how big do you expect traded volumes to get on the Digitex Futures Exchange?
I think, didn't we already have that one? Didn't we?
I think so, but I think some people just want to know more.
I think the same answer is I don't know, because it's just going to be so big that it's going to sound ridiculous if I say it now. So.
All right, here we go. The party keeps on going. So many of you may not know that after leaving the futures trading pits of London, Adam went on to become one of the most successful sports traders ever on Betfair.com, the world's largest betting exchange. To place his bets faster with just a single click, Adam developed a trading ladder interface called BetTrader, which went down a storm with the sports betting community and is still being used by Betfair traders 16 years later. So next up is a pro trader who has been following Adam since the days he was a sports betting trader. So believe it or not, he had never even dreamt of buying Bitcoin or any other crypto until he heard of the Digitex Futures Exchange. So once he knew that he could implement his preferred scalping style without paying fees, he was hooked. Now he shares his trading results on his Telegram channels. From Back and Lay Pro, please welcome Mika.
You're right, mate. How's it going?
Yes, very good. So finally we meet together.
Yes, yeah. Betfair. There's a blast from the past for me. That was a great period in my life.
You know where I found you?
Where?
I found I found you from Racing Trades, and I found your article there.
Which one?
And article, it's showing how you make money.
All right.
And you describe your full story, how you go to your parents, and after your father, you study Bitboy.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that article that I wrote. Yeah, when I borrowed $300 off my dad, I think it was £200 off my. Yeah, I never paid him back, but yeah, I did pretty well with that £200.
And also you there describe your trading strategy, scalping. It was amazing, and it was it was a long time ago. It was around 3-4 years ago. I don't remember exactly. So I found this one and implement in Bitfair also, just like you wrote in your book. It was amazing. I start to be profitable.
Excellent.
You can imagine?
Damn, I wrote that article like 15 years ago. That's really good to hear. I'm really happy to hear that.
Yes. It means your small article changed fully my life. No, it's amazing.
I mean, excellent. I mean, that's so great to hear that. Thanks for coming on and saying that. I'm really happy about that. So now you're trading on Digitex.
So and later on, I was also Tony Badger. Yes.
Yeah.
He has a huge group of horse racing traders. So I was involved. You can imagine I'm from Belarus and I'm doing horse trading. It's like
I know, isn't it great? Isn't it great? When I was doing it, I was all over the place. I started off trading. Well, it was back at Mum and Dad's house. I'd come back from traveling around the world, just completely broke. Got that money off my dad. Started trading on Betfair. Got the account up to I think it was like £3,000, like $5,000, and from that trading balance, I was able to make like $300 a day, just like consistently $300-400 a day, like every single day, 7 days a week. And then I just went off into the world. I moved to London, then I was living in Barcelona, and then Rio de Janeiro, and then I ended up moving to Miami, and that was all just from Betfair trading, just to the laptop, 3 or 4 hours a day trading, and I could travel the world and live anywhere. So I'm really happy that you figured it out too. It's a great thing, right?
Yeah, actually it's amazing. And you know what after happened? This budget Tony wrote in our group. It was around 1,000 people, no? He wrote Adam Todd is creating a new interface, ladder. He wants to implement on crypto. Because I was trading on BetTrader, CEO software, no?
Yeah.
And I bought my first token in my life in April 2019.
Excellent.
It was, yes, it was second launch and was not so good. But my wife also, I believed to be a gentleman. I said, sure you believe, because I believe more. When you...
Oh, wait, April 2009. You bought the Digitex token in April 2019.
Yes, it was in first. Yes.
Oh, did you keep it? You kept hold of it. As long as you didn't sell it, you're all right. As long as you didn't bail out, you're okay now. But it was a.
So I buy it also at 2 and 3 and 4 cents. I was buying.
Perfect. So now you're back to perfect. So it did you a favor, right?
Yes, and after when mainnet started, no, actually testnet, I was. Start practicing my strategy. Actually, it's your strategy, no?
No, it's yours now. It's yours.
Okay. So on a testnet, I was 60 days in a row profitable. I record all my video.
Yeah.
On a testnet, I was 60 days in a row in profit.
Damn, boy.
I was doing challenge.
Huh.
I was doing challenge. 10,000 token per day, and in 60 days I achieved this one. No.
Nice. 60 days on a run. And how are you doing? How are you doing on the main? You're on the mainnet, right? You got an invite to the mainnet, right?
Yes. On 16 May, because I also record this data.
Right.
I was involved on mainnet, and for me, it was absolutely amazing. Because I don't care is Bitcoin or is banana is.
Right, exactly.
I just scalper. I just take my small moves, and I don't care about charts, indicators, all this stuff, and I'm happy.
That's really good to hear.
And yes, and I just want to share my trading results because people who follow me on Telegram, they know that I just deposit 50,000. I already withdraw 50,000, and my balance now is almost 100,000. It's 90,000 something. On mine, you can imagine.
Oh, that's really good to hear. I'm really happy to hear that.
Absolutely, and I'm not in a crypto like too much knowledge or something. Just doing my routine job.
Right. I was never into crypto either. I was never into horse racing. I was never into German government bonds. It doesn't, like you say, it doesn't matter what you're buying and selling. You just want to be buying and selling it nice and quick, just scraping out those one tick profits. It's really good to hear that you've figured it out. Isn't it? It's just it's such a liberating experience when you figured it out and you just sit at your computer for 3 or 4 hours and you make a few $100s. It's just the best feeling in the world, And when it's consistent and it's just you and you can be anywhere in the world, it's just something that I'm really happy when people figure that out and when they crack it, because it's the ultimate freedom. Being a successful trader is just. There's just nothing better than it, really. It's just complete. It's the kind of freedom that most people will never experience.
Yeah, I agree with you. And most how to say, important to scalper is just to follow rules. And my rules are simple: never predict market. Take a profit like 2-3 ticks, even one, it's okay. And I hate loss. I just hate loss. Right. I cut loss. My loss is just 2 ticks. You can imagine 2 ticks loss only.
Nice. Yeah, you got to be strict with those losses. That's where people get it wrong. They get into a position, it goes against them. They think, well, I'll just stick with it a little bit longer. Maybe it'll turn around. When they bring that hope in, that's when it all goes wrong. Then I found there was a direct correlation between the length of time that I would hold positions and how successful I was. The longer I would hold them, the worse it would be for me. It was funny. It was just the faster I was in and out, it seemed like the less time you're in it, the less can go wrong, because it's more about avoiding the losses, avoiding what can go wrong, rather than going for the profits. That's how I thought anyway, and it seems like you've figured out the same thing.
I just was trading when I was watching also this event. I was trading, and before when I started, my issue was my loss is 2 ticks. I mean in my brain, I just keep my rules. But sometimes I exit market by 4 tick loss. Just market order. But it was before less liquidity. But now I just check. My friend is amazing. It's just order flow.
I know that
it's going.
I know the order book's ridiculous, right? It's so liquid now.
Yes,
and this is day one. This is like we only just opened today, like 2 hours ago or something. So like I keep saying, this isn't the end. This is just the beginning now. So I think the liquidity is just going to go crazy from this point onwards, and people are just going to be able to bet bigger and bigger. And that in turn is going to further increase liquidity. So yeah, good times ahead, I think, for the scalpers on Digitex.
Yes, because for example, sport exchanges like Bitfair, Bitdark, Matchbook, and others, they have problem only one. Because sport event is, for example, football is just 90 minutes, and top event is 90 minutes. Liquidity is a lot, but after no football, no.
Right.
But
yeah.
Crypto is 24 hours open.
Exactly. Exactly. Crypto is better than Betfair.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I prefer crypto to Betfair because Betfair I was having to do the horse racing, so wherever I was in the world, I had to be there at the time of the UK horse racing. So it was actually pretty good in some places, but other places I couldn't go just because it was just unsocial hours. And then there was that time when there was a strike by the jockeys. The jockeys went on strike. They stopped working for a couple of months. And that just shut racing down, which was a problem. And recently this COVID thing, all the horse racing stopped, all the the sporting events stopped. That's a major problem when you're betting on these big sporting events. Cryptocurrency, it never stops ever.
Absolutely agree. I agree with you. And can I make just private message to Tony Badger, for our friend?
Sure.
Tony, please, shift your gens to Digitex Future Exchange. Liquidity is amazing. 24 hours open. You just need to buy token. That's it.
Badger, I remember Badger. How's Badger doing? Is he okay?
He's okay, actually. Yes. Till now, he's trading. Actually live. He's not a scalper anymore, like pre-match, but he's now in.
Okay.
In running actually.
Oh, he's doing the in-running.
Actually, it was good. Till now, it's okay. I'm also following them, but I'm not trading there. I'm trading only on Minit. For Minit is absolutely perfect.
Yeah. No? Crypto all the way, right? Bitcoin. I'd rather trade Bitcoin than horse racing. It's just better. And there's no commissions on this. Betfair still takes that 5% on your winnings, right?
Actually, we changed a little bit. Before it was 6.5% on, for example, game. If I won, for example, $100, 6 or 5 I take away. No?
Right.
But now we change. We implement different percentage, and actually we start blocking people from Eastern Europe, like Russia, Belarus, and so on. So
oh yeah,
more people will come later on. Yeah. Some strict rules implemented. So.
Well,
but it's okay, no problem. I was thinking, I was thinking that you was speed trader, yes?
Yeah.
And I was listening now people around, and I think now that actually Digitex is a new pit. How do you think?
Absolutely, it's like the modern pit. It's just a better version.
Yes.
Like the pits
pit
were.
Of 21st century.
Yeah, exactly. The pits were okay. The pits look a mess. It's just like 200 guys all shouting and waving their arms. It looks like chaos. It's actually not chaos. It's more efficient than it looks, but it still isn't very efficient. There's a lot of on the elbow trades going on. There's a lot of crooked stuff going. It's really not that efficient. The screens do improve it. I remember a lot of the pit traders didn't like the screens because they didn't have those unfair advantages that they could have in the pit. So yeah, I think the ladder interface it's an improvement of the pit for sure.
And actually what I'm missing, Adam, just think in the future, I'm missing markets. Okay, after, it will be some markets added. But, in your trader, I have like 6 ladders.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, 5, 6 ladders. Depends on the market, no?
Right.
But
yeah, go on.
I won't say on Digitex. I want 6 markets. I don't care about charts, all this kind of information. I need on the ladder. That's it.
Right. I'm on it. Because I know exactly what you mean. Because I remember on BetTrader we had the three ladders on there, and you could get more. So we're actually doing version 2 now of BetTrader, not BetTrader, of no, I keep calling it BetTrader. So. Hold on. Yeah, we're doing version 2 where we're doing the redesign of it, and there's going to be multiple ladders on Digitex. So when we get more markets, there's going to be the Bitcoin market, there's going to be Ether, USD. We're going to have gold, oil, S&P. We're going to have multiple ladders on one screen. So you're going to be able to trade, multiple different markets at the same time from the same screen with just a single click. So it's going to get a lot better.
Oh, absolutely! It will be absolutely paradise.
Excellent. Yeah. That's what I'm making. Yes. I mean, I'm so happy that you're saying that exact thing, because that's exactly why I'm building. I'm building the absolute scalper's paradise. That's what I've already called it today before you came on. It's the scalper's paradise. It's just, what does a scalper want? How can you make it absolutely the best he can possibly get? Because the revenue model is the token. The token is what makes us the money. The exchange just exists to just be the best possible, paradise it possibly can be for people like yourself. So to hear you say that is really good. I really appreciate you coming on and saying that.
I just remind that how first time I go to other exchange, crypto exchange, and I open it, and to make a place an order, I should make 4 or 5 ticks. It was 4 or 5 clicks. No,
exactly. And, it's impossible.
User like me, okay, I have some experience of trading, but coming on exchange where I should click 4 times, even manually enter a price, on my order size. I don't know how other people's trading there. Actually, I don't know.
I know it's horrible. It's been built by someone that doesn't trade. That's what it is. It's just horrible. Some of those UIs that you use on those cryptocurrency exchanges, you're like, what the hell is this? How am I even supposed to do? And the thing is, it's not built for scalpers because you can't scalp on there. If those exchanges, you put a ladder on there, you'll go broke because you'll put so much volume through it, they'll kill you on commissions. So yeah, they're sorely lacking in many different ways. The UI is bad, their revenue model is bad. Digitex is just a big improvement on them.
And I just want to give a message to all people who are looking now this video, and especially traders on sport exchanges, just please try Digitex. It's absolutely, actually is the same, same principle, ladder, but liquidity and everything is different. And most important, if you plan to be a trader, you should buy Digitex at least, I think, 10,000. I think. because my point of view, trading is a business. You should invest some money. You cannot come to exchange with $100 and make million. No,
right?
No, possible, but this percent is very low.
Yeah, I mean,
so,
it's what you're saying is absolutely right. It's so nice to hear from. I mean, people must think I'm paying you to say all this. This is just great. This is the first time. This is the first time we're speaking, and I'm hearing this. So I'm absolutely blown away that you're saying all this. It's exactly what I wanted to hear.
If you will go to my Telegram group, actually, I am also recommend all this stuff for my subscribers. Buy Digitex, because it will be more easy to trade in in safe zone. You will be more flexible and more safe. That's it.
Right.
Because if you have a small account, you need to use 100x leverage too much, but it will be more risk for you. So better to have big deposit and less leverage. This is actually my message.
Yeah.
And who wants to be a trader, buy now, because 10 cents is nothing. Tomorrow maybe 20.
10 cents. People will be wishing they could buy 10-cent tokens soon. I'm telling you, they'll be dreaming of 10-cent tokens pretty soon. Let me tell you that. That's a fact.
And for example, this Monday was actually crazy. Bitcoin rally was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I know. It was, right?
But I like it too much, because ladder was in front of me. I see what people are doing, and I can see where is a spot price. I can see where is a future price, and many people may be using market order, and it's a huge contango, contango. This is a big difference. I just put sell order and take 20 ticks profit.
Nice. Yeah, it was really volatile, right? There was a period like that couple of days, it was just crazy. And the ladder held up so well. I was worried that, the ladder would break down or whatever, but our developers did such a great job. It is so robust. It's one thing having an exchange that's zero fees and things, but if it keeps falling down or if it keeps breaking down or there's no liquidity, it's no good. The actual technology behind the exchange is actually good. It took us a while to develop it, but because of that, it's really good. The developers in Moscow, SmartDeck, they did such a great job making it so robust, so stable, and that's a huge part of it, because when the markets go crazy, you need it to keep working. And I was a little nervous that we might have some technical issues. We didn't have any technical issues at all, so just very, very happy that it all held together.
Absolutely no issues. I was using just one order and X5, and that's it. I did, I think, 20,000 tokens just in 1 hour. You can imagine. So, absolutely happy.
Nice. Excellent.
Yes. And what I want to say, if you're using another exchange, how you can trade on such kind of volatility and typing or clicking.
Exactly. There's no time for it. Exactly. It's just a different style of trader. There's a different type of trader on the other exchanges. The type of trader that's coming onto Digitex, he's going to trade in a completely different way. I think what Digitex is doing, what I've seen from the past few months is, you know, we're changing trader behavior. We're like unleashing this whole, it's like an iceberg almost, this whole wave of liquidity that was just waiting in the wings there. It was dormant. And now it's coming out. The retail traders are just going crazy with, you know, now they can trade as much as they want without commissions, and the volume they're doing is astounding.
Yeah, and my another opinion is actually question: what about education? Because Digitex should have some educational materials, maybe more video. I know some community doing videos also. I'm doing. Something from Digitex trade. We got plans. I mean, I spoke to Trader Cobb earlier. He's going to do like a lot of trading courses for us, which are going to be great. We're also doing the Digitex Academy. We're gonna be educating the users a lot. I mean, you know, like I was saying with Trader Cobb, like he was saying, you know, there's no point just creating an exchange and then just letting people just loose on it to, you know, maybe win, maybe lose. The more we can educate people to use it better, the longer they're going to stick around. So yeah, we're going to do education. Education is going to be an important part of what we do in the future. Yeah, very good.
And you should be one of the contributors. You should be one of our Digitex educators, right? You should be one of the guys trading.
Take me to your business plan. No, just write my name there. Send me contract.
All right then. No problem.
Now, more serious question is coming. What about white paper?
What you want, an updated white paper?
Yes,
there's an updated white paper coming very soon, probably in another month. There's a lot in it. It's gonna surprise people what's in it. There's a lot coming. So yeah, there is a new white paper coming out, and you're gonna see the extent of our ambitions, and it's big.
I can imagine.
yeah, it's very big. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a hell of a year. Yes.
Yes, you know, Adam, one more thing. You talk about Digitex TV. Yeah? And, okay, it's very nice. Yeah. What about Digitex Radio for scalpers?
Digitex Radio for scalpers?
Yeah, just some music on that.
Well, actually, funnily enough, we just hired a DJ. Digitex now has a resident DJ, and what we're going to put into the UI, you're going to be able to choose music from our DJ that is like specifically for traders. There's going to be no words. It's going to be like house music style, but it's going to be kind of like upbeat, but not get you too excited. So you're absolutely right. There is going to be a Digitex Radio because Digitex has a resident DJ now. And you're going to meet her very soon. She's actually in the Ukraine.
Oh, very nice.
Yes.
Very, very nice, actually.
Yes.
So, and my maybe last one question. So, you spend a lot of time in Russia. Which good words you learned?
I'm the most useless with languages. I'm one of those English people. When I go to a foreign country, I just shout louder. You know, I just where do I go? Hello. So I've got Harasho. I've got До свидания. You know, I'm useless. Sorry, I got no good Russian words for you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Adam, for
All right.
Actually, for me, it was actually amazing to talk to you.
It's been amazing talking to you, mate. I mean, what a great interview. It's just so great to hear from you. I'm so happy that what you're doing. I know exactly how you're feeling now. I remember when I was trading on Betfair for years, just making money every day. I went 8 months without a losing day once on Betfair. That was my longest run, and I was just all over the place. I was in Ibiza. I was here and there, just having a ball. So I know how you're feeling. It's just so great to hear you saying that. It's so great that you've made the transition over to Digitex. I can't say enough good things about it. Thanks very much for coming on, and let's stay in touch for sure.
For sure, ciao.
All right,
Bye-bye.
Thanks, mate. Thanks. Well,
Bye.
What another great interview. Right. Let's go over to Andrea and find out some more of those winners.
All right, Adam, we can confirm that the next 200 lucky prize winners have had their accounts credited with $200 worth of Digitex tokens. So make sure you're checking your wallet on the Digitex Futures Exchange regularly to see if you're one of our lucky winners. So remember, folks, you can only be in with a chance of winning if you're logged into your Digitex Futures mainnet account and you have a minimum deposit of 1,000 Digitex tokens. All right, folks, we're moving on to our question and answer portion. I know Adam is really excited. So future growth is obviously a massive area of interest for the Digitex community, particularly now that the exchange is open to the public. So let's turn some of the questions we received about future plans. All right, Adam, is the size of the current retail futures trading market big enough to take the Digitex token to the heights you predict?
Probably, the answer to that is probably no. The size of the current futures market, the current retail futures market, maybe not. I'm not so interested in the size of the current retail futures market. I'm interested in the market that we're going to create because, you know, as I've already said, Digitex changes the way people can behave. It's like literally changing trader behavior. It's unleashing this massive wave of liquidity that's just been completely dormant, that hasn't even been possible before. So, you know, we're not so interested in grabbing fighting over the crumbs of the current retail futures market. We're interested in just creating a massive new market, a massive new class of traders that are going to be, you know, the new retail futures market. And those guys, I specifically see them coming from the gaming side of it. You know, gamers, esports gamblers, those two in particular, because they meet the exact same demographic as cryptocurrency traders. They're all young, they're mostly male, they've got no problem spending money online, they're tech savvy, they're very, you know, they're early adopters of technology that's interesting to them. The absolute perfect demographic for cryptocurrency trading, and they don't even know about cryptocurrency trading yet because all the other exchanges so far are just rubbish, and you know, you just can't make money on them anyway. They're not of interest to people. So when we put Digitex in front of these people and the various ways we're going to do that we have planned that are going to be very, very effective, we're planning on bringing millions and millions of those guys over to cryptocurrency trading.
And Adam, what sort of exotic markets could be extremely popular on DFE?
Exotic markets, I don't know about exotic markets because, again, you know, as a scalper's paradise, you really just want liquid markets that are always open and that have a lot of liquidity. What you're trading on really doesn't matter. Like Mika just said, he doesn't care if it's bitcoins, bananas, or horses, as long as it's moving up and down. So I'm very careful about just introducing a lot of pointless markets that might get a little bit of attention here and there, but are just gonna split up all that liquidity. I would rather have, you know, just 4 or 5 real solid markets that, you know, have a lot of liquidity and you know, are easier to make money on as a scalper.
And Adam, when will we have 100x leverage available on the mainnet?
I think we're testing that on the testnet now, so I'm not sure exactly. We're just slowly dipping our toes into the water with the leverage. We're at 25x leverage now, so 100x leverage is coming. I don't know exactly when, but you know, it's coming probably in a month or two. I'm not sure exactly when.
And one more just came into our live chat. Will the stop loss be remade?
Oh yeah, we have the stop loss. We have a new version of the stop loss being made. Yeah, the current one we got is a bit clunky. It works, you know, but we do have an improved kind of UX, you know, UI for a new stop loss coming up soon.
And Adam, one more question: when will we have the ETH market, the mainnet?
F market's coming on to mainnet. When are we doing that? I'm not entirely sure. I sound like I don't know what's going on when I say that. But it's been like tested extensively on the testnet. It'll probably be in August. I would guess it's August.
Very fantastic.
Yeah.
Now, friends, the party continues. So next up on today's stellar lineup of crypto influencers is another major player who had been following Digitex since 2018. During a more recent chat with Adam, he discussed the challenging nature of startups and how many would have failed or given up before coming as far as Digitex has. This guest broadcasts daily over 120,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel. He covers a variety of crypto news, product reviews, and trading tutorials, having amassed close to 15 million views since he started in 2017. For Digitex's Big Public's launch event, we're delighted to be reconnecting with K-Dub, aka Crypto Zombie.
You all right, mate?
How's it going?
Mate? All right, mate. How are you?
Good, Adam. It has. It's been a while since we had you. You were on the channel, actually. We did an interview back when this whole thing was just almost just an idea. Really, I don't know how many of those viewers are still with us today. So it's really awesome to catch up with you. Thanks so much for the awesome interview. And yeah, I mean, how you been doing? It's like you're 3 hours strong so far, huh?
I know my voice is getting a little croaky, right? But I'm good. It's good. I mean, the interviews are just so great. That last guy was so great. It's so nice to hear. What he was saying was exactly what I wanted to hear. People are going to think I just paid that guy to come on, but that's the first time I've spoken with him. It's just so great to hear that people are actually making consistent money on the exchange.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to test it out myself. It was very interesting. I've never worked with the ladder type trading before. It's definitely a lot more exciting for sure. It's very like fast paced, in your face, you know, and I can imagine if you're like a hardcore day trader, that's probably right up your alley. So yeah, first of all, I just want to say congratulations, number one.
Thank you very much.
It's been a tough market for everybody. So yeah, but I mean, as far as the, let me ask some questions to you. I know you guys have covered a lot of topics. I don't want to repeat some of the same things. You guys nailed a lot of the big questions I had with zero fees, how you make money, you know, upgrades to version 2, etc. But one thing I wanted to talk about specifically that you guys had mentioned, or that you mentioned in our last interview, and it was a little bit controversial. You basically were talking about how cryptocurrency, you know, there's a lot of like buzzwords with blockchain this, blockchain that, and how we were talking about blockchain really doesn't solve everything, right? It's kind of just like this sort of fad buzzword. So I wanted to talk again about why you still decided in the end to go with a token, to use blockchain for trading specifically. Why do you think that, you know, cryptocurrencies and blockchain has an advantage for trading? You know, in something whereas a social media network.
Right. I mean,
really.
Absolutely. I just think the absolute best use case of cryptocurrencies is trading and gambling too. Trading and gambling really are the best use cases of it. You know, like as you said, you know, blockchain is often a buzzword that they just attach to things. It was back in the day, you attached blockchain to a company name and its price would go up 60%. You know, it's just everything. You know, blockchain would seemingly solve world hunger and create world peace. And it just got well overdone, you know, like you say there are social media networks that use blockchain. I think that's a horrible idea for a social media, you know, for using a blockchain, you know, for storing and retrieving huge, you know, big data, you know, videos and photographs in real time. I think the blockchain is just the worst idea. Using the blockchain is the worst idea you can have. You know, a centralized fast database is the absolute best way to do that. But cryptocurrency, you know, trading and gambling, it's the absolute best use case you can get for it. So I think, you know, the Digitex token, I think it's why the exchange tokens do well. I think, you know, it's why Digitex is going to go so well too, because it's just perfectly matched up to the use case.
Actually, it's crazy. If you look at a lot of the Ethereum dApps, if you go check out some of these websites, always at the top, it's always either exchanges or just a ton of gambling. Even on, you know, different blockchains like Tron and stuff like that. It's just all the top ones are all gambling.
Right.
So it's funny. I mean, people, you know, they love to use it for those purposes. And you actually hit on an interesting point. Now, recently we've seen a huge surge into DeFi. You know, things like Uniswap are coming out, and it's all about that decentralized, no KYC, no middleman, etc. And you're saying that this is a great use for blockchain. So I was just curious about what level of centrality do we have on Digitex? I don't know, maybe you covered this. How much of the exchange is centralized versus what aspects of it are the decentralized aspect, like the matching engines? How does that work?
Well, in the original white paper, we did plan to be a zero fee, non-custodial futures exchange. We got the zero fee part down. The non-custodial turned out to be that the technology just isn't there yet. So we're still looking into that. We looked at plasma for a little bit. That didn't really come out the way it was supposed to. I think it's going to happen. You know, maybe with Ethereum 2.0, you know, the transactions are going to get faster and cheaper, but it's still not going to be as fast as it needs to be for, you know, real-time, live-time trading. So it's still not there yet. Blockchain is still a young. It's still a young technology, and it's not where it needs to be yet. So we're still looking at that. But it is something we want to do, to be a real-time exchange that has centralized servers. You know, the order book is on a centralized server with that speed and reliability and that security you get from that. If we can somehow get the trustless element into it, that hybrid is the absolute best. Is the best thing there. I think the cross between centralized and decentralized, if we can figure out how to do that hybrid, which we will, you know, it's just a process, you know, if you keep trying something, you'll get there in the end. So it will get figured out. And I think that hybrid of centralized and decentralized is where we're going to go.
We've actually covered that topic a lot on the channel. You know, how everybody's like, yeah, libertarian, 100% decentralized. But then, you know, you see something, for example, like the Bancor hack or something that happened, you know, this was months and months ago. But then on one hand, the people that had their funds that were able to be frozen, that actually got their money returned to them, well, they're not so upset about that degree of centralization, right? So
right.
It's kind of like it's a little bit of a compromise in a way. Now, one thing, like you said, moving forward, let's say hypothetically, and I'm all for Ethereum, you know, Ethereum is the #2 crypto, but let's say down the road you do find maybe another platform that you find is more suitable for your needs. Maybe it's something like Elrond or some of these newer blockchains that are coming out. Would you consider being agnostic to different chains, or what would you do moving forward?
To be honest with you, I think the day we move away from Ethereum is the day we move on to the Digitex blockchain. So that's what I would want to do there. I mean, we're not even working on the Digitex blockchain yet. This isn't something that I'm dropping here. This is just a pie in the sky idea that I have, that, you know, there's all these other blockchains out there. Why can't we do one? Because I know that with the capabilities that we have now, with the development team that we have, you know, we have SmartDeg who are particularly strong at, you know, blockchain technology. So I think one day I would like to move away from Ethereum, but I would want to move on to the Digitex blockchain. And again, I would want to apply the same kind of principles to that as we have with with Digitex Futures Exchange and with the other products that we're going to have, which is, you know, zero fees basically. I would love to create a blockchain that can operate somehow with zero transaction fees. I don't know how we can do that, or maybe just the money that Digitex makes, because, you know, the token price gets so great, and we've got token sales going on. If Digitex is making enough money, maybe we can just, you know, maybe we can subsidize that blockchain so that it can be zero fee. I think if we could create our own, you know, Digitex blockchain that has fast confirmation times and doesn't have any fees, I think that's the kind of blockchain that, you know, you could take you over to the mainstream.
Awesome. So yeah, that's really awesome to
hear.
But
that's just an idea, though. I mean, I'm not saying we have that. That's just something that I would love to do at some point. But yeah.
Yeah, that would definitely be good for lower latency. I mean, if you're just running it all on your own chain and everything like that, that would be really, really incredible. Then we do run into the interoperability issues, but that's always for another day. So yeah, I'm super excited about this. Like I said, I don't want to ask too many of the same questions you guys have asked. I mean, you talked about some of the products, but I mean, for everybody that might be watching live right now on my side, what are some of the things that really you guys are looking forward to? What are some products and some different features that you guys are looking to really roll out?
Well, we got a lot of, actually, I'm just looking at, I'll get back to that question right now. Can we just go over to the UI, guys? I was just noticing that like Bitcoin's going up. Look at this right now. Look at these volumes that we're getting now. About here is about where we opened up to the public. So That's pretty good. I just really wanted to just point out this too. I'm looking at the volume here. We're at $1.3 billion traded volume in the last 24 hours. I think Bybit is currently at 1.4 billion, but I mean, Bybit's been out for 18 months. You know, everybody knows who Bybit is. You know, on day one, we're at 1.3 billion here. I just think this is amazing. And look at the kind of liquidity we've got going on here. I just wanted to point that out because I still think it's quite amazing, because I mean, this isn't just, you know, I'm just going to throw some more money away for the guys here. This isn't just wash trading. You know, I've got this 50,000 clip size here. That's the equivalent of buying or selling 100 Bitcoins. The profits and losses you will get from buying and selling 50,000 futures contracts on the Digitex Futures Exchange is the equivalent of buying and selling 100 Bitcoins. And, you know, with that in mind, ooh, look at this going. Look, I mean, you just want to buy 50,000, smash, done. I mean, I want to get out, smash. Now I'm on the offer, so now it's going down. But you know, if I'm okay to go through the order book, smash, there it is, just getting filled. I mean, this is 100 Bitcoins at a time, the equivalent of that I'm able to buy and sell in a fast-moving market. That you know, it's just amazing to me that we've got this kind of volume going through there right now. I just wanted to point it out because it's going particularly crazy right now. You know, we're at 11,400. I'm long. Let's see if we can just get that off at 11,400. There we go. You see that? I mean, I just made like 80,000 Digitex there. I mean, it's just so liquid. It's amazing to me that we've got this kind of liquidity from manual traders. We don't even have the API going yet. Sorry, I didn't mean to hijack your question there, mate. I just wanted to point out what was going on. No.
I was I'm just as excited as you are.
Yeah.
Today's a huge day. I don't know if you know, for Bitcoin, I mean, if this monthly close, if we can close, and I think we are going to close above the last of what was it, June of last year, when we had the 14K high. That's a higher high on the macro.
I mean, it's going, right? It's going. And what perfect timing for Digitex to come out and, oh look, we've got a free Bitcoin futures market here. It's just like perfect time. I'd rather be lucky than good. You know, that's what I say. So I think the timing.
And some of those fees are killer, by the way.
I know.
I've actually tried doing scalp trades before, where I actually ended my trade in profit, but the fees were so high that I actually ended up losing.
I know.
Because of, you know, the way that the maker and takers go. It was crazy.
Exactly. And what's the end result of that? What do? You don't go do it again. You just say, well, that was fun, but kind of pointless, and you don't do it again. If you make those profits on Digitex, you do it to the maximum. What we find is, you know, the winners on Digitex, they don't even want to withdraw their money. All people do is they just increase their size. And I remember that's what I always used to do. Whenever I was having a good run, I wasn't drawing money out and, you know, having a good time with it. I'm just multiplying it up in my head. Right, wait a minute, if I just increase my size and increase my size, and that's what people are doing. You know, the volumes are they're just going through the roof right now. So yeah, it's just really interesting that this is, you know, if Bitcoin just starts on a tear now, that, you know, and we've just opened today. I mean, could you have gotten better timing than that? I mean, really, I mean, that's just, like I say, I'd rather be lucky than good.
No, it was definitely an amazing day. I'm very, very excited. I mean, like I said, we've been pretty much grueling out this bear market for a long time. And I think to all the hodlers, everybody out there watching, it's definitely due. It's nice to see a lot of the altcoins getting some love again, the DeFi space kicking off, trading is finally picking up again. You're seeing the volume. So yeah, you guys absolutely smashed it with the launch. And I love, like I said, how simple it is to use the exchange. And yeah, I mean, I'd love to, like, probably at some point make some kind of a tutorial, help people out, because you know, it's nice to have those alternatives out there. It's fun to spot trade. It's fun to bet on the altcoins, but having something like this is good too. You know, don't go throwing away the rent money. But it's a really interesting concept.
Right.
And,
yeah.
I mean, we'll have to see. Like, what I want to know is how it will affect the demand of the token, of the Digitex token. Like, if you get enough traders with enough volume and enough demand, we've seen what that did just with the ICOs. I mean, there was a point where people didn't even really care so much about Ethereum itself. It was just, I want to use this token to get into the ICOs. So they were essentially just buying it at whatever price. They were just market buying. And I wonder if this exchange takes off to the level that we all hope it does, if the token would have that same sort of value, because it's absolutely necessary. I mean, it's just a really interesting experiment.
Right, and the, as you say, experiment is a good word, because it's a brand new revenue model that's never been done by anyone before. And, you know, the way it looks initially is very, very exciting, because, you know, we soft launched in, you know, end of April, but we were really only onboarding 50, 100 traders at a time. It's only the start of July where we opened the doors to the 30,000 people that had signed up on our testnet over the previous months. So that was the first significant number of people that we brought into the exchange. The token was at 4 cents at the start of July when we did that. The token went to 12 cents. You know, it seemed to be directly correlated with, you know, the number of traders we're letting in, the traded volumes we're getting in, and the price of the Digitex went up, which is how you would expect. As demand goes up, you expect the price to go up. So it's a really, really exciting concept now, because we've really figured out how to, you know, we've got media buying down. We can pretty much switch a switch that gets us 1,000 signups a day. We've got social media marketing is great. Our content marketing is great. We've got all kinds of other marketing things lined up that are going to get us, you know, thousands and thousands of new traders. And if that, you know, just consistently translates into a climbing Digitex price, you know, the things we can do with that, because we directly benefit from that higher price. We're selling tokens from our treasury at a premium to the exchanges, so it's not, you know, it's not holding the price down. The things that we can do with that are quite amazing. So yeah, if it holds up as it is working now, it's just going to be amazing. It's really going to be amazing. If you say you're going to make some tutorial videos, we should throw some Digitex into your account. Let Chris know your account, and we'll bung you some Digitex tokens for it.
Oh, thanks, man. So I got to ask you guys one more question before we go, because I know you're pressed for time and you got a lot of other guests. I just want to ask you, for the subscribers out there, what is your actual thought on Bitcoin? Because I know there are some traders out there where, you know, they'll say, I could care less about it. I just use it to make more dollars, make more money, and that's it. Where do you stand on this? Are you legitimately a long-term Bitcoin hodler? Do you believe in the future of Bitcoin, or is it just for you just an instrument to trade?
Predominantly, it's just an instrument to trade. My main interest in it is just that it's 24/7 and that it's liquid. That's why we started the futures market off on that. On a separate side note, I do think that Bitcoin is going to go up a lot. I just think it's the original. It just has that, you know, that critical mass of people that understand it now. It's, you know, Bitcoin is a word that most people have heard now. It has that first mover advantage. I think Bitcoin is going to go up a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if you know, in my lifetime, Bitcoin reaches $100,000 or $200,000 a token. That wouldn't surprise me if that happened. I don't know that it will happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if it does. I wouldn't bet against it.
Awesome. Well, thanks again so much for having me on the channel.
Hey, my pleasure. My pleasure. Really good to have you. Thanks. Really appreciate you coming on, and I'll be speaking to you soon, hopefully. Cheers, mate. Thank you. All right. Another great interview there. So I'm guessing Andrea has some more winners for us, right?
Yes, I do, folks. In this half hour, we're giving away Digitex branded merchandise to 100 winners. Prizes include Digitex caps and t-shirts. So to find out if you've won, you'll need to check your email addresses to see if you've received a winner's email from us. You could only claim your prize if you respond to our email, and you must reply within 24 hours of the start of this event, so by 1 p.m. UTC tomorrow. Once we receive your email, we'll send you a form to complete your shipping information and size. So make sure you're checking your email to see if you are a lucky winner. All right, folks, it's time for some Q&A. As it's such a hot topic, let's continue with the question about future developments for the exchange and the token. All right, Adam, when will you launch the spot market?
The spot market. So it's in active development now. We're going to launch the spot market Q4 2020. And the thing with that spot market is, you know, we're trying. It's going to be the Digitex spot market. It's not just going to be your typical crappy cryptocurrency exchange. It's going to be done right. The UI is going to be perfect. The matching engine is just going to work properly. It's going to be, you know, obviously zero fees on all trades. So it's going to be the kind of cryptocurrency spot market where you can trade single clicks, and you can actually trade on it similar to how you can on the Digitex Futures Exchange. So it's going to be a very popular spot market, very high liquidity, and I really see that as kind of a gateway for getting in a lot of people, and then, you know, getting them onto other Digitex products from there.
And Adam, is there anything else coming besides the spot market? And there's been all these kinds of rumors out there, so we want to know.
Yes, there are a few rumors of what's going on. So the new white paper that we're going to put out in probably a month is going to have details of all the new stuff that's coming out. It's a lot. It's, you know, if you thought that the Digitex Futures Exchange, well, I mean, we've seen what the Digitex Futures Exchange has done to the token price, the Digitex token price, the demand that it creates. So if the Digitex Futures Exchange alone can do that, what will 10 other products that are similar to the Digitex Futures Exchange, in that they all have zero fees, no house edge, they have mass appeal, but they mandate the use of the Digitex token, what will 10 similar products have on, you know, the price of the Digitex token? It's gonna be like adding gasoline to the fire. So we are going to be bringing out a Digitex poker room where, you know, you play poker in, you're betting in Digitex tokens, but guess what? There's no rake, there's no, you know, commission on any of your winnings. It's just going to be a very liquid poker room, thousands of tables playing all at the same time. The house will not be taking one dime from anybody. You know, again, you'll be able to, if you're a good poker player, that's where you're going to go if you want to try and make a living at it, or if you want to make a serious hobby of it. The demand that is going to create for the token is going to be probably as much as the, you know, the Digitex Futures Exchange. Maybe, I don't know, but it's going to be big. Poker is huge. We're going to introduce, you know, the benefits of, you know, the Digitex, you know, revenue model to that. We're also going to do the same to a casino. There's going to be casino games where there's no house edge working against you, but you've got to bet with Digitex tokens. The slots on there, I mean, people are crazy for slots. Just the slots is going to have 100,000 people on there, all just, you know, the slots are just paying out 100% of what they bring in. The slots don't make us one dime, but again, they're creating demand for the token, and, you know, there's just going to be a lot of people buying tokens just for that. There's going to be a prediction market that where you can you know, trade on you know, political and economic events. Again, the difference between our prediction market and other prediction markets is, you know, prediction markets are typically run by academics. They're you know, clunky interface, not very good, no liquidity, and they charge you commissions on your winnings. The Digitex prediction market is going to have the ladder interface. We're going to encourage, it's going to be built for scalpers. You're going to be able to scalp, you know, political events. The liquidity, therefore, is going to be huge, and no commissions on your winnings. We're going to do the same thing to Forex. We just got so many different platforms that are all around trading and gambling that all just mandate the use of the Digitex token and create huge demand for the Digitex token. And yeah, it's just going to go crazy. But I don't want to talk about, I'm not supposed to talk about that in this one, am I? So that's all coming out in the updated white paper that we're going to be bringing out probably the end of next month. I'm not sure when we're doing that. Probably in about a month's time, you'll know more.
And Adam, one more question here. What's the one-year roadmap, and will you share this information on the website?
The one-year roadmap, yeah. Once we launch the next white paper, then the roadmap will be clear. We've got a very clear roadmap, and people are going to be blown away by the ambition of it.
Well, fantastic. Our next guest discovered Digitex back in 2018 when the Digitex token rose from 1 cent to 16 cents and first started getting attention. Since then, he's always been supportive of Adam's efforts to bring zero-fee trading to life and was another of our early onboarders to Digitex Futures Exchange mainnet. Together with his partner, he runs a massively popular YouTube channel with just shy of 100,000 subscribers, dubbed as your brain on blockchain, uncomplicating crypto for the benefit of all users. They also run a successful website with masterclasses in smart investing. A big warm welcome to Doc Severson of Ready Set Crypto.
There he is.
Hey, Adam, how the hell you doing, man?
Ah, you know, better than the last time I spoke to you.
No, the last time I spoke to you, you were on a beach, so
yeah,
it couldn't be better than that.
Oh, that's right. I remember. Hey, that was in Israel, right? Oh, yeah, I remember that.
That's right. Hey, I got the memo today on the black shirt, so we're
right.
in sync today, man.
Yep. So good to have you on the show. Thanks for coming on. I really appreciate you coming on. You've been a big supporter, and I really appreciate everything you've done. And thanks for coming on.
We actually discovered you when the Digitex token was 0.8 cents, and so still have it.
You still have it. There you go.
Still have it. Not going to get rid of it. No, it was amazing when I first heard of what you were doing back in 2018. Oh, it was almost exactly 2 years ago. I was like, this is the best thing I've ever heard, because I come from back in a futures trading on a ladder, and it's like there was nothing out there with a ladder. There was nothing out there. I would talk to people about futures trading in crypto, and I just get, the blank stare, like, what are you talking about? And so, like, oh, what's wrong with the big green and red buy and sell buttons? It's like everything.
Yeah, everything.
And so
exactly.
People are starting to finally understand what a ladder means and why to trade with a ladder. So I'm glad that you stuck through it.
Yeah, thanks. It was a little tricky at times. It wasn't as easy as I thought it might have been. But what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. We learned a lot from that. I think we've got a better product because of it. And now we're really improving on that product. So it's the response it's gotten so far in the last few months that we've launched it, from the people that we launched it to, has just been phenomenal. It's been overwhelmingly positive. And most importantly of all, we've got guys on there just making regular, consistent daily profits, which is exactly what I wanted to happen, so very, very excited.
Well, who was it that famously said, "I will serve no wine before it's time"? Was that Ernest Gallo or something? So, sometimes you got to wait for it. I mean, it would have been great if you'd been able to come out 2 years ago, but I don't think the market was ready for it. I think the market's ready for it right now, and the timing is perfect with the run that we're getting.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't have timed that better, right? Have you seen what's happening to Bitcoin right now on our opening day?
Well, you should claim credit for it. I mean, actually, that does bring up a question. Like, at what point do you think that the exchange is going to be so popular that the tail's going to wag the dog?
Oh yes, what a great question.
You could actually influence the spot price instead of the other way around.
Wouldn't that be great if the Digitex Futures Exchange was influencing the price of the spot of Bitcoin? Wouldn't that be amazing? I mean, and that does happen, right? The thing with highly leveraged futures contracts is they can start, as you say, the tail can start wagging the dog. So at what point would that happen? I don't know. I'm not sure at what point that would happen, but it would be very interesting to see that.
Well, if you think about it, it's actually already happened in the equities market, right? The S&P futures are actually the underlying driver of the price beyond the indices, right? So it's already happened in other markets, and if we get this thing popular enough, that's exactly what will happen. So one of the questions, though, that I get from people all the time is like, well, how do these guys make money? And it's been sort of fascinating to read up on this over the last couple of days. And really what you're doing is almost a little smaller version of what the Federal Reserve is doing, right? Just print money as you need it. Well, and in this case, what you're doing is you're printing tokens as necessary.
In a different way, though, because if you look at, if you look at the value of the dollar, the value of the dollar does consistently go down. But if you look at tokens that have minted, like let's take Bitcoin, for instance. Everyone says, oh, Bitcoin's capped at 21 million, so therefore it's always going to go up. Yeah, that's true, but you know, the Genesis block, you know, when Bitcoin came out in 2009, I think there was 1.6 million Bitcoins, and now there's something like 17 million. So the supply of Bitcoins has actually multiplied by 10 in 10 years, and yet the price has gone from a cent to, you know, 11,000. So, and the same with Ether. You know, Ether started off, I think the Genesis block was 72 million tokens, right? And now there's 100 and something. So the you know, the supply of Ether in about 4 years has gone up by 50%. But as long as the demand for that Ether outstrips the increase in supply, it hasn't caused any problem. There's nothing fundamentally wrong with minting tokens. It's only wrong. It only affects the price if that minting is faster, is more than the demand is. You know, as long as you can get the demand more than what you're minting, you know, it really isn't a problem.
Right, but you get to play a similar role to the Fed in terms of setting, you know, they set interest rate policy, but you're going to setting policy for your utility token in terms of the supply and demand of that, because I mean, you want stability on that price.
Right.
Is there like, in your mind, I mean, you know, it would be easy to say that you know, if I ask you what's the sweet spot for the price or what's your goal for the price, it's easy to say, well, you know, $10 or, you know, $20 a token or something like that. But then you get to the point where it becomes too expensive for some of the smaller investors to get on board and to trade in size. So, So is there like a sweet spot that you're going to negotiate or to manage this to?
That's what we've got to figure out. This is why, I mean, everybody just gets so stressed out when you mention token minting, but I think done responsibly, like you say, as long as the price is rising, you know, you don't want this massive spikes and crashes. You know, you don't want these bubbles. You don't want like what's the word, unnatural, you know, restrictions in supply. Often, you know, releasing a small number of tokens, as long as it's nothing like what the demand is, it can steady out that price rise. And you don't go up to $100 right away, but if you can just go up, you know, $1 at a time, it's often a much more sane, much more sustainable, sensible way to do it. So token minting isn't the devil that everyone thinks it is. And you know, on the subject of token minting, I was very careful. If you look at the original white paper, which is on our website, the first sentence of the first paragraph of our white paper is where we say we're minting it. I didn't hide it away on page 7. You know, I said we mint tokens for revenue in the first sentence. So, you know, we're not hiding this away, but I agree with you. Like you say, some token minting isn't necessarily a bad thing. It can stabilize the rise, which makes it a lot more sensible and a lot more sane.
Well, and if it ever came to that point where the token actually got inflated to the price where a lot of smaller investors, I mean, it would be easy for then for you to do subcontracts, right? If it got to that point. So,
yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
It's a good problem to have.
We could reduce the tick size, and you know, we can do all kinds of things, and you can buy less than one Digitex token. You know, you can, like you can with a Bitcoin or an Ether. You know, you can buy 0.1 of a Digitex token. So, you know, but again, like you say, what a great problem to have, right?
Yeah. Hey, I've been on the interface, on the mainnet interface, the last week or so, and it is a riot. I mean, it's a scalper's paradise.
It
really is.
So
I mean, I've been impressed with the liquidity on the bid and the offer size. There's no problem. There's no, the other thing that I'm impressed too is that there's no gaps in the liquidity. When the price runs, you don't see holes in the ladder.
Right, you can see it right now. The market's going crazy. Yeah, the market's going crazy right now, and there really is. Yeah, let's just look over there. I mean, you know, you can see what Bitcoin's doing here. It's very volatile. There is never more than a one-tick gap on here. And let me tell you, that isn't my market makers that are doing that. All these big amounts that you see here, my market makers are trading like 100, 200 contracts at a time, putting bids and offers in here. This 35,000, you know, this isn't me. This is manual traders. We don't even have the API hooked up yet. This is manual traders on here, keeping a permanent one-tick spread, no matter how volatile it gets.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the point with the API as well too, because I think that the huge opportunity here is for people that run the bots, because the biggest issue with the bots right now has been the friction. the commissions, because the bots can trade all day long, all night long, things like that.
Right.
But it makes no sense to do that. It makes no sense to have that kind of velocity in there if you're going to have that level of friction that you have with the current
exactly.
solutions
you
that are in the
remove that
marketplace.
friction. We remove that, and who knows what the bot guys are going to do. I mean, we might have to get some major servers just to handle the kind of, just the transaction volume that's going through there, because I just don't even know what those guys are going to do. Those guys are going to do millions of contracts to make one Digitex profit, because ultimately they're just going to keep pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. So it's going to be interesting to see the kind of volumes levels we get, because it's a completely new model that hasn't been done before. And in some ways the volumes are not inflated. I wouldn't say inflated. It's just the way that they're turning over such a lot of contracts. It's not that they've actually bought $1.4 billion worth of Bitcoins. It's they are turning it over very fast. But I think those bot guys especially, once we switch that API on, and once we get those user programmable bots too, those guys are just going to go crazy. I'm very interested to see what happens.
Yeah, it's almost like a scene from Jurassic Park where, life will find a way, right? You don't know exactly how people are going to use the exchange, but they will let you know.
Yeah.
People will sort of steer you towards that.
Right.
So
I just watch with interest.
That's going to be one of my projects starting this weekend, is to get my module set up because we've been waiting for the last 2 years to set up an instruction module for how to trade on this exchange. So I can't wait to do that.
I know. We've been talking about that for so long, and I kept letting you down, didn't I? I so appreciate you just sticking with me. You could have just so easily have just said, look, this guy's just a fucking loser. I'm done with this guy. And you stuck with me, and I really do appreciate it. I appreciate the support you've given us, and I appreciate you coming on now and saying the things you're saying.
Well, it's, we got the the Union Jack in the family here, so I feel like
tell
I owe
us
you,
more.
so.
Exactly. Tell us more about your modules, because you're huge in there. I don't know, for people that might not know you, for what this guy is saying and for who he is, this is major stuff. So you're like the top guy in futures trading around here. Do you want to just say what your modules are going to be doing and what? Well,
we've got a master class on crypto futures trading we've had out there for about a year, and it covers all of the major players, at least at that time. But it's always been released with the sort of stipulation that, well, when Digitex releases, we'll going to add a module for Digitex as well too, to teach you how to. So it's the basic principles of how to trade futures, how to be able to read supply and demand on a short-term chart, be able to trade with the trend, and most importantly, risk management, so that you don't blow your account out like everybody else does, right? So do it the right way and learn to scale up. And then it's just a matter of applying it towards whatever user interface, whatever rules that they have on that interface. So that's what we do.
Excellent. Yeah, we really want to focus on education. We had Trader Cobb on earlier. He's going to be doing courses. We're doing our own Digitex Academy. To have you doing a module on Digitex 2 is just really, really good. That's just going to be really, really good for the product and for helping our users. Just like you say, I don't want them blowing their accounts out. That's no use to me. I don't want you coming on here and just screwing it up. I want you to be on there forever, because you can be. If you get this right, this is all you need to do. That the Mika that was on earlier that came over from Betfair trading, it's so nice. It's so gratifying to hear people say that they've discovered it and they're trading away. He's got something like 60 days on a run without a losing day. I mean, that's just music to my ears. I just love to hear that.
Right. The supply and demand is there. The liquidity is there. Everything that you need to make money in the market is there. And then finally, with the interface, and especially now with the stop loss on there as well too. So looking forward to seeing what you can do from here with the interface. So Adam, thanks for inviting me on here today.
My pleasure.
And, good luck with your event. You guys are doing great, and I wish you continued success.
Thanks, mate. I really appreciate all your support. I really do. You've just been a rock. Keep holding on to those Digitex, mate, and I'll speak to you soon.
Okay. Thanks, Adam.
A lot. Bye.
Take care.
Well, that was another good one, right? So have we got any more winners over there, Andrea?
Yes, we do, Adam, and we can confirm that the next 200 lucky prize winners have had their accounts credited with $200 worth of Digitex tokens. So make sure you're checking your wallet on the Digitex Futures Exchange regularly to see if you're one of our lucky winners. And remember, folks, you can only be in with a chance of winning if you're logged into your Digitex Futures mainnet account and you have a minimum deposit of 1,000 Digitex tokens. Now it's time for some Q&A. And among all the questions we've had from the community, there was a lot of general interest in the company and, of course, the team. Here are a few of those questions. All right, Adam, do you still have a designer helping you turn the exchange into a piece of art?
Do I have a designer? No, I don't have a designer. I have a team of UI, UX designers helping me turn it into a work of art. We're currently working on the completely new, upgraded look of the exchange. It's still going to be the same ladder interface, still like same principle, but we're going to have multiple ladders on the same screen. We're going to have various other features, but it's just going to have a whole new look and feel to it. It's just going to be better, just more modern, just nicer, more modular. The works better on mobile. So yeah, we've got a full-time team in Kiev that works with me on that every day.
Fantastic. And Adam, what's an ideal price for Digitex to be able to maintain the ongoing company expenses?
Well, the interesting thing about that is. We actually, what we've been doing is I'm trying to explain this. We don't need to sell tokens at the moment to make money. We've attracted money in other ways. A lot of serious investors discovered what we were doing. I've been speaking to them. We actually don't need to be even selling tokens right now to fund everything we're doing. So the token price can be whatever it needs to be. If that wasn't the case, if we didn't have the investors and the support that we've got from these very serious people, even at 10 cents, at 10 cents it's fine. At 10 cents, the Treasury sells 10 million tokens a quarter, which is $1 million a quarter. That keeps the lights on, that pays the bills. Anything above that is, just allows us to spend more on development and on marketing. We get to $1 by the end of the year. We've just got so much money to do everything that we need to do. All the ambitions that we've got really just easily fall into place with that money. And the thing is, it's not just a bunch of money that we've got and we don't know what to do with. The difficult journey we had to get to this stage. Like I say, the team's been through the fire. You give us a lot of money at this stage and we really know what to do with it. We really know exactly what to do with it. We've got development down, we've got support down, we've got, the operations is perfect, the marketing is great. So anything above where it goes from now, it just puts Digitex on a very, very good trajectory to not just pay the bills, but to really, really fly.
Well, Adam, it's been a very exciting day so far, but I want to ask you, can you show us how to trade on the UI?
Sure, yeah. So we've been mostly doing interviews, right? So yes. Let's go on here. Let's stick with 50,000, right? Let's go big. So so let's see. So this is the. Let me just give you a quick rundown of how it works exactly. So this is the central price column. This is the price of Bitcoin as you see it here. We have $5 tick increments. So to place a bid, to place a buy order, you click to the left of the price that you want, and that appears here as an unmatched order. And to place a sell order, you click to the right of the price that you want, and that appears as an unmatched sell order if it's on the offer or above. And let me cancel that. If you hit the bid here, if you just smash that, then you get what was there, and then the remainder here is offered at the offer. I'm selling this at 11,300. Let's see if I can buy it back at 11,295. So I'm getting the remainder of this. So I'm selling here at 11,300. So now I'm hoping that this one starts trading here. Once this starts trading, See, this is building up. The spot price is moving down a bit, so this should start trading now. It's trading here. This number here shows the actual number of contracts that's being matched at this price. So you can see there's 850, there's 50. So this is how much is trading. So I got that full amount there. So you can see at the top, I'm short 50,000 contracts. I've sold 50,000 futures contracts, which is about the equivalent of selling 100 Bitcoins. And I'm waiting on the bid here to try and make a tick. So I wait here, I'm trying to make this tick. If at some point I change my mind, I'm thinking, oh, I'm not going to get filled now, I can just scratch this. Oh no, I can't because I've got not enough money. So to scratch this, I would have to cancel this unmatched order and then move it up. You see now that offer went, so I missed that. Now I'm having to bid. So now I'm bidding to try and just break even. I sold 50,000 contracts at 11,300. Now I'm just trying to get out at the same price. If I can get this, I haven't lost anything. So this is now trying to be a scratch trade. Most of scalping, well, not most of scalping, but a lot of scalping is scratch trades. The scratch trade is a winning trade as far as I'm concerned. You know, I've missed that one. I'm now completely on the wrong side of it. Let me just smash that. So now I sold it here, bought it here. Completely awful trade. Here you can see I'm getting matched. I've got 20,000 left to try and get matched. And these are big positions. This is 100 Bitcoins I'm trying to get out of here. You know, this is, oh, look at that. So let me click that. And another thing, let me show you this. So now I've got 19,694 contracts that I'm short. Now I don't have a quantity button for 19,694, but you don't need that because you have the right click. So for instance, if I want to get out of this trade now, all I want to do is right click next to the price that I want, and that submits the order value of exactly what my position is up here. So whether I get the 50,000 filled, then I just do a normal left click to get out of that position. If I've got an obscure amount filled, then I can just right click and put that amount in. So no matter what happens, I can just one click. I don't have to go off and click in the quantity box and then look down to the keyboard, type in the numbers into the keyboard, and then go and submit it. So whatever happens, whatever amount I get filled on, I can get out of that amount with a right click. So this particular trade, you see I'm getting completely killed on. So I sold it at 11,300. I want to get out here. So I would cancel this. If I wanted to get out at this price here, I would just simply right click and then boom, you see I got it filled instantly. So if I think, right, this is going up now, so I'm going to buy it. Let's try and bid at 11,330. Let's see if I get this. So voice is going a little bit, right? Been jibber jabbering all day.
It's been a long day so far.
It has, right? But those interviews, you couldn't have paid for those, right?
They were great. Were you surprised that all the feedback?
Yeah, I really am. So here we can see I'm getting filled. So I had 50,000, remember? So I'm getting filled. That means I'm at the front of this queue. So here's my position up here. I've got 12,000 that I've bought. I'm gradually getting filled. Now you can see the price has gone up. So I've got 12,399. Let me just right click here, 2 ticks above, and see if I get that. So I'm at the front of this queue, and then let's see if I can get this one. Let's see if I can get a 2 ticker. Now I'm getting filled on the full amount. Let's just scratch it. So I'm trying to scratch it now. I smashed that. I'm on the front of the queue. I got only 2,000 of it matched. So the next 48,000 of this is me. Again, just trying for a scratch trade. And again, I've got it wrong. Oh, yeah. Don't do as I do. Do as I say. Hold on. Right, and again, so now I've got a 48,139 position. How do you get out of that obscure amount? You just right click. So if I wanted to right click here, it submits the exact amount that I've got, so I can get out to make myself flat. I can try and do that here at this price that I got in at, or you can just smash it there, and I got most of it. Now I'm getting the rest of it. You see how quickly that gets filled and the price goes up to what it was. It's just very, very quick, easy to get in and out of. Let's try and buy at 11,325. Let's put one at, here. This would be what you would do if it was more normal conditions. When it's you know, more stable, you can often just put in a bid, put in an offer. You know, I'm getting filled on the offer. Hopefully I can start getting filled on the bid at the same time, and that's just the most beautiful position to be in. When you can get these, not that I'm in that position yet because I'm not getting this one filled, but really what you want to be doing on those is if you can get filled here and be getting filled here at the same time, that's really nice. But in these volatile conditions, that's a lot more difficult. You know, you tend to just get one side of it and then it goes off without you. So in these volatile conditions, you wouldn't necessarily do that. But there you can see I've sold that one at 11,330. I don't know if I'm going to get this one tick profit. I don't seem to be able to make one single tick profit on this little demonstration. I don't even seem to be able to break even on this demonstration. So let's just cancel that, smash this. I got 32,000 of it right away. 17,000 left over goes onto the bid, and you can see that's getting filled, but the price is still going up, still getting filled. So I'm just waiting for the next 16,000 contracts that trades on this price, they will be mine. You could wait for that, or you could just right click here to just get rid of the whole lot. Let's just show what would happen there. So you right click there to get rid of the position, but I've still got this one. So I'm still at the front of this. As it starts to get matched, I can just right click here to just drop off whatever I was matched at. So I got an extra 931 contracts here. I dropped them off here. I got rid of them. Now I've got an extra 773 that were matched there. I could smash this and just make an instant one tick profit. So let's just go for 2 ticks. See if I can get that 773 off here with a right click here. So often when you get to the front of a queue, you don't want to cancel that order. You want to put in another order to get out of a position you maybe didn't want. But the one that's at the front of the queue, it's such a valuable, it's such a great position to be in, because you know there's all these contracts here, but the next 13,000 that trade, they're mine, and I can just drop them off at the next price with a single right click to make that one tick profit. So a few little techniques there. You'll notice that my mouse just isn't really going anywhere. I'm moving, you know, a few inches at a time, all one click operations, no cost to any of it. Whether I'm on the bid or whether I'm smashing the bid, it doesn't make any difference. There's no difference between a maker order or a taker order. You can see now I'm getting most of it. I've got 10,000 that I'm long now. There you see I've got most of that. So let me just right click. Well, let me just right click here. So I go for the 2 ticks because I could get that one right away. Let's go for the 2 ticks. See if we get that one. And then anyway, I think we got a new guest coming up. So let me just right click here to try and get that one out. And then, but you get the idea. You get the idea. It's very, very easy to just in and out, in and out, in and out. You don't have to trade this frequently. You know, if you want to be more selective about the kinds of trades that you want to do, you can pay more attention to the chart. You can look at other charts. You know, you can do all kinds of different things. But if you do want to be a very, very active scalper, then you know this is the way to do it, because it's just so easy. And the thing is, my eyes are never leaving the price. This is the thing when you trade on the other exchanges and you need to do, you need to use the keyboard and you need to move your mouse over here to click and then use the keyboard and then you've taken your eyes away from the price. You don't know exactly what's going on. With this, you never take your eyes away from the price, and it is literally moving up and down in front of you. So here you can see I've got an extra 2,000. Let's see if I can get a 3 tick profit on that. But it's literally moving up and down in front of me. It's easy to visualize what is happening because the market moves up and down. On this ladder, it literally moves up and down in front of me. So I'm not ever taking my eyes from the price. I can really get in the zone of what's happening. So let me just cancel this, cancel that, right click here to make myself flat. And oh look, I only lost 3 grand on that little section there. So thanks for asking for that demonstration, Andrea. That's
thank you very much for going through it.
Sorry, but you get the idea. So a great interface for fast trading. There's no costs, very easy to get in the zone. There's a reason why it's such a great UI. All right, I think we've got another another guest now, don't we?
Yes, we do. We have a recording from CTO Larson, one of our guests that unfortunately he was not able to be here, but he actually has a recording for us.
Excellent. Well then.
Tjena, it's CTO Larson here, and it's a beautiful early July morning here in Stockholm, Sweden.
Can you hear him?
And I would like to extend a word of respect to the Digitex team and the whole community. I've believed in you since 2017. Those of you who were there then, you remember that there were thousands and thousands of bad ideas. The good ideas were few and far in between. It was my friend Mark who found this token that I never heard about and asked me to take a look. And I also felt, yes, this one is a real idea, which could possibly make it. But then there is little value in a good idea, because all good ideas will be copied. Success comes from the execution on that good idea. And I saw you through the supplier challenges you had in 2019. Anyone can manage when times are good. It's when times get tough that you find the real leaders. And Adam and team, you pushed through. Now here you are on your public launch day. I made a sizable purchase of Digitex tokens, and I'm very happy for that. In fact, it's one of my investments that I'm most excited about. I have no idea how far this can go. Zero fee trading is huge for many people. Otherwise, there are holding fees, trading fees, fees everywhere. And you have this construction where you have to get Digitex tokens to trade, which in my simplistic understanding must create a huge demand during an on-ramp process, which in turn could create a crazy price rocket. Just be careful about releasing supply yourself. Now you're starting with BTC, but imagine if adding trackers for all the major non-crypto assets over time as well, like gold and commodities and S&P 500 index or whatever. Then we still have to buy DGTX tokens to trade them. How big can this get? Large online indicator is gold on both DGTX and BTC. BTC has broken through an important resistance here, and DGTX made a clean upwards break of a clean pennant. Excellent risk-reward ratio. Life is good. I'm excited for the future of Digitex and to see the light of this launch day. And I'm impressed by your execution. I want to give my greatest respect for the work you have done. Thank you. Tack. CTO Larson out. Hej då!
Thank you so much, CTO Larson, for that very special message. You guys, it's been such a day so far, and Adam, I know that you've been quite excited about everything that's been going on, but you know, the feedback that you've gotten so far, were you surprised? Have you been surprised by the excitement and the nuances that everybody has been talking to you about?
Absolutely. I mean, I knew it was good. You know, I like it, but you know, often I like things that other people don't like. But you know, to hear the guys saying it, and especially the caliber of guys saying it, you know, those aren't just random guys that we've pulled in off the street. These are like the top guys in crypto, just raving about how much they enjoy it, and you know, I couldn't have hoped for better. And Mika, you know, Mika is like the one guy that isn't really known. He's just like some normal guy, but that one was the best one of all, right?
His story was quite compelling.
Exactly. He's sitting in Belarus now in front of his computer, just making bank, just every single day. I mean, that's just, you know, the freedom. I know exactly how he feels right now. That guy's having a ball. So that one is really, you know, it's just so great to hear. Yeah.
I mean, if you take a bird's eye view out of everything, the fact that you've been able to exhale today, I'm sure that, I mean, it's 2 years plus in the making, and I mean, did you think this would really happen? I mean, sure, because you have the momentum, right? And you have this underdog story, which is quite inspiring, but now it's the culmination of absolutely everything. You see the action that's going on, and these high caliber guys, they're actually talking to you. What has been the feedback of your teams even so far? What do you think they're feeling behind the scenes?
I mean, it's just amazing. I couldn't have hoped for a better response. You know, it's one thing me saying, oh, you know, this is going to be great, this is going to be great. It's another thing it actually turning out that way. And you know, in many respects, it's turned out better than I expected. You know, so just really blown away by the response it's getting.
And you know, what type of advice would you give to anybody out there that feels a little bit frustrated, whether they're an entrepreneur, because your story, like I said, is quite compelling, and I'm sure people have felt the way you have felt before, but it's such a victory. I'm sure. And like you said, this is actually just the beginning.
Right, yeah, it feels, because it's taken so long, it feels like the finish line, but you know, this is just the start really. But yeah, it's a very exciting position to be in from the start. You know, often it's, you think what happens is a bad thing. It turns out later on that was the best thing that could have happened. You know, that happens so many times in so many different areas of life. I think this is another one of those. You know, if we'd have developed it right from the very start, from the ICO, I mean, that would have been a little more comfortable. Would we have, you know, developed the marketing as good as we had have done? Would I have, you know, found the critical team members that I've got right now that I just can't imagine doing this without? Would I have found those people? I wouldn't have, you know. So often, you know, the struggle is often, you know, the thing that makes it like when a butterfly is coming out of a cocoon, you know, you can help it out of the cocoon, but by helping it, you're killing it, because it doesn't get to develop those strong muscles that it needs to fly. So often hardship is, you know, as long as you survive it, you know, as long as it doesn't kill you, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And that's just really been drilled into my being right now. And yeah, and then once you get to the point where, you know, we're at now, you know, like I say, we're not at the finish line, we're at the start line now. To be at this point and to be this strong and to be a 10-cent token with the plans that we've got ahead of us, just, yeah, no one's as surprised as I am.
You know, it was really interesting because one of the questions that really resonated with me is the fact that one of our gentlemen, I think from Russia, he asked if you thought it was a great idea that you were the spokesperson, the actual face. And I love that because that's an example of leadership, and not only leadership but accountability, and the fact that you really believe what you all have built so far. Right.
Yeah, I think the strength of Digitex has been that, you know, it's had this big doofus in charge that has made some mistakes, but you know, I have owned them, I have learned from them, and you know, people at least, you know, someone thought it was a scam last year because it, you know, it looked that way on the surface of it, but now because of that, you know, the vast majority of people have realized it's not a scam, that it's real. So I think it's always a benefit if you have a, you know, a prominent figurehead at the front. I think that's always a good thing.
Of course, and your transparency really says a lot, obviously, about the company culture and really what's to come.
Well, thank you very much. I try. You know, I just I'm just so you know, like taken up by this now, because it's taken on legs that I never imagined. I just thought, yeah, I'm going to build a zero fee futures exchange. It's going to be good. It's going to be whatever. But you know, the actual potential that it has now, and for these guys, you know, to be agreeing with me and to be actually saying the things they're saying, I really am surprised by how big it can possibly be. So just beyond excited right now. Just charging forwards.
And let's talk about the secret sauce. I mean, obviously a little bit of inspiration, a little bit of your creative team, your marketing team, but for you specifically, what has made all the difference?
The difference, what do you mean? What's made the difference?
What's made the difference regarding, was it mindset that actually took you from, you know, a frustrating moment to the moment of success, or
I think it was just persistence. There was really just persistence. There was very little skill. There was very little skill involved. So I think it was just persistence. Like I said earlier, I think one of the things that helped me was before the ICO, I sold a bunch of half-price tokens to all my friends, like everybody that I knew. And you know, I just couldn't go home and just say, oh, sorry guys, you know, I tried my best, you know. Yeah, it just wasn't going to work that way. So you know, I had really no choice. After the second failure, you know, I just had to, you know, just keep trying. If you just don't ever quit, then really there's only one outcome in the end. You've just got to survive long enough.
And I love how you were talking about the commercial market. I mean, it would be quite a pivot considering that the commercial market is still quite new to, you know, the actual culture and what you all are building. What is your vision for the commercial market and, you know, the average person, and how would you want to approach that and have them really understand what this is all about?
Oh, you mean retail market?
Yeah, the retail market.
Yeah, I mean the retail traders they've always just been abused. You know, I was a professional trader and had very low trading fees, and it was very difficult to make money even with very low trading fees. The retail crowd, it's just impossible. It's literally impossible. And nobody really cares because they've always just done small size. You know, the institutions are fine. They get favors done by them, you know, from the exchanges. They get much lower fees than you get. If they're doing market making, they often get no fees. You know, it's just not a level playing field in any way. And the retail guy is always at the back of the queue, you know, because exchanges just aren't built for the benefit of the retail guy. It's just not that way. The retail guy is who you take the money off. You know, he's the one that feeds everything else. So there's just, you know, no exchanges have been made for them. The retail guy doesn't really have a voice in the big exchanges. And I'm just glad that I'm the guy that's doing that. You know, I think the retail market it's like an iceberg. You know, people have underestimated the kind of liquidity that can come from a million guys all trading relatively small. You know,
and why do you think they have been underestimated?
Just because of the revenue model of the current exchanges, they don't do that much size. You know, because they can't. You know, so you know the retail guy, he'll do 10 contracts here and there. He doesn't do that much volume, so you know he's kind of not treated properly. He doesn't do that much volume because he can't, because of the fees. People didn't realize that you take those fees away, how active they would be. And we've seen in the last few months how active they can become. And I think they're just going to get more and more and more active, especially as we bring in, you know, user programmable bots and the API. I think the size of the retail futures trading market is going to surprise a lot of people when we take those fees away.
And you know, it was interesting what you were talking about the e-gaming community and, you know, that segment in that demographic. When was that light bulb moment that you're like, you know, this is a great sector in our community that would actually embrace what we're doing here?
Yeah, that was a good one. I think it was our COO Chris that really first put us onto that. He was looking at the esports thing, and we were looking at it, and you know, I didn't really know much about esports and gaming. You know, I'm kind of not into gaming myself personally, but I do know it's huge. I didn't realize the kinds of numbers that would, you know, just the people that watch esports online. There's just millions and millions and millions of. They gamble on it. You know, people that do gaming and share it with their friends. It's just this massive, massive world.
Yeah, it's the future.
It dwarfs what cryptocurrency trading is doing right now. And these guys are the exact same demographic, and we're just like, you know, we put this in front of these guys, they're going to come over in droves. They don't even know about cryptocurrency trading yet. They don't know how good they're going to be at it, you know, but they've got no problem with learning new technology. They're early adopters of everything. They're not afraid of spending money online. They like to sit in their house and spend 12 hours a day on the screen, you know, and
they would be perfect.
Exactly. And I think if we can really create, you know, going forwards in the future, one thing I want to do is the trading interface that we've got, you know, it's functional now and it's great. I want to make UIs for trading that are very similar to gaming experiences. Maybe even bring in 3D aspects to it. Maybe bring in VR headsets where you're trading with those, you know, those little controllers that you get with the VR. So just really go crazy with the UI just to get these guys interested. If you get like a gaming style 3D UI trading. I mean, I don't even know how it's going to look yet. I just know that if we can come up with something like that, where you're trading in a 3D environment and you're placing trades by shooting things or something crazy like that, you know, the appeal to these gamers is going to be absolute. They're going to come in droves, and then they're going to figure out, wait, I can actually make money doing this because there's no reason why I should lose. They're going to be all over it.
And they're quite competitive, so.
They're very competitive. Yeah, you bring in that competitive element. The competitive element's already there because it's, you know, it's making and losing money. I think these guys are just going to be all over it.
And in regards to a timeline to that, you know, to that aspect of what you're talking about, is it just very conceptual, or? Yeah,
timelines and me are not a good mix. So I'm going to learn my lesson on that one. We're looking into it. We're always trying to find new people. We're always hiring people that we find that can help us with these things. So as soon as possible, really.
You know, the content strategy, I love the fact that you actually talked about the marketing aspect, because a lot of people don't understand that there's so many layers to a business, especially a business as complex of what you have built. And you know, talk to us about your content marketing. I mean, obviously we're here, we have a really awesome set, we have an awesome crew that we're doing this live, and talk to us about the future of your content marketing plan.
Absolutely. I mean, Lydia's our content marketing queen. She's the creative genius behind a lot of. I just get the credit for a lot of it, you know. But yeah, content marketing, we really figured that out. You know, cryptocurrency companies especially do it badly. They, you know, often with.
Why do you think that is, though?
It's just the nature of the people that come up with a cryptocurrency idea. They tend not to be the marketing types. You know, the cryptocurrency crowd, you know, typically. They're just not good at storytelling. They're not good at convincing people. They're the kind of people that are very intelligent. They're behind a keyboard. They can write code really well, but you know, socially awkward. They're just not salesmen. They're not. They just don't get marketing. It's just not something that they understand. It's not something they're comfortable with. You know. As you know, a cryptocurrency company, you know, you have to be creative. You know, you have to be very creative, and a lot of these people
and emotional.
Yeah, and storytelling, and just willing to, you know, spend a lot of money on things that aren't tangible. You know, you got to be able to. There's that saying in advertising: half of the money I spend is useful, is effective. The other half is wasted. If I just knew which half. It'd be good, you know, I could cut it down, but you never know which half it is. You have to try things, you have to fail regularly, and that just doesn't sit well with a lot of people. So just the whole marketing aspect of it, for us to have the cryptocurrency idea and the development skills that we have now and the creative marketing skills that we have it's an unusual mix. It's an unusual combination for a cryptocurrency company especially.
And obviously when we throw social media in there, talk to us about social media and how it's even been able to expand obviously across the world, and the fact that you're speaking with so many people and your content marketing strategy obviously going into social media. Talk to us about the success in regards to that.
Right, I mean, we just built a huge community over, you know, we started the ICO, it really got people's attention. The start of the ICO, just before the ICO, we had like 250,000 people signed up to our website in the first, 2 weeks leading up to the ICO, and then the ICO sold out in 17 minutes, and then our Telegram channel just built up to thousands and thousands.
Were you surprised that it really took
I was
to
shocked.
the ground?
Yeah, I was
Really?
shocked. Yeah, and you know, that all translated into really active, busy social media networks that we have. I mean, I'm not on social media myself. I don't do anything. I'm just a social media. I'm just one of those old guys that doesn't get it, you know. So
Just
for us
scrolls for a little bit.
I don't even do that. I don't go on any social media. So for us to have gotten the social media right to the extent that we have done, I mean, that's really good. And again, that a lot of that is down to Lydia and the stuff that she does. She's, you know, the ideas that she has and the things that we do are, you know, the kind of next level stuff. A lot of people don't know the level of intricacy, the amount of work that goes into a lot of the things we do. People just don't realize how time consuming it is, how difficult it is, how expensive it can get. Yeah, the social media side is obviously very important, and that's something else that we really nailed.
And you know, one thing that I've gotten so far with so many of your guests, they talk about the simplicity of the user interface and the fact that it could be so intricate. Why did you think simplicity was the way to go?
I mean, it's just, you know, simple's always best. I just prefer simple myself. Like I said, you know, this exchange was really, you know, scratching my own itch. It was something that I wanted. I was building it on the assumption that if I like it and I want it, then probably other people will too. That's what I was hoping. It wasn't. There wasn't really a lot of market research went into this. It was just build something you like and hope people follow you. It's great that, you know, the guys that are really, you know, the guys that came on today are saying the things they do. But again, I was just building something that I wanted myself. and that was simple. That's what I wanted, simple. And it turns out that building something, you know, to make it simple is much harder than just adding everything you want and just adding pop-ups and explanations but you know, you just add everything. It's like designed by committee. You know, you put all the features in there and everything's technically there, and it's just a mess. To make something simple is much harder than making it complicated.
Well, Adam, thank you so much. Honestly, your story is quite inspiring, but we are continuing with our guests, and our final guest of the day hosts a daily chat about crypto with a heavy slant towards altcoins, pitching themselves as everymen for the everyman. They've amassed over 200,000 subscribers on YouTube since starting in January 2018. As if that weren't enough, they also have over 25,000 followers on Twitter. These guys have featured some of the biggest names in crypto, including Anthony Pompliano and Beyonce CEO CZ. For our final chat of our launch live event, please welcome Aaron and Austin Arnold, brothers and hosts of Altcoin Daily.
All right, it is great to be with you, Adam.
You're right, mate. How's it going? Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, of course. You guys have been streaming for hours, right? I mean, you need the water, Andrew. You need the Valley Bar.
Well, I'm not allowed to drink too much water because then, you know, that can't drink water.
Right. Cool. So our channel is called Altcoin Daily. So we want to talk to you about the coin associated with your exchange. I want to hear all about it. Like Andrea said, you know, our channel is meant for the everyman, just regular people. So make sure, you know, you keep things simple. We are not pro traders here.
All right.
But let's get right on into it. So the Digitex token, correct me if I'm wrong, it's a utility token that enables users and owners to buy and sell futures contracts without paying transaction fees or any other hidden fees. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes. How that works is so we got two things. We've got the futures exchange, and we've got the Digitex Futures Exchange, and we've got the Digitex token. Now, what happens is, to use the Digitex Futures Exchange, and the reason you want to use the Digitex Futures Exchange is because there's no fees and it's very liquid and it's very easy to use. To use that, you have to have the Digitex token. The only accepted currency in the Digitex Futures Exchange is the Digitex token. So that creates that utility and that demand for the token, and that demand is what allows us to sell a small number of tokens through our ongoing public token sale, and that funds the futures exchange's operations. So it's those two things working together. The Digitex token is really the lifeblood of the Digitex Futures Exchange. It's what makes everything possible.
Interesting. So how many Digitex tokens does a trader or user need to take full advantage of the exchange?
Well, currently one futures contract will cost you about 224 Digitex tokens to buy or sell, but we do have leverage. So at 10x leverage, that means you would only need a tenth of that. So you would only need 22 Digitex tokens. At 25x leverage, you're really only going to need 10 tokens to buy or sell one futures contract. So if you want to just be a small trader trying it out with one lots, you know, 10 Digitex tokens is really all you need. You know, one lots is going to be a little dull. You know, you can even when you're playing and testing, you can go a little higher than that. But really, with, you know, 100 or 200 Digitex tokens, you know, you can start using the exchange.
Do professional traders ever 100x, or is that just fun thing exchanges add?
Personally, I avoid leverage. I think a lot of the professionals do it. It just brings in added risk, really, of getting blown out. But you know, having said that, as long as you are trading very carefully, as long as you are scalping and getting out very quickly, you know, you can do the higher leverage. But if you don't want to get blown out regularly, you should probably avoid the 100x.
Of course. So besides trading, what are your thoughts on the Digitex token as an investment for non-traders?
It's primarily a utility token for traders. You know, as I said, it's the vehicle through which you can buy and sell futures contracts with no fees at all. But you know, as we showed this month, you know, we started onboarding the first significant number of people at the start of July, and the token went from 4 cents to 12 cents, and it's still there now. It's you know, it's stuck at that level. So you know, the theory that more traders coming in will create more demand for the token, which will increase the price, is holding up. And so as an investor, you know, you've got to look at the kind of comments that we've gotten today off the guests that I've had today. You know, you can see that this is a very genuine product that really has legs, and that we really have big plans to promote that. So as an investor, the Digitex token, you don't have to trade with it on the futures exchange. As an investor, it can be a solid investment, which is really just a play on how good you think we're going to market what we've built. You know, we've built a great product. I think there's really no doubt there that it is great, that people love it. How well are we going to market it? How well are we going to get people on there? Are we going to get 100,000 traders on there? Are we going to get 500,000 traders on there, or 1 million? If you believe that we are, then the Digitex token is a very solid investment for just, you know, your regular investor, hodler type.
Right. I guess the risk is that, you know, obviously if anything happens to the exchange, then the token might not have as much value.
Right.
But, you know, if you do all this marketing and people do want to use the exchange, 0 fees, you know, 1 click, right, then obviously that token is going to be worth more.
Exactly. And the beauty is what we're selling, it's not a hard sell. It's very easy to go to people and say, use my product for free and don't pay me anything. It's not that hard to sell something like that. That's the beauty of it. And when you combine that with good content marketing, it's not that hard to convince people to give it a try. So, you know, I think it is going to get a lot of traction, and you know, it is going to get the kinds of it's going to get a lot of users.
Right, and that might be hard for some people to wrap their head around, I think, but we saw something similar happen with Binance and BNB token. Is that a good way to think about it, or no? I know it's different.
The Binance token is different in a way, because that just offers you a discount on fees. So really it's just a different way to pay, but it does offer you a discount on fees, so it does have some value. And yeah, I mean, Binance started off at 10 cents, right, and went up to $40 or whatever it went up to, because the exchange was popular and it was a good exchange. You know, we're starting off at 10 cents now. We started off at 1 cent, really. We've gotten to 10 cents, so we're at 1,000% ROI right now. But I consider this to be the start now. This is the day, literally the day where we're launching the exchange. This is the start line for me. This is the start. The 10-cent token. Binance went from 10 cents to $40. I don't see why the Digitex token can't do exactly the same.
I like it. So we're actually live streaming on our end as well, so you have access to our live stream audience. Would you mind going to a quick audience question from us?
Sure, fire away.
All right.
Is Digitex's success dependent on Ethereum scaling and Ethereum scaling quickly?
Did you hear that? Is the success of your token dependent on Ethereum scaling?
I don't think so, no, because the Ethereum works. For our purposes, Ethereum works just fine now. You know, you want to send in a deposit of Digitex tokens. We're a centralized exchange, remember. So yeah, it takes, 15-second block time, and you might have to spend, 20 or 30 cents on that transaction, but that's not a deal breaker. You know, people can handle that. You're making a deposit once every, well, some people just make one deposit and then just withdraw forever. So, it really isn't, I don't think Ethereum's success, Ethereum 2.0, it's not critically important that that's a major success for us to be successful.
Cool. Thank you for clarifying that. We have one more.
What coins do you like besides Digitex and Binance?
The obligatory question, besides Bitcoin and your token, what coins do you hold, or are you a trader first?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I really don't hold many tokens. My interest in cryptocurrency is the fact that you can trade them. For me, the absolute best use case, as I said earlier, the best use case for cryptocurrencies to me is trading and gambling. They were just perfectly made for that. Everyone tries to say that, you know, they're going to save the world and bring world peace, and they're going to do all kinds of clever things with the blockchain, and that's great. But for me, it's trading and gambling. Trading and gambling is what it's all about. So my only interest really in tokens is that I can trade them. I don't really look at the fundamentals of other tokens. But if I had to reply on that, I would say it's probably the DAI, you know, the stable coin that isn't backed up by anyone, like a decentralized kind of stable coin that uses those collateralized debt positions to maintain itself as a stable coin. I think that's my favorite one.
I like it. Now, you mentioned that you guys are going to obviously market this. Could you speak a little bit more on, you know, your plans for marketing this and bringing traders into the exchange?
Absolutely. I mean, we're predominantly a content marketing. I mean, Digitex is really a content marketing company that's got a cryptocurrency. Really, that's the way I see it. You know, we're getting very good at content marketing. We're getting better. I quite like this whole setup. I think we're just going to turn this into Digitex TV. I think there's no reason to stop this. So I think we're going to try and take cryptocurrency mainstream. I really do think that, you know, the legs that this has got, I think this is ready for mainstream. Somebody needs to take crypto mainstream. I think Digitex is the company that's going to do it, and we're going to do that through effective storytelling, through effective content marketing, you know, just very creative ways to you know, just follow through with you know, and the marketing, you know, influencers. We're gonna constantly invite the best and the most influential guests onto our shows, onto our blog, just various different ways that we're going to market this, but mostly content marketing.
I think that's key. I mean, personally, my opinion, I've always thought the coins that are going to do the best in this upcoming bull market will be the coins that have the market.
Exactly. And the other thing you can't forget, I mean, you know, I'm talking about the specific strategies we've got for marketing. You know, another one, a really effective marketing is word of mouth, is creating a great product that actually works, that people love, and they can make money on, because when they make money, they tell all their friends. Their friends are they're very interested in how Joe is suddenly just making money sitting at home. And, you know, that's the very interesting story. And that's a story that, you know, our own traders go out into the world and tell to whoever will listen. So just having a great product as well is really, you know, a major part of the marketing strategy too.
Right. So make sure you know how to trade and understand money management before making major trades, because we don't want any sob stories, right? We only want people who have a good experience.
Right. I mean, the thing with the tricky thing with trading is like anything else. To get good at it, you've usually got to make mistakes. So the best idea is don't put the rent money in there on the first day. You know, just start off small. You are going to mess it up occasionally, and that's okay. If it's just very small numbers, you know, if you get it wrong and you lose $5, it's not the end of the world. You know, make those mistakes by all means, but just make them small. And then once the mistakes become less frequent, then build it up after that. Yeah.
Right. Any audience questions?
Adam, how does Digitex make money if there are no trading fees?
What was that?
How does Digitex make money if there are no trading fees?
All right. So I covered that one a couple of times, but I'll repeat it to your users. No, it's fine. I don't mind repeating it because it needs to be said. You know, often, you know, people are like, I'm a bit suspicious about this. So Digitex is two things. There's the futures exchange and there's the cryptocurrency, the Digitex token. And the Digitex token is really what supports the futures exchange, and the futures exchange is what creates utility and demand for the token. So it's by, you know, because traders on the futures exchange need to have the Digitex token in order to use the futures exchange, which they want to do because it's free trading and it's very liquid. And that demand for the token allows us as a company to sell a small number of Digitex tokens per year through our ongoing token sale on our website. If you go to our website, there's a permanent, ongoing, very transparent public token sale going on where you can buy Digitex tokens at a small premium to what the exchanges are. We're not undercutting the exchanges. We're not driving the price down. So those sales of Digitex tokens from our website are what funds the Digitex Futures Exchange, meaning that the Futures Exchange itself does not have to charge volume-based transaction fees like everybody else does. The Futures Exchange can just operate completely free because it's the sales of Digitex tokens from our website that is funding that.
I love it. This is a very exciting time. I'm excited to check it out for myself. I know we only have 20 minutes with you, unfortunately. Is there something about the token or something that you wanted to mention to our audience before we run out of time?
What, apart from go ahead and buy it?
Right. Understand the risks and then go ahead and buy it.
Right. There you go. Yeah, I mean, its current utility is as the vehicle through which you can buy and sell futures contracts with zero fees. We've discussed that it has value and appeal for investors too, but we also have big plans to introduce new products that are similar to the Digitex Futures Exchange in that they have no fees, they have no house edge. Other trading and gambling products like a poker room, a casino, all these prediction market, forex, and these will also mandate the use of the Digitex token. So, if you think, you look at what the Digitex Futures Exchange has done to the price of the Digitex token, what will 10 other similar products that are built just as well with just the same marketing, with the same team behind them being, built and marketed, synergistically. Is that a word? Synergistically, yeah. What is that going to have? What effect is that going to have on the demand for the Digitex token? So this is just the start. This is the very start of the Digitex journey. It doesn't seem like it because it seems like I've been saying all this for the last couple of years because I kind of have. But this isn't, this isn't the finish. This is just the start for the Digitex token.
I love it. And I like the fact that you're a guy who puts himself out there, the trials and tribulations. You're man of the people, pretty much.
Yeah, I guess so, right?
Yeah.
Thanks. I appreciate you saying that. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
On the end of the year Bitcoin price prediction.
End of the year Bitcoin price prediction.
End of the year Bitcoin price. Oh, I got no idea.
That's not. You're not in it for that. You're in it for the trades.
Right. I don't know. I'll pick a number. I think Bitcoin could go to 100,000, 200,000 in my lifetime, maybe more. I don't know what it's going to be at the end of the year, but overall, I would be very bullish on Bitcoin.
I love it. Mm-hmm. I love it. I'm bullish on Digitex.
Yeah, me too.
How long have we been going?
We've gone 22 minutes.
We've been going 22 minutes. I probably need to hand it back over to you.
Well, I mean, you can go over another couple of minutes if you have another question, but if we're...
Well, we do have a live audience.
Yeah, we do. What is the biggest challenges do you anticipate with growing an exchange, and is it regulatory?
Biggest challenges growing an exchange, and is it regulatory challenges?
I should have cut you off before that last question, shouldn't I? I don't think it's regulatory. No, I think the biggest challenge with building an exchange is the marketing and it's the market making. They're two things that are very they're more of an art than a science, and it's very difficult to find people that are good at both. It's hard to find a company that can do both well. Some companies do, and they're the companies that go up to the top. Most don't. So I would say those are the two biggest challenges, and they're two things that we really do have right.
I love it. Anything else?
Right.
Besides the Bitcoin trading pair, next trade?
Sorry,
I understand.
I'm getting something in my ear now saying we got to wrap it up and move along. But I really appreciate you coming on, mate. Thanks for the questions. They were great questions. Thanks to your audience for tuning in and watching. And we'll be in touch soon.
Awesome.
Thanks, mate.
Appreciate you.
Cheers. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
All right then. So I've lost track with how many winners. Have we got any more winners coming up? Or
winners? Before we talk about our winners, let's just digest that conversation. We've gone through quite some amazing guests so far. How did it feel that Bitboy said that you were a man of the people? That was quite a compliment.
A man of the people. Well, I guess so. I'm not sure.
Okay, well, he called you man of the people. There was just a lot of compliments going left and right. And what have been your biggest takeaways so far?
Biggest takeaway, I'm just really happy with the response that it's getting from, you know, the guys that really know. You know, Doc is really big in futures trading. You know, Trader Cobb is really big in trading. You know, Mika, he's not a well-known trader, but he's living it. He's in the trenches. You know, from guys like that to be saying what they're saying, that's been the most rewarding aspect of today. That's been great to hear that, because, you know, I knew that people like it, but to hear that from those guys has been the best part.
All right, so let's keep on going with some of our winners. In this half hour, we're giving away Digitex branded merchandise to 100 winners. Prizes include Digitex caps and t-shirts, and to find out if you've won, you'll need to check your email addresses to see if you've received a winner's email from us. You can only claim your prize if you respond to our email, and you must reply within 24 hours of the start of this event, so by 1 p.m. UTC tomorrow. And remember, guys, once we receive your email, we'll send you a form to complete your shipping information and size. Make sure you're checking your email to see if you're a lucky winner. We can also confirm that the next 200 lucky prize winners have had their accounts credited with $200 worth of Digitex tokens. So make sure you're checking your wallet on the Digitex Futures Exchange regularly to see if you're one of our lucky winners. All right, guys, are we going to be doing some Q&As? We actually have our, okay, Bitboy, he's been standing by.
Oh, yeah?
Are you ready?
Okay.
All right, here we go.
I'm ready.
Our next guest is another early adopter, as he first got into Bitcoin back in 2012, and since 2018, he's been a regular broadcaster on YouTube, now reaching over 88,000 subscribers. His channel provides a variety of content covering news, token and wallet reviews, comedy snippets, and so much more. Since launching, he's expanded into a new website, leading an impressive team of contributors across 3 continents. This guest also recently featured Digitex as one of his top altcoin picks, forecasting returns that could mirror the levels seen in 2017. All right, welcome Ben Armstrong, aka Bitboy Crypto.
Hey,
how's
mate.
it going?
How's it going, mate?
Good. I look like I'm shooting my camera on a toaster today, so really sorry to everybody. We had it's terrible when you have internet problems and your whole job's on the internet. So I think we got to take care of it.
It is a bit of a bugger. I'm glad we've it's been very smooth today for us. I've been quite surprised. I was expecting all kinds of disasters, and it's just been smooth sailing the whole way for us. So I'm happy about that.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Absolutely. So what's going on today? How are things going with the launch?
Really good. I mean, even Bitcoin's going up. You know, Bitcoin's even behaving. But you know, the prices, you know, just really good. I was expecting, you know, the attackers have been coming in a little bit. You know, the DDoSers. You know, people trying to niggle away at us. You know, as you'd expect. But you know, we weren't going to hide. I didn't want that to be a reason why we couldn't do a live stream. We went ahead anyway because we're very confident in, you know, what we've got with the product we've built, how secure and stable it is. And, you know, we're still standing. So I think it's been a very, very successful launch. And the price of Bitcoin's even behaving. You know, the bull run starts on the day we launch. So rather be lucky than good, right?
What's the price at?
It's like 11,400. Oh, no, that's 11,300. But yeah, it's yeah. Let's have a look at the interface here. Look, it's 11,315 right now. Our volume is, we've done $1.4 billion worth of volume in the last 24 hours. So
wow.
And this is these volume spikes here. This is where we opened to the public today. So I mean, it kind of coincides with the price going up too. So I don't know if it's just because the price got busier, but yeah, very, very, very promising stuff. I would say.
Well, there's futures contracts expiring today. You know, so definitely going to be a lot of volume. You know, we usually see all that on one side, but it looks like some people are bullish, even though they're expiring today. So that's good news for the price of Bitcoin. And you know, if we close today above, you know, like above 10,000, we're going to be sitting in pretty good territory.
I think so.
It looks very unlikely we're going to fall under that today.
Right. It's taken long enough, though. I mean, wow. I mean, how long have we been trying to do this? I mean, Bitcoin.
Yeah, years.
Yeah.
since January, I think 8th of 2018. We've been trying to get it back up.
Right,
so.
right. Only the diehards are left. It has to shake out all the non-committals. It's got to shake them out, right?
Well, I mean, it's really amazing because I didn't actually even start my YouTube channel until until March, February, March of 2018. So I missed all the excitement. But the interesting thing is to see all the people who came and went during that time. All the people from 2017 that aren't there, not just YouTubers, but podcasters, Twitter accounts.
Yeah, it was a bloodbath.
Projects.
Yeah, it was. They dropped like flies, right?
Yeah, and I expect probably a lot of them to start wanting to come back here pretty soon.
Yeah, well, we didn't. We stuck with it, mate. We're still here.
Yeah.
We're still standing.
Yeah, well, I mean, you guys went through pretty tough times. I mean, over the last year, and for you guys to come out on this side of it with a launch, I'm really excited to see where things go, and definitely really anticipating seeing if this volume you guys have today can continue. And I think it will. I think people like the no fee structure. I mean, I think people. I mean, you guys know the term leverage trading shill. I'm not saying anybody specifically. I've definitely had referral links for leverage trading. I don't have any problems with leverage trading or anything like that, but there is a big movement against that in our space. A lot of people don't like it because it really blew up during the bear market, and a lot of people, even though I believe it's false, they want to contribute the bear market itself to people that were shorting Bitcoin, and that's not really the way the market goes. You always have to have buyers and sellers. So I think that the structure that you guys have is going to be different. It's going to be a breath of fresh air for a lot of those people that don't really like, I guess, that aspect of things, if that makes sense.
It's just like a completely different. It's just a new revenue model that hasn't been done before. In many ways, it was an experiment. It was, we think that if we get a lot of traders, that'll create demand for the token. That'll send the price up. It made sense. I figured it would work. I'm just very happy to see that it actually has worked. The token, we onboarded the first significant number of people in July, and the token tripled in that time. So it's just a brand new revenue model. It's very exciting to be bringing it out. It's only really possible because of the ability to create your own token and link that to a product. Instead of that product having to make volume-based transaction fees, you can use a cryptocurrency to fund the operations of that product instead. So just an interesting revenue model, and it just seems to be getting traction. So yeah, it's exciting times for us.
Yeah, and I want to ask you kind of about, I mean, we all know, or anyone who is really into trading knows about leverage trading, futures contracts trading, the whole thing. There's got to be market makers, on different levels to be able to, keep the prices interesting, I guess you could say. How does Digitex handle that?
Well, we opened on April 27th. The mainnet was a soft launch to 20 people. So, with 20 people on an exchange, if half of them are asleep at night, it's just very, very quiet. You've got to seed the market with some market makers. You have to just have some bids and offers there ready for people to come in. So initially the exchange has to be willing to take a position. If a trader comes in and wants to sell, I've got to buy, whether I want to or not. I've got to, because otherwise it's just completely illiquid. So there is, you have to do that. But then there's this critical mass. Once you get more and more people in there, it gets to the point where you can ease off on that market making. It's just that you have to get that market making right at the start, and you have to be willing to lose money at the start, because you're taking on positions that it's like being the house in the casino. If you want to bet all your money on red all the time, I've got to take that bet whether I want to or not. So market making is it's the exchange having to take a position, and a lot of exchanges don't like to do that initially because that's not part of their model. The compliance department probably hates it. So they have to bring in third-party market makers, and third-party market makers, they're in it to make money for themselves. They expect favors. Absolutely. They expect different fees. They expect different rates, and you really don't know what they're doing as well. I mean, as a crowd of people, market makers, they can be a pretty shady crowd. I mean, I don't mean to insult anybody here, but they're
truth is truth. It is what it is.
Right. So I think the trick really is you've got to get the market making right yourself. for it to be really to be able to scale, and that's what we did. And now, you know, looking at the volume on our exchange now, the typical number of bids and offers that we have on our exchange right now, there's 160,000 tokens contracts on the bid. As you can see up here, there's 132,000 contracts in total that are being offered. You know, my market makers, I can't see them from this screen, but they're typically about 3% of that now. So, you know, the vast majority now of these bids and offers are not me. Like 97% of that is our users. So, you know, it's being taken away from me gradually, and gradually I'm just going to be able to ease back more and more and more until, you know, I may not even need to do market making on there. But to be honest, I think I'm always going to want to do market making on there, because it's just
some level. I think
yeah,
so.
I think it's better. It always is better. But you know, this critical mass of traders that we're getting on there, it's, you know, it's really taking over from the market makers.
Yeah, and I think that the fee structure is just so important for people taking profit, you know, when it comes to trading, because, you know, the fees on other exchanges, we all know they're extremely high. It doesn't sound extremely high, like a few percent, couple percent, whatever. But then when you're looking at, if you're not making massive swing trades, okay, a lot of times you're looking for a profit around 2 or 3%. You know, you're looking to make those small wins here and there, but then you have the fees that really, you know, eat into that. So like if you're making, let's say you make 7% on a trade, but the, you know, fee is 3.5 or 4%. Well, now what should have been a good trade, like a really solid, like 7% trade, all of a sudden is now just razor thin, like, you know, you barely made some money, you know.
Exactly. And you can't fight a mechanical edge like that, you know, because you look at it the other way. You know, if you look at it like you get, say you get 50% of your trades right, 50% wrong. You know, if you make 7% and you have to take off 3, you've made 4. But if you lose 7% and you have to add 3, you've lost 10. So you're making 4, you're losing 10. You know, good luck with that. You know, you better be damn good, because, you know, I can't beat those kinds of odds. And, you know, that very, very few people can.
Yeah, I was just in Las Vegas a couple weeks ago, and you know, I was riding some of the good side of the gambling. You know, when you're up some percents, you know, you're feeling pretty good. You're fighting against the house edge, but you know, it just took about 24 hours and I lost all my money. So, you know,
yeah, that house edge
eventually
will kill you. Yeah, the house edge will kill you. People don't realize just how insidious that house edge is. You know, that roulette wheel, it has 37 numbers on the wheel, and they're paying you 35 to 1. It just sounds so close. It's like, oh, that's no bother. 37 numbers, 35. That's close enough. That little 3% edge, that pays everybody. That pays for the whole shebang right there. And you've just figured that out yourself.
Oh yeah.
But at least you had a good time.
I had already figured that out a long time ago, but I still, for some reason, you know, think I can beat it.
Yeah, it's so much fun to try though, right?
Yeah, it was the variance. That was the word I was looking for earlier. I was on the plus side of the variance, and then the bottom side of the variance hit me. And
right.
Boom, you know, it happens. You know, I think that when it comes to these, you know, one thing people don't think about is there's trading competitions a lot. You know, there's a competition from another exchange that's about to launch that's going to be really big. And when you're doing those kinds of, you know, competitions and things like that, you're wanting to make a lot of trades. And when you're a person, like I said, that's not making swing trades, when you're really, you know, whether it's trading on the 5-minute chart or the 15-minute chart or whatever the case may be, like, you're right. Those percentages, like, they add up absolutely
You just
huge.
can't beat it. You literally cannot beat it. You know, unless you're just very, very, very good. And, you know, why should you win? Why do you know what's going to happen to Bitcoin above everyone else? You know, there's the chances of you beating it are just so slim. And it really just affects how people trade. You know, people just don't trade, you know, short-term scalping on those exchanges because you just can't. When you introduce a revenue model that just completely unleashes that, you find that there's just, in the sidelines, there's just this massive wave of liquidity that's just been waiting there the whole time. I think people have really underestimated how much volume the retail futures traders will do if you just stop abusing them as much as they are doing. If you just give them a straight game, you'll be amazed at how much volume they're going to put through there. And that's what we're seeing with the Digitex Futures Exchange right now.
Yeah, and I think you guys really, regardless of what happened with the, you know, other initial launch plans and things like that, you know, I think that where you're at now, the timing for you launching right now could not be more perfect.
I know.
I mean, even if you guys would have launched last year.
Right. I mean, one of my favorite phrases is "I'd rather be lucky than good," and you know, that has really worked out. I mean, like you say, you often don't know what is a good thing and what is a bad thing until much later down the road. It looked like it was a bad thing, and it seemed like it was a bad thing, and I wish we hadn't have had those problems. But you know, looking back, it may have been the best thing that happened to us, because it built the team strong. It just really solidified what we're doing. And you know, for the timing, like you say, the timing now, it could have been the best thing that happened to us. It really could.
Yeah. So what's your, just, you know, real quick, what are your thoughts on what Bitcoin's doing right now and where it's going? What do you kind of think of the prospects of the next, you know, 3 months, 6 months, year?
I don't know about the next 3 months, 6 months. My just overall view on Bitcoin is that it's going up. I just don't see how it couldn't really. I mean, if nothing else, I think Bitcoin is a collector's item. I think, you know, once cryptocurrency really ingrains itself into society, like it will do, like the internet did, you know, in 20 years time, cryptocurrency is going to be so normal. I think if nothing else, Bitcoin will be a collector's item. And it could possibly be a lot more significant than that. So over the long term, I think Bitcoin's, you know, going up a lot more than it is now. Over the short term, I don't know, but the long term, I see it going into 6 figures easily.
Easily, yeah. I do as well. You know, it's interesting because, you know, today we've got these big options expiring, or, you know, contracts expiring, things like that, and people are saying like, well, you know, we could possibly be heading down because there's a CME gap, and people want to talk about these CME gaps all the time and how they fill, like, you know, whatever it is, 95% of the time. But, you know, what people don't think about is, I mean, I think we all believe any CME gap that ever occurs on the upside is going to get filled 100%, you know, because we definitely think the price overall is going up for sure. So hopefully in the short term, you know, we don't see any kind of huge dips. I mean, I think we're already, like you said, it's been a long time. A lot of us have been here for a long time and made it through a lot of really bad periods, a lot of bad, you know, a lot of bad scams that came in and out of the space, you know, whether it's different content creators, everything's been very cyclical. And I think it's finally time to, you know, start reaping some of the rewards of all the patience for the people.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, yeah, like you say, hopefully this isn't another bull trap, that, because they've been vicious, some of those recent ones. I mean, it's just everybody that tried coming into cryptocurrency just got completely beaten senseless, you know. So hopefully this time around it's not quite so vicious as it has been.
Yeah. Well, you know, interestingly enough, there's a news story that broke yesterday about, you know, last year in the summer, a lot of people think that the whole reason that we had that giant, bull trap was due to the Plus token Ponzi scheme in China, and they just arrested, I think it was 82 people today, or yesterday from that.
They arrested
those
them
people
in China.
have been dumping on the market. Yeah.
I wouldn't like to be in their position right now. They'd probably get their heads chopped off.
Possibly, but regardless of whether their heads roll or not, I mean, that's bad for them and their families, I'm sure. But for us, but for us, those scammers, you know, now at least 82 of those people that were heavily involved, including some of the leadership, they don't have the means to be able to keep dumping the coins.
Right,
you know?
right.
So we don't know how much has exchanged hands and how much is still sitting out there, but you know, I mean, it's like there's just so much good news going on right now around crypto. This week, it's so exciting.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, cryptocurrency right now, like, I agree with you completely. It's a very exciting time. I think the timing of our launch just couldn't have been better. I think you're absolutely right there. Let's hope this time we don't all get led in and then just whack. So
keep your fingers crossed.
here's our trading strategy right here. This is it. This is
exactly.
it. I'm in.
Yeah. Well, that's why people lose on those fees. You know, they're just hoping and hoping.
Yeah.
And then they get wiped out by the fees. But with Digitex, you don't have that. So, you know, hopefully a lot of people are going to make a lot of money with this. Really looking forward to see how it develops.
All right, mate. Thanks very much. Thanks for coming on. Really appreciate you coming on. I heard you had some technical issues there, so thanks. Thanks for persevering.
Looks like I still do with the camera here, but it was the best we could do for now. So very glad though to be able to take part in
absolutely
this.
It's perfect. I'm really glad you're on. Really appreciate your support, and thanks again. Really appreciate it.
Awesome. Well, thank you for having me.
Yep, anytime. Cheers, mate.
Okay.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. All right, so I think I'm going to pass over to Andrea now. I think, aren't you giving away some merchandise now or something?
I am. And for our grand finale, we're closing out with our biggest giveaway of the day. 10 winners have now been chosen as our grand prize winners, receiving $5,000 worth of Digitex tokens into their mainnet wallet accounts. So remember, check your Digitex Futures Exchange account to see if you're among those lucky winners. Adam, today has been so much fun. It's been a long day, but we had an incredible lineup of guests. And, thank you to everyone who's tuned in with us today. And if you haven't already done so, please go and create your accounts and start trading with 0 commission fees. So join our Telegram community and connect with all the like-minded individuals and traders out there. And please share your feedback about your experience. And we're always welcoming your feedback and, of course, suggestions. I'm going to hand it over to my friend Adam. He was such a trooper, and thank you guys so much for tuning in and for your amazing support.
And thank you. You really made the show today. Thanks for being on here.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it was much better with you. I can't imagine having done it without you. So thanks very much. Thanks to everybody that tuned in. It's been great being able to sit here this long and just talk about something that actually exists, instead of what's going to exist. I know I cried wolf a few times, so I really appreciate just everyone that stuck with me. I just really do appreciate it. The team, thanks. The team's just been unbelievable. The stuff they've gone through, what they've put up with, just couldn't have done it without them. They've saved me on so many levels. So big thanks to the team, the developers, our support team, our developers, our operations team, the creatives, the marketing, just unbelievable. The people that have stuck with us, the investors that put money in, that invested in me, the guys that stuck with me personally, that saw the mistakes that were made, and that stuck with me. I really appreciate that. Today's guests that came on, thanks to those. So just big thanks to everybody. Hopefully I've not missed anybody out. I don't mean to miss anyone out. Just huge thanks to them. As a wrap up for the show, I think I've said everything about 5 different times, so I'm not going to repeat anything I've said. Just really happy to have launched. You ain't seen, I guess I would just say you ain't seen nothing yet. I just want to stress this is not the finish line. This is not a victory lap by any means. This is just the start. This is our first day. This is our first day. Just very, very exciting times ahead. Stick with it. You ain't seen nothing yet. And to the moon, guys. Yeah, to the moon. All right, cheers, guys. Thanks very much.